強く強く輝いて消えた流れ星、ほら命が燃える。何かに怯え走り続けたその虚しさの指示。何を見て何を探してきた。自分の声がただ響く。幾千万の星の中で聞かれて出会った守り手たちよ。回る回る時の輪の中で自分の弱さ強さの先に同じ空誰かが見上げてそう信じて消されない虹の奇跡が届けと。冷たい指で涙拭ったあの日にはもう帰れない。水平線目指して飛び立つ自分の願いを抱いて幾千万の星に呼ばれ交わりすれ違う守り手たちよ。回る回る時に抗って未来を願ってもいいですか。儚さから目をそらしたぐりせる道の兆しの向こうかける希望。あなたの光あなたの命いたずらに知らさないようにそっとくれた記憶胸に熱く灯し約束の地へもう繰り返らずに恋願う歌は空高く世界に銀河に広がってく。それがいつか風となり消えて新たな日が始まる。越えてゆく時の輪の中で確かに刻みつけたきらめき。同じ空誰かが見上げて信じたから ever try to further improve how fast you punch people through the roof? Oh, was there ever any certain time when you thought brute force and style combine? Well, I guess now it's time to shine, 'cause finally she's here. Here comes
there's been one Bring Your Pro to Work day thus far, and we kind of had some mixed results.
Donnie.
Danny.
Donnie.
Danny.
Today, it's Jat's turn, though, so...
It's super funny. This is great.
No way! They're twins?
It's so hard to get anything done around the office when we look identical. I'm a successful jungler, he's a successful jungler.
It helps that I look older at least.
Oh, come on, by like 2 minutes.
Yeah.
I want us to re-examine how we approach MVP.
Hello everyone. Sorry I'm late. Speaking about MVPs, we should be looking at that closer guy. Hey, but it's just one caster's opinion.
Gotcha! Classic twin switcheroo. They can't tell because we're twins.
Okay, I know LCS analysts have a reputation for like not being fun at all, but I love a good prank as much as the next person. This is not it. This is terrible. They're not twins. I'm going to get to the bottom of this. I'm going to quash this entire thing. Just call me the quashinator. Actually, don't. That's terrible. Just cut that part.
I also played a lot of Uter and Trundle. Yeah. crazy.
Merhaba Jet. Yemek?
Yoksao.
Touche, Jet. Touche.
Super. So I'm pretty sure Pastry Time thinks I'm immortal. Yeah, I told him this ridiculous story about the Olympics and how
Hey,
I
Jet.
was there.
Hey, closer.
Peanut.
What's up? No, I don't want a peanut. I want you two to finally admit that there's no way you're twins. I want you to show me some sort of baby photos or identification. Are you okay? Are you allergic to peanuts?
I am.
Oh my God, they're twins.
Please don't leave me. You are my only twin. If he dies, do I die as well?
What's up, everybody, and welcome to the LCS and the LCS waiting room, where for the first time ever, we are lucky to be joined by a pro player. We've got Closer on the set with us. And thank you so much for joining us, my dude.
No problem. Won yesterday, got to get the 2-0.
Yeah, exactly. Gets the 2-0, comes and joins us here today.
I can't do it.
There's too many. Hey, Raz, it's okay if you can't do it because you've already done it, my friend. And we have chosen to make use of every goddamn face you have ever made within that.
Oh
They're all different.
They're all different. I was so specific with my ask. I was like, I want the whole studio taken over, and I want every different face that this man makes over the course of that 2-minute clip. Oh my God, I love those kinds of content pieces. It's great to see us involving pro players as well. Not to overshadow, for example, the Danny and Pastry Time one, but Jat, since I've got you here, working with Closer and bringing the pro players in on this kind of stuff.
Well, like the way these work is we have our producer, Asa, who also works with the writer, and they kind of come up with these things.
Couple comedy geniuses.
When he pitched it to me, I'm like, all right, I'm in. But like, if Closer's not in, this is not gonna work.
Not gonna work.
But he showed up on the day and was just super into it as well, and I think that's part of why it works so well.
Exactly. Like, I was, especially off of what was at the time
Because
of
it's so
Week.
stupid.
Yeah,
Like,
exactly.
just reading all, it's so stupid, but it all makes sense.
I love dumb humor. That is just my style, like that comedy.
I feel like I watched an episode of The Office. It was spot on. Like, it was so good.
There it is.
I'm a big fan. Just want to kick things off with something a little bit fun. From there, though, we're going to dive into the happenings of the LCS because some big stuff happened yesterday in a day that felt relatively predetermined, at least when it came to the score lines of the teams going up against each other. Cloud9 actually fell to our bottom place team in TSM, which brings us back into a tie for first place. That's one piece of conversation. But also, off the back end of yet another piece of drama and news for TSM to have picked up that win on the outside of the week.
Expect the unexpected, Dash.
That's big, man. That's huge. They're 2-3 out of their last 5, actually.
Oh, I mean, the TSM roller coaster.
Yeah,
keeps on delivering, okay? We're up.
There's a new turn.
Kobe told us if we think of anything that we think is funny, that we just need to say it. I thought of something mean when TSM won yesterday. You know how COG always used to be the team that is inverse to your expectations?
Yes.
Like when they're bad as possible, that's when they're going to win.
Right.
Even though TSM won, they're just becoming COG. Like that was totally a COG style win. So they need to win a lot more to get out of this comparison.
The logo's gonna start turning blue. I don't know where Hot Shot's gonna come out of nowhere.
Yeah, for summer, there's a redesign.
Yeah,
everything a rebrand.
I am waiting for the Dunzo manifesto part then. That's my favorite.
We're getting
part.
closer and closer to that.
But they did look good.
They did.
That's the not mean part.
And by the same token, there's going to be some questions raised around that Cloud9 loss as well, right? Considering especially who they've lost to in their 3 losses.
COG as well. They're the same.
It's
Yeah,
all
it really
coming
linked
together,
up.
baby. It's all coming together. But with TSM picking up a win just yesterday, I thought it was a good time to have this conversation here. Nex on Twitter said, when Spica won the MVP last year, was it because of brilliant teammates around him or was it his talent? And this year, is he playing the same as last year, but with a worse team around him? He picked up player of the game yesterday, so we got a little bit of those inklings of like, there's that jungler that we awarded MVP to, and kind of the person that or the player that we know he can be. This is obviously kind of painted in extremes, but I wanted to have an honest conversation around Spica and his level.
Yeah, so obviously the boring answer is that it's a bit of both, but I think the more clear thing is, like, when you come into a team that is clearly worse, that is losing lanes more frequently, you change up your style entirely. You're changing from one thing, and this is what I saw from Spica throughout this split, is like, you're either playing your game and trying to invade heavily with the team around you, and if it doesn't work and it feels like, oh, now I'm gonna have to question the entire way I play this game, now I'm gonna be playing full facilitating. I'm on Poppy this time. Poppy duty, we're ganking, oh, it's still not working. Now I'm playing Rek'Sai with my new mid laner. It's just, he has a lot thrusted in him, towards him with the whole, translation aspect, having to communicate to his team in a different way, while the teams now are needing to learn basics League of Legends, fundamental League of Legends. And so, yes, he looks worse this split. He's playing worse this split, and it's because of that little bit of soul searching and figuring out what playstyle actually gels with the team.
To address the first part of it, I don't think he won MVP just because he had great teammates last year, though. I'm completely against that. Yeah, he's played a bit worse, but I put so much more blame on the TSM organization and everything on fire behind the scenes.
Yeah.
Literally every weekend, we're getting more insight into just how terrible things have been. And so I'm not, I don't put a lot of
It's the type, I mean, you see these reactions in like all sports, and I think it's also why you see so many players, like top tier players, be very deliberate about the teams that they go to. Because ultimately, if you lose, everyone is actually going to end up asking those questions. Oh, was it only because of their environment? Oh, have they ever been good? Like the instant you step up, especially with media and the way everyone wants instant answers to things, the question always happens like, oh, have they always been this level? Surely if they are now, it's like, no, man, he was actually MVP. Let's not take that away from him because he's had a bad split.
This is one thing I hate the most about League. Or, I mean, it's any conversation. It's literally any conversation with sports and like just rewriting history. It's like, was this always the case? People are just so fickle. They change their opinions if they held them initially, or they're silent when they didn't believe it at the beginning. When they're racking up wins, racking up MVP and everything. But then when we get to the end of it, he's like, okay, now I feel free to make my statement because he's on a shit team. That's just how it is.
He is still an MVP jungler, working with different pieces. We'll see if he can get back to that piece of former glory, though, and ultimately push his team, over the edge when it comes to summer split. We got ADC tier list up on
here
the
we
board,
go.
and that's where I want to go next. I have a feeling this is going to be a big conversation because there's some interesting differences between the three of you, and we're going to get to those in just a moment. But I do want to hit what is consistent across the table.
Kobe.
All three of you.
That's close.
I know, right?
I only have like 2 switched.
Y'all have some, you all have some interesting picks. Hansama Berserker, though, is a solidified top 2, and in that order for all three of you. So who wants to explain to me what it is about Hans that puts him just in front of Berserker?
I thought I was going to have to defend this point.
No,
and
really?
It wasn't going to be agreed
I
on.
literally thought the same thing.
Just because, like, Berserker is actually so good.
Yeah.
But the reason that I have Hans above him, and I actually think this is true of, like, the top 3 AD carries in the league, they all have something that they do special.
Okay.
What Hans, to me, does special is his systematic approach to laning an early game. He's played with 2 different supports, so this is not just a Core JJ thing. He's done it with both Ayla and Core JJ, but he will find a way to get his first buy before you, and he will use that to get his second buy before you, and he will use that to get his mythic first, and he'll use that to get his next item first. He is so good at just staying ahead of the other AD carry and using that to play the game, and that's a lot of a lot of planning. That just doesn't happen in the moment.
Yeah, and for both of these players, for Berserker and Hansama, they actually have remarkably low jungle proximity in the past few weeks. Last I saw, they were of the lowest of all AD carries. And for me, for Hansama, he's able to generate advantages consistently. Of course, with Core JJ, but when Core JJ wasn't there, he was still being able to do that. And like, for me, that consistency for him is great. With Berserker, he is such a flashy player. He's a great team fighter. They all have great advantages, and so I think a lot of people are going to have very strong cases for both players. And to speak to Berserker, he is just period the best Aphelios in this league. And then even talking to Ashley Kang in the interview that they had very recently, he's talked about the fact that he can play many different styles of AD carries. He's played Ashe when it was relevant in the meta. He's played Draven. He's confident in those picks. So I'm hoping to see more of that in this Jinx game when they literally were facing face to face. He was a very influential player. The cross-map ulti that he had, and also just some of the team fights that they had around Rift Herald, like he was a big part of that.
And to me, one of the biggest things when you're looking at AD carries is mechanics. And I hope that he has a long career on Cloud9 because he is so young right now.
Yeah.
I feel like the trajectory for Berserker, he's starting at rank 2 right now and is pointed upwards.
Yeah.
So I have so much confidence in him. To the Hansama points as well, I think something that people always point out is, all the early kills with Core JJ and lane stuff as well. But something else with AD carries is your lane allocations later into the game.
Yeah.
This is something that overlooked because everyone focuses on their team fights or their lane stats. But he always rotates to where the team needs AD carry and can do the AD carry side lane push, which many have failed at and have gotten picked off later.
Yeah. I want to pick on your FBI point, though, because Kobe and I are...
Well, because you said top 3 you felt have all something special.
Yeah, 1 through 7, Kobe and I are correct.
Yeah.
So...
Wait a minute. So this is something that I felt was an easier decision for me, right?
Okay.
Just because for FBI, you can hear it in the interviews that he has, like he's very open about the fact that him and Huhi haven't been performing. And I think the past few weeks, it has been getting better. But a lot of it has just been in the fact that either the 2v2s for them are just not on point. The team fights at times don't feel that same level that we saw them in their championship year. And so do I think FBI by the end of this year / I'm specifically talking about playoffs, is going to be back at that level? Hell yes, I think that. He is going to be the AD carry. He has incredible talent that will put him in top 3. But I just think in terms of consistency, Danny and Neo have been hitting that a lot better than FBI has.
Yeah, and to go over to Dash's point of like the top 3 all having something special, Hans is the systematic approach to the game. Berserker is like hands. His just team fighting and mechanics seem the best.
Yeah.
For FBI, it is the way he is able to set up team fights for himself and his team.
Yeah.
I know him and Huhi are very vocal, but he, like, in terms of late game team fight positioning and being a reliable win condition for his team, that's why he was #1 if this was a 2021 summer split.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And it's not been to the same level so far, the split, because I think they've been trying to win a lot of different ways. And he himself has said he's made a lot of mistakes, but that's where I think he's still able to separate himself from the rest of the ADs in the league.
Exactly. This is kind of like when we have a comparison of the rankings, like how much of it is a power ranking, how much is a focus to the player's skill.
Yeah.
Right? Because in the terms of player skill, I still think he's a top 3 AD carry. If we're just talking about the longevity of it, like a yearly tracking. But right now, this split is, I'd say, the lowest he's been for about a year and a half now. And I do expect him to come back. So yeah, that one's a good one.
Now, so I'm less concerned with, for example, the 1 place separation between Danny on your list and Danny on their list, or even the 2 place separation that you have with FBI and their FBI, because of the explanation you've just given. What to me is intriguing is the 4th placed Neo to the 7th placed Neo on the other 2 lists. And so Dignitas in general been a tough team to evaluate all split long, but you got a lot of faith in this AD carry.
To be very candid on Dignitas, is a lot of their failures have just been around some players, specifically Fake God, having very poor laning phase consistently. And if I'm looking at Dignitas and saying what is giving them success currently, it is either River in his current play, but a lot of the times he's playing tankier junglers. He's committing to J4, at times, and it's Neo and Biofrost that have had consistently strong play. Sure, a lot of this is on the back of, when you see the stats, he's playing Caitlyn and Lux, right? So it's kind of, they need to play at a good level in the early laning phase for them to succeed. But I think it's carrying on the later portions of their games. I think he is just playing a consistent level at this moment in time.
Yeah, I mean, I'm pretty positive on Neo, and I thought I was pretty positive on Neo. I actually, my last-minute change from yesterday was moving Tactical up to 6 over Neo. Previously, I had Neo sitting above him, but Biofrost has been a big part of it as well. I think him coming in and playing as well as he is has been a big part of him being there. But then, like, yesterday, after TSM played well and with so much of, again, the considerations when I'm judging all these TSM players with how much bullshit they have had to deal with from the organization and outside the game, I felt like I was going to have to defend, like, super high tactical ranking. But Jad as well
I know
had him up there.
That's the thing. That's the problem. That's why I would say mine feels more like a power ranking, whereas, like, recency for FBI is lower. For Tactical, recency for Tactical is lower, but he's an all-pro AD carry.
I don't know about that. Like, literally, they're 3 and 11.
3 and 11.
3 and 12.
Yeah.
3 and bad.
Whatever.
Yeah.
And they're 2 and 3 in their last 5 games.
But in this split alone, Tactical has set an LCS record for damage percentage in a game.
That is true.
And I think he's like 2nd or 3rd in the league in kills, which for a team that's only won 3 games is ridiculous to me.
In a number of their losses, too, right? Some of those close ones, he's looked like the thing that might be able to tip the scales, and then it falls just short.
He's also, because he plays on limits so much, been a reason for several of their losses as well.
Exactly.
That's what I was going to bring up, is because, like,
that's why he's not above 6th.
I came in prepared to be like, oh my God, Tactical is really high. I'm going to have to defend this. And people using, like, well, what about these giant mistakes that he's made, you know, against us?
I want to do 2 quick hits. Number 1, all 3 of you have Arrow in 10th. Is that just because we haven't seen enough of him? Or, like, what is the...
He got hurt to me by low game count. But also, the bottom part of the list was really difficult for me to do because, again, this one I feel like is the biases that creep into your mind are which games stand out most clearly in your mind, because all of those players, again, have had those big mistakes in some of the games, but have also had very good games. So that's what made the bottom of the list very difficult for me. And so I don't feel like it's, you know, super solid. Arrow also got hurt by having basically half playtime.
Second speedy hit, I'm coming to you, Jat, on this one. Luger. I think it's quite interesting that CLG, another team that, you know, standings-wise,
I almost put him 4th, James.
I know. Luger is in
so
6s. Yeah, so is it, what? Just hit me with the quick reasoning.
Yeah, I mean, he was super close to winning Player of the Week last week if Summit didn't go nuclear. And he's also been, like, when CLG wins, it's often because of Luger popping off in a big way. So I think that's not, to me, it's deserving that he's up there.
Sick. I love it. All right, tier lists are all squared away. It's time to pay a little visit to our resident doctors, Azael and Mark Z.
Hey everyone, Dr. Azael and Mark here, back because we are in desperate financial trouble and are being forced to take on some extra appointments.
Yeah, what can you do?
Our first appointment this week is coming in for a regular checkup. It's Team Liquid, and honestly, Mark, I'm not even sure why they're here.
Yeah, I mean, they look perfectly healthy to me, and not just healthy, actually, but happy. People say money can't buy happiness, but they clearly haven't watched any Team Liquid games because it buys you things like Blippo, and that gives you dopamine, which is chemical happiness.
Exactly. Top of the standings sounds pretty happy to me. Next on the docket is Cloud9, but they appear to have canceled their appointment.
Yeah, we have a note from the secretary here saying that they saw a spiritual healer in the offseason, and they've been incredibly healthy ever since.
Yeah, as licensed doctors, we can't approve the use of non-scientific treatments, but it is hard to argue with the results that the church has brought them. And I do hear angels singing every time someone picks Gnar.
Shouldn't comment on that. We are in enough legal trouble as is. We have contracts coming in next here with an embarrassing issue. He leads the league in deaths with over 50 already. Ooh. So we ran a blood test. It turns out he has a rare bacteria called Hyphemius maximus.
Ooh, unfortunately, there are no effective antibiotics available to prevent being way too hyphy. So we're gonna have to attack the symptoms.
Yeah, looking at the prevalence of hecarim in the current meta, I think I'm gonna prescribe him some ketamine. That is a horse tranquilizer that should slow him down.
Sounds like it'll work. Last, in more ways than one, is TSM. Symptoms include LPL dependency, constant roster swaps, picking Lulu top, and being in 10th place for the first time ever.
Yeah, flipping through their charts quickly here, I'm looking for anything. You know what it is? Their mid laner quit on them last year, so that's it. They're suffering from withdrawals from Bjergsen dependency they developed after being severely addicted to the Danish mid laner for the last 7 years.
He is pretty good. While fans may be quick to joke about TSM, the consequences of Bjergsen addiction are no laughing matter. They can affect those close to TSM in serious ways, resulting in the loss of their home, car, even their clothes.
And unfortunately, there's no easy treatment for being in 10th place. Those recovering from severe Danish addictions just have to sweat it out. Stay strong out there, TSM.
Oh, no.
Stay strong.
Oh, no.
Oh, no.
They did win yesterday.
True.
They did.
So
They
our
did.
Team Liquid are now going to become Bjergsen addicted as well, though. So you have to
that's
watch out
true.
for the future.
That is, yeah, it's now, is that becoming an infectious
got the double
disease
Danish
that's
addiction.
spreading through the
Bjergsen's very
LCS?
effective when you first have him on your
The
team.
Danish mid-laner
But every
addiction.
subsequent year.
Either way, just some thoughts from our resident doctors on what those bottom-tier teams might need to change or do in order to climb up the standings. Kobe, I know you've got a cast to get to, my friend, so I'm going to let you go. Thanks for joining us on the waiting room. And as he heads that way, we're going to roll into the show open and get this thing started. We'll catch you back here for game number 1.
What the hell was that?
Rolling.
What's up, everybody, and welcome back to the LCS. For our Sunday day of play, we've got 5 games ahead of us, but first, let's refresh on the standings to see how the league stands. It's Cloud9 and Team Liquid tied at the top of the table, 11-3. They will play a tiebreaker if they remain tied at the end of the split. You got 100 Thieves in 3rd place, sole possession there before 3 teams close out the top 6 in Dignitas, QuantumPay, FlyQuest, and Evil Geniuses. 4 teams behind them looking to break into that playoff picture with only 4 games left on the schedule.
Getting messy down there, Dad.
It is getting messy. It's getting messy. It's a brawl, to say the least. Let's take a look at the schedule that we have ahead of us, those matchups that each of the teams have to navigate in order to make it into that playoff picture. We kick things off with EG versus 100 Thieves, followed by Golden Guardians versus Dignitas QuantumPay, Liquid versus FlyQuest, smack dab in the middle before Cloud9 and CLG take to the stage. We got Immortals Progressive and TSM closing things out for us at the end of the day. 100 Thieves and EG, though, both of these teams had some slower paced games. Slower paced games, because we pulled a couple stats and there was a bit of a difference between the two, right? But one team in particular, mighty slow.
Woof. The EG game was very slow, whereas the 100 Thieves game was about average. That's why we cut the graphic.
Okay, thank goodness.
Yeah.
Because, look, I know the opponents they were going up against, like, it felt like there wasn't much of a fight being put up against them. So they just took everything. And it felt like for both of these teams, the necessity of doing so is because these games have been rough for them. They've been taking losses where they shouldn't have. And so they've been going right back to the basics.
And I don't know if this slow game was a mistake by EG or if it was the opponent not putting up any opposition to them, because I know that EG's issues in a lot of their losses is they will just take any fight.
Yeah.
It's something they've been trying to combat of like, no, actually we need to show restraint sometimes because we're taking a lot of bad fights and it's getting us in trouble. But they're, as far as I know, an incredibly strong scrim team, right? And if they're able to actually play with control on stage, like that's what they actually need to do because they are, 7-7.
If that's their take, I think it's great to overcorrect during the regular season, especially if your natural inclination is just to always fight. Then you can start having real conversations about where should we be, where shouldn't we be.
Gotta explain this real quick.
Oh my God.
This graphic is great.
Gotta explain this. They can be the gatekeeper between who is a top team. EG is yet to beat the teams behind the gate. All of their wins have come from the teams in front of the gate. So they're 7-7 now. That's a big 0-5 against those 3 teams behind the gate, which makes them, you can do the math yourself, 7-2 against the teams below the gate.
But Emily, this I think just goes to the discussion we've had around EG all split long, which is, seeing the potential, right, of peak performance and the idea that they could beat any of those 3 teams behind the gate if they're having their day, but they just haven't gotten there yet.
And when you see something like this so consistently, it's typically because the mistakes that EG are making are not necessarily things that lower teams in the standings would be able to capitalize on as much as the upper teams, right? So they just make fewer mistakes overall. In this matchup specifically, I'm actually really curious to see, because I feel like both teams prioritize Herald kind of differently in an interesting way, where 100 Thieves, I would argue, over prioritizes it a lot of the time. In yesterday's game, you didn't see that because a lot of the map was ceded to them automatically. But EG likes to use that specific objective to leverage it against getting Danny advantages in the bot lane. It's one of the ways that they get him ahead, especially if he doesn't join for the fight. So I'm really curious to see how both teams approach that in their early games.
Now, Raz, 2 games separate these teams as we take a look at some of the EG drafts that we've seen against those top 3 teams. But 2 games separate these teams at the moment, 3rd and 4th in the standings. You know, I think the question is, how do they prove themselves or prove to themselves that they very much are solidly a top team?
Yeah, every interview that you get with some of the Evil Geniuses players and coaches staff will always point to some of their drafts. The one that kind of pops out to me is the one they had versus Cloud9. That Danny did not have. His tweet specifically was not very fond of it, just because they didn't win 2v2s through mid. They're also going up against a team that could easily dive with the Volibear. And so, yeah, they haven't been happy necessarily with the drafts that they themselves have been making. And I think they've been getting much better around it. And I mean, the team is just great. I think they're definitely a better team than their standings show, but they need to start winning games now to get a better placement in playoffs.
And I don't think, I've been, I guess, less critical of EG's drafts and more critical of their execution, although I do think they make draft mistakes. And I know we were talking about this off camera, and I believe it was you, Jet, who brought up, like, they typically have a game plan going into the first part of the draft, right? And, like, the first set of bans, the first part of the draft, and then it's, like, 4 or 5 that kind of throws them off. If there's, like, a ban on the opposite side of something that they wanted, or trying to fit into the pieces of the first part of their draft, especially when they're trying to set up anything with side lane pressure.
Now, this here is something I want to talk about, if only because 7-7 right now is a tie for 4th.
Yeah.
But takes you all the way down to 6th and only has 1 game separation over the team in 7th.
Yep.
So I think strength of schedules matter a lot for those 3 teams that are currently sitting at 7-7, e.g. one of those teams.
I mean, straight up, the next 3 games are going to determine whether or not they're a playoff team. Because if they lose to either FlyQuest or Golden Guardians, that's doubly dangerous because those teams are also the ones they're directly competing with.
Yeah.
So, I mean, this game itself, you would probably call them underdogs because of the gatekeeper graphic we showed earlier and the fact they lost last time. But yeah, it's really proving time for them.
And I think the Golden Guardians game in particular is going to be interesting for me because they are a really streaky team.
Oh, yeah.
They're either going on 4 to 5 game win streaks and having impressive wins, or they just look really lost.
Well, and that will be the team that boots somebody out of the playoffs if it does happen, right? Because they're the one who's sitting 1 game out. I basically just have the question remaining, do you think EG can do it here against 100 Thieves? Can they prove their mettle, you know, against a top 3 team? Can they finally open the gates, Jat, and join those 3 behind and lock everybody else out?
Well, really quickly, I do want to show the 4-game win streak for 100 Thieves as well, because they were in the same situation as EG 4 games ago when they were a 5-5 team, where now EG is 7-7. But now it's like, oh yeah, by the way, this is the team that did win the last split, I think even though they haven't clinched, they are firmly in the playoffs right now and have the longest active winning streak. So I would say for this game, no, I think 100 Thieves is going to win.
And speaking of drafting, I think something that 100 Thieves pointed out, I believe it was Suhi in an interview where they were like, you know, we've been really focusing on Sunday on the Tryndamere because we've been having internal issues. You've seen them kind of open up, either because the Tryndamere has been banned or just open up in some of their drafts later on. And FBI going into this week spoke of how much he thinks he and Huhi are performing a lot better now. And I think that is absolutely crucial for this team, which you already cited, Raz, when you were talking about FBI, right? FBI in the moment versus FBI as good as we know he can be.
Yes, and exactly. And to answer your question, Dash, about that, looking back at that gate, I know that EG is the gate, but they're the one trying to punch into it.
Yeah.
Closer is going to be the one that's shutting that gate closed.
Shut it down.
Yeah, he's going to be the one. I think that I have it as 100 Thieves taking this one. I think they can win their next 3, but I think specifically against 100 Thieves ain't happening.
Really, all of them?
I did not expect.
Come on, yesterday everybody agreed, and today everybody's agreeing again?
We're back at it.
Y'all are too agreeable. I got to find a way to create some infighting between my analysts. So I'm going to start.
Anything can happen.
Anything can happen. We know that much.
Not surprised if
All right, well, anything can happen. I tell you what has to happen. We have to head out to the battle arena where Freak and Kobe are standing by for the call.
Thank you very much. Hello, welcome.
I'm surprised with how well EG played yesterday.
Yeah.
With their win over Dignitas, I'm pretty surprised. Nobody was on the Evil Geniuses resurgence train.
I mean, I'm personally on the EG resurgence train. However, if we're saying like, hey, just yesterday, I thought 100 Thieves looked more dominant in their win than EG did. So it's like, hey, if both these teams are back ready to go, that is awesome.
Yeah.
The only thing I'm worried about is how do the standings shake out and do these teams face each other in like the round 1 lower bracket? Because I mean, there's a good chance these teams are going to actually eventually clinch the 3rd and 4th seeds. Right now, 100 Thieves are 2 games behind 2nd and 2 games ahead of 4th. They're like practically guaranteed this seed here. EG are exactly tied with Dig and FlyQuest, and only 1 ahead of Golden Guardians.
Yeah, 100 Thieves are currently on a 4-game win streak as well. Really heating up going into playoffs is the curve that you want to be on. These 2 teams were the 2 teams that were at the beginning of the season also projected to be top 4 with Cloud9 and Team Liquid. So an incredibly exciting match here, even though EG coming in at a 7-7. They will go with the first pick Nautilus. I like to dub this the Core JJ meta. All the teams now putting so much preference onto Nautilus, and we'll see if Vulcan can have a similar impact. Very, very good at playmaking. Also very indicative of level 1s, running straight down mid, looking for some level 1 advantages as well.
Yeah, Nautilus has been, at least in this patch, the most common support overall, so it seems like everyone's catching up to the Core JJ meta. I don't really disagree, but it is always, I find it very fascinating. When a champion eventually becomes number 1, who already had it number 1 a month ago, right? Because eventually everyone realizes that you were right, but I just find it very compelling that like, oh, no. TL and Core JJ, like, they knew this back in January. Like, that was already the call, and then everyone else caught up. Volibear locked in. Jinx here as well. Keep in mind, Aphelios up and available, but Jinx has been pretty highly prized as Kai'Sa joins the ban list, and now we're going to look at the nerfed Zeri as an option.
Seeing a lot of Zeri versus Jinx. 100 Thieves going to be pretty happy, I think, to have FBI on that Jinx and focusing on the team fights. Generally, there have been 2 types of 100 Thieves drafts, and there have been very, very heavily focused on 5v5 and playing around FBI, kind of the classic 100 Thieves, in which case they usually get someday a tank topside. And then there have been the split push, someday Tryndamere style drafts from 100 Thieves. Since they haven't invested in it early, of course, they can always save their red side counter pick for last for someday to keep EG guessing. But with this draft already, I'm kind of assuming 100 Thieves will go with the 5-on-5 setup. They've got safety now with Tom Kench for the Jinx as well. When you're looking at a Jarvan lock-in and a Nautilus on the opponent team, Tom Kench can do a lot to save a low mobility carry in those scenarios.
Yeah, for sure. So going to be looking for what the dives look like and who else can get stuff done. Because, yeah, maybe you save FBI, but does Abbedagge get to, get a lot of damage out? Or, can you stick long enough that, as Jinx comes back out, you still finish the job? So going to look for that one. The Inspire going to be on a lot of early pressure. Really, both the junglers are, of course. Let me go to the second phase of bans. Ryze off the table. Tryndamere here as well. Worth noting, every single team today picked red side that has been the popular side in the sort of the current landscape of League of Legends, the current set of patches.
Counter picks, baby.
Yeah, it's counter picks for top lane, right? Where the more I watch it, the more I've been enjoying the TP changes where, 2-on-2 is more straight up. And okay, we're seeing different champs because of that, sure. But like top lane actually gets to play the 1v1 in top lane. It's not about who TP's bot at level 6 and turns fight around. It's you actually have the extended 1v1 to play and kind of flex your skill level there. And it means that, well, because of that, we care about top counter pick way more.
Yeah, I've also been very, very interested in early jungle presence. I mean, these are definitely 2 of the best junglers we have in the LCS. Jarvan versus Volibear is a really interesting matchup because both can make things happen early, affect the lane super early on too. So we'll see about those solo lanes, and it is going to round out all solo lane bans. They end up banning away multiple mid laners here, as well as taking off the patented someday Tryndamere, so that won't be the option for them this time around.
No, it's going back and forth, figuring out what they want to play, of course. Mid lane yet to be locked in. If they want to go for mid lane first.
Ari is very high pro and still has not been banned out, and especially with the Ryze and LeBlanc both being banned there, Ari is definitely kind of the premier roaming pick mid laner that would still be available.
This is Someday's first Graves pick of the year. Lock-in and Spring Split. I'm just surprised because like he has been on damage the whole time. 4 Tryndamere games, 3 Gwen games. His first Graves of the year, and they're gonna actually save mid lane for Abbedagge instead.
Yeah, I mean, Graves, even though it's fallen off a bit in priority as well, is still a very strong blind pick for top lane. Gives you a lot of control over the wave. And doesn't require a bunch of attention. So allows 100 Thieves, allows Closer to try and focus some jungle attention either towards mid lane or towards bottom lane to try and get, FBI or Abbedagge fed in this matchup. And the blind Orianna coming out from JoJo. Again, no real big surprise there. Probably over the course of League of Legends history, the most blind picked mid laner that we've ever had.
What if I can easily find that? Because like, it's not the first time I've heard it. It's probably true.
Yeah.
As even just like the most overall picked mid laner across League of Legends. And okay, Twisted Fate coming back in there as well. We saw CLG play it yesterday. Not a highly prized mid laner, under 25% presence on this patch worldwide. But coming in saying, no, we really do care about side lanes. Obviously, 100 Thieves notoriously love to play around that bottom lane. But I don't know if Jinx Tom Kench beats a Zeri Nautilus. Regardless, that's the play style.
And you can really go for dives with this 100 Thieves composition that they've got set up here. This is one of the things that got them the championship in the LCS last year and got them so much success. So see if they can replicate that today.
EG 100 Thieves, let's go.
She got robbed!
Taking more time to find them.
And this is before we even take. Yes, let's go! We're 1 cup down, and you want to FF?
The degeneracy of Mr. Dash. More beer pong next week after LCS on Sundays. So we'll see you then, everyone.
Welcome to Summoner's Rift, Evil Geniuses and 100 Thieves. 4th place, 3rd place. Battling right now. Thieves, of course, the defending LCS champions. Hoping to make that one a back-to-back. It has been a rough road so far. A unceremonious early exit in the lock-in tournament and a slow start in the Spring Split itself, though, with the longest winning streak currently in the LCS, maybe they are back on form. EG, who looked great in lock-in, also had a slow start in Spring, trying to find their way back up as well.
Yeah, I mean, you say that, but 100 Thieves are 3rd place right now. So,
yeah.
And Team Liquid Cloud9 looking like juggernauts. So, honestly, I do think it is a decent kind of mid-split resurgence from this team. We'll see if they can keep it up here. Abbedagge on a Twisted Fate is definitely a look that does require some proactive play from 100 Thieves, and also can really buff up what I feel like is their best performing player is Closer. I just feel like Closer has done so well, continuing off the success of last year, where he got the finals MVP. Him and Someday have really been putting in the work for this team. And since Someday got his Tryndamere banned this game, I think it is kind of on Abbedagge here with this Twisted Fate to help Closer out with any sorts of ganks and invades that he tries to set up here.
For sure. Well, the bot lanes show up after giving their junglers a leash in both cases. Red Raptors for Inspired. We've got the standard sort of bot side full clear for Closer. Very easy for Vola Bridge to go for Gromp second. And I mean, it fits his comment pattern. He's mostly single target, to be honest. So we'll see where they go from here. If it's going to be the early Gromp for 3 and then the path back down or early gank top. A lot of ways you can go for it with the Jarvan. Skipping Krugs is very, very common on that champion. And JoJo, good early trades against Abbedagge. Gets the area, the auto attack. And he's up on CS.
And you can see the wards. Whenever there's a Jarvan in the game, you have to be aware of level 2 ganks, but also the fast level 3 ganks. And so double wards in the river up towards topside, 400 Thieves. The fastest level 3 where junglers have been kind of trending towards is the Red Raptors Gromp into gank. But having those early wards in the river allows Someday to freely push up here with confidence while he still has the vision. And then as long as he can push this in with Graves, again, tremendous AoE, one of the reasons why it's blind picked so often.
Yep.
All you have to do, shove this wave in, be able to get it to crash and bounce off. and you're under no real threat, especially versus Mininar.
And there you go, 3 minutes in, and normally, yes, Jarvan would be here if there was a play, but we already saw the ward down the river. It's worth noting, theoretically, if you spent a lot of time, you could skip Gromp, flag and dagger over that wall, wait in the brush, then go for round 2, but that would be so much to sell out. There we go, a flash force out of Jojo Pyun. Nice setup there as Closer walks up for the gank with Abadaga. And that is a summoner they can punish for the next 4 minutes.
Yeah, it's just that your flag is a very long cooldown, 11 seconds. You have to wait sitting there in the brush, twiddling your thumbs as a jungler. Junglers, let me tell you, you get real antsy sitting around for over 10 seconds in a brush.
Yep.
And so, yeah, the mid pass there gets not too much, but Closer moves down for a kind of deep ward to help out with that vision we're talking about, because Someday wants to keep pushing. So Crab plus this ward, which I'm very fond of putting control wards in this little brush too, sees a lot of the possible gank avenues.
Yeah, that's pretty good. I know what you mean about antsy jungler. That's why I play Nocturne. So I can just do camp and still be in gank threat, you know? And it's all right. I don't have to,
always
wait around.
Farming.
I don't have to wait out for my teammates. It's great. You know, got that ABF going on. And yeah, my CS never looked better. So, so far, so good. But very small lead to Evil Geniuses. The fact that their bot lane is crushing right now. Indeed, Zeri Nautilus is the stronger duo. That's not much of a surprise in the early game here. Early recall for FBI has a call to sustain a bit more.
Yeah, especially since those little nerfs to Jinx that I feel like a lot of people kind of shrugged off, but did seem very meaningful for at least the early lane phase. You know, the early mana and the early range on Fishbone scaling up, I think it is a correct way to try and nerf Jinx, you know, because having a lane phase as strong as she had with the, you know, team fight scaling that she had is definitely a crazy combination. And so there's no question Zeri early on should be more powerful, especially because Zeri can spike on early Trinity Force purchase as well. No indication yet. He could still go crit build. It's only one longsword, so hasn't committed here.
Yeah, Kraken Slayer, Essence Reaver, and Triforce are all, I think, competitive with one another. I think you, like, compared to the old patches where I think you were actually trolling if you went Kraken Slayer, like on release Zeri, you were just kind of wrong, and we saw that, by the way, but, you know, whatever. Triforce is the best. It's much closer now, and I think you really have a choice of, like, well, I can go Bruiser build, but if I'm not going to get Dove on, my scaling's better, my DPS is better if I go for the more crit-focused, and you have a real choice there.
Yeah. But playing into a Twisted Fate also, even though you have a cleanse, you're always going to want a little bit more HP. Here's the first dragon, though, from 100 Thieves. Off of pushing here on both mid and bottom, able to converge on this objective. And while Inspired is top side, finishing up that farm on Jarvan, 100 Thieves rack up objective number 1 of the game.
As the waves go down, we will not have Hextech Soul, as the second dragon is going to be one of those. Fair enough, as of course Inspired was tracked. He killed, or at least attacked, the top side control ward. Those are going to be on that side of the map as well, but ultimately just taking farm back and forth. Does show, though, that Inspired, his team has more map control, since they're able to get top scuttle. Everything past the first one is worth, I mean, just incredibly efficient golden XP, plus the vision, which obviously matters there as well. And now, his brush. Ooh, that could be a hit on Abadaga. Yeah, he's going to find the knock-up shockwave to follow. A huge amount of damage. And no way to flash out. No reason to. Well ganked by Inspired.
Yeah, no hesitation here as Abba goes over to try and ward this brush. Jarvan, easy EQ combo. An instant follow-up with a shockwave from Jojo. Nicely done from Evil Geniuses.
Yeah.
This is a huge influx of early game gold, because that's first blood money. Plus they were pushing on a very big, almost triple stacked wave there. Teleport is used from Abba to get back out, but still, quite a few of those minions did drop to the tower. I think at least one melee, probably 2.
Although I do want to criticize Abadaga for that death, because unless I'm like really misremembering, they saw Inspired kill that top side control ward, and then knew Scuttle was coming up, which means they know, like, he's spending 10 seconds on that side of the map, and he goes, like, back to ward there in Jarvan range.
Yeah, it's definitely a danger zone there. It's that kind of dichotomy you see that laners are come up with so many times. They're like, I have this feeling, and I know he's on the top side, so I need a ward in this brush. But if I go into range to ward this brush, I am then in range of EQ and in range of danger.
Yeah.
And just a good punish there, instant attack from EG, but definitely not cautious enough from the side of Abadaga and 100 Thieves. And also, when you're playing Twisted Fate, this is the stage in the game where you're really supposed to threaten roaming to both sides and supposed to have more control of the vision around mid lane, so your Twisted Fate can be the one in the Fog of War, and your Twisted Fate can be the one applying pressure by simply dropping off your opponent's map.
Yeah.
But with all this vision invested by Evil Geniuses, they're really countering it.
Yeah, even though bot lane was frozen, right? 100 Thieves actually has that one on their side of the map, makes it easy for TF to get behind, you know, maybe get something done there. But as you mentioned, not being kind of allowed out of mid lane makes it a lot tougher.
Yeah, that's why I really like those wards right there versus something like Twisted Fate, because it can see which side of the lane he hovers to, and you can early alert either your top laner or your bottom lane to try and keep track of him with that global ultimate.
But EG still with control. Looks like first Herald will be theirs. Vulcan will walk up. Danny's actually on the way now as well. But I mean, this is kind of ironic. It's bot lane turret's taking a lot of damage right now. FBI is free hitting in minigun form. 1 plate taken so far. Ultimately, Herald is indeed going to be claimed, and looks like he may not get more than just that 1 wave pushed in. Now it is still again 100 CS gold dropped, 160 gold earned for the plate. Danny will grab wave number 2.
Top side, just using the ultimate, try and push wave there for impact. But yeah, honestly, pretty good payment acquired for 100 Thieves for that big investment of 4 people from Evil Geniuses up towards Rift Herald, up towards the mid lane. It kind of looked like they were waiting for some sort of counterattack with him hovering in the Fog of War, expecting some aggression out of 100 Thieves, but since it never came, FBI got to farm back up on top side, or bottom side.
And we've got a pretty close game down there as well. They had actually tied up the CS a little bit ago, or at least got it closer than it was at 20 off. So relatively close between these AD carries. And a close game. 225 gold on the team with First Blood.
I'm kind of surprised there's not more early action from the Volibear Twisted Fate side of this matchup. We're almost 10 minutes in the game. Level 8 Twisted Fate, double summoner spells available, and a Volibear with ultimate also. Definitely well equipped for diving. And if they just need some sort of advantage on either side lane to be able to work off. And you can make a devastating play. Twisted Fate ultimate, teleport in. Volibear ultimate for turning off a tower. You can definitely force some early game here, but no such occurrence. And we might just be waiting for dragon stacking then, because it's only 23 seconds left on the next one. And that would indicate a bottom side setup. Neither top laner will have anything to do with it, because we are living in the world of both Unleashed teleports being a thing for 14 minutes, but also both of them are on cooldown, so they can't even get to their own towers down there. And it's just going to be about mid-jungle. Can they help out and get this priority on the setup?
As TP comes to the mid lane, there is Dragon number 2 in the setup. What's it going to look like? Scryer's Bloom actually helps make that a lot safer. Closer, able to defend his own control ward. EG are the ones with Fog of War. But they used to have a bit of pressure. Mid lane, it isn't going to be that way pushed in first. TF locked into the tower. Of course, he can always ult to join. And Closer, yes, gonna pull it out. And as they play on the right-hand side, they don't know one's not too close just yet, but now they walk up into vision. Could be a team fight. Close in gold. Engage comes in. Big damage on a Nautilus. It's gonna be a walk back, and that's gonna be all right. That's gonna be Jarvan grabbing it. Inspired takes the dragon and walks out.
I'm pretty Chad move here from Evil Geniuses. They just walk up, bully them off, smite the dragon away. Inspired grabs that one. No unnecessary bloodshed, Freak. Have a good, clean game here between Evil Geniuses and 100 Thieves. And Evil Geniuses feel so good about the pace of this game. Now they've evened up the dragons. With the early attack onto Twisted Fate, they've kind of kept Abadage in check here. No early aggressive moves from this champion out to the rest of the map. And JoJo has a giant CS lead over him to boot as well, off of that kill, off of the little pressure that Inspired was able to get out. And honestly, Inspired yesterday might have had his best game of the LCS of the entire time since he's been here. So really, really nice stuff this weekend from Evil Geniuses. Let's see about this move from 100 Thieves, though.
And technically did get the R out of Abadaga, so it was 100 Thieves in the mid lane, but looks like he was able to get vision. Sadly, no teleport, though, so, I mean, but it's rough, right? It's always the joke is, like, how long does it take for TF to find an ulti? Nice engage, though, on a Nautilus. Vulcan has a flash, but doesn't have a prayer at getting away. Abadaga claims the kill, spits him right out. The mother bird helping his little babies. Abadaga gets 300 gold for the credit.
Where are you going? Vulcan wanders into enemy territory over multiple wards there, trying to get some deeper vision and huge punish from 100 Thieves, but not necessarily a very exciting one. Just an extra support kill goes over and some more vision denial.
Yeah, EG support boldly went where no EG had gone before, and it turns out it was hostile territory. And the poor man, you know.
I like it. I like it. Okay, the connection.
Yeah.
Honestly, I have not heard another attempt at like a Vulcan, incorporation into a cast in quite a long time.
It's only been like Live Long and I've used like Live Long and Prosper once, maybe twice, maybe just not with you. And it's like, occasionally you go for that one. I may have gone Death Grip. I know it's not really a thing in the canon, but people know about it. So, a little bit of that tricky humor. I'm aware of.
It's first game of the day. It's starting a little slow. I let it slide. I like it.
Exactly. He'll hit a tricorder later on. That's how he finds the wards.
All right, we're done. No, I'm putting a stop to it.
We're putting a stop? Okay.
You've had your time.
All right. Like a well-stocked chef's pantry. All right, moving forward. Yeah, I know, that was... bot lane being pushed in. FBI open to find his way onto a second turret plate. Only get his nose up and close.
Looks good.
Yeah.
Looks good. You've got your twisted
3 seconds.
See, I want to point out the mini-map as well for some
we missed the plate.
That was also because of a hover. Oh, never mind. Let's remove that.
Engage. That is a knockup. That is now Tom Kench in the way. Ulti up in 5 seconds. He cannot save his teammate. Flash of safety, though. FBS are going to keep the fight going, but Danny wants forward. However, getting chunked down has a flash back. And here comes Twisted Fate, and he's going to be pretty close by. That's going to be the wild cards. Ooh, did not cut the brakes quite there, and they're going to come right back in. Who are going to be a bit low? Spits out FBI. No kill to be had, and now here comes Meganar. Has a flash, has a Meganar. Can he find the target? Doesn't go for the play. Abadaga, no flash get away, gets slowed up.
But that's their top lane teleport. That could mean a whole turret. Graves already has taken so much off of top turret. If you teleport away from top lane, you are, in essence, giving up an entire objective here. Indeed, someday will take that turret in payment. So while the cover teleport from Impact stops the play from 100 Thieves and stops the possible dive that was about to go down, they still lose first turret top side of the map to 100 Thieves. More gold going into their coffers. He also shoves the wave in, so a lot of CS denied at the secondary turret there. And in the recalls here, FBI should finish up on this bottom side one. So now 100 Thieves coming alive in this game. And we got to see the first play where Twisted Fate map presence was really felt. Off of the 100 Thieves play on the bottom side of the map, and the teleport through there with Abadaga. It's a chain of effects. 2 turrets is a very, very big early game lead. Here's another look at how Abadaga got chunked out before teleporting in. You notice he teleported in with like 50% HP because him and Closer went with the first move here onto Orianna. And Jojo tries to flash away, but they get that kill, and you get the chain kills, kind of a domino effect across the map here. Very, very timely manner allows them to get as much gold as they did. Again, Hui uses the ultimate here from Tom Kench, but as soon as that teleport went through, they knew all we have to do is get out without Impact getting anything down there on the bottom side of the map, and we will win in nature of someday pushing hard on top side. So finally, they do answer up on that one play for top side with the Rift Herald, but it's going to be a sustained 1.5 thousand gold lead, 400 Thieves off of those 2 plays.
Looks good, and of course, very little of that. I mean, 600 is TF passive, which is just part of the power budget. So you erase that if you're like saying, hey, the scoreboard is results-based. Okay, well, they've, earned gold, plus 900, looks pretty good. Second Dragon out for them as well here. It's going to be Cloud Map, of course. And Close looks like it's going to be uncontested entirely. Looks great. We're really, really sure no one's going to be here. Blue Trinket says, indeed, they're attacking it. Not a lot gain of that one. Donates 15 gold to FPI, but make sure they know what's going on. And we look at the next play that's possible. Looking at mid lane here is Impact and Close are going to notice each other. Abadaga pushing in the bottom side.
Also, a couple of stopwatches, key stopwatches from 2 champions we called out for possible tower dives on the side of 100 Thieves. There is, of course, one in Inspired Inventory as well for the side of EG, but I really feel like now is a great time for 100 Thieves to make a play. They've got Twisted Fate and Volibear ultimates back and available, and a wide open map. Both side lane turrets have been knocked down, so anybody pushing out should be a possible play.
So Joju Kung going to check what's going on the top side with the ball. Might have spotted a ward, gets rid of it. And mid lane pressured up by EG, but never looking at the turret itself. Easy wave clear comes through for the jinx of FBI.
So someday with the completed Hullbreaker on Graves now, this is the nerfed for range Hullbreaker, but it still is going to provide a lot of pushing power for him, and he's at secondary turret.
Really good damage, though. Jojiban gets the better of the trade by far, but I got 1 second stun, but be careful, Inspired. Go for the play, but there's a stopwatch available, so can't get much done. With the reinforcements, that would have been a one-way trip for EG's jungler. An ulti traded for an ulti, I believe, is Joji with a slightly shorter cooldown. Ultimately, though, not much changing.
Did also call Impact up from his bottom lane push, but he can go right back to bottom lane, start working on this extra minion wave here. I don't know if he can actually get up to any turret damage because the defense from 100 Thieves will come through, though.
Yeah, not going to matter too much. We are going to see most likely a shield bow out of Someday is going for the much tankier, more defensive build. Obviously, Rush Hullbreaker, despite the nerfs, still goes for it. I do want to point out he had claimed 2 turret plates in the heads-up one-on-one before the TV play happened. As you were mentioning, he was doing really well in that lane already. Hit the spike, started pushing Impact around, and I think he's going to probably keep that pressure going. Has plenty of armor, of course. And shouldn't be too worried. It's really only the Orianna is going to threaten him too much.
And now that they have gotten to the mid game here, 400 Thieves with this lineup, again, your strategy is to try and keep your side lanes pushed in here with Twisted Fate and Graves. That's why he's built for Hullbreaker, even though it's nerfed on range, so that you can open up the map to try and pick people off in transition between the objectives. Since Abadaga is currently on the top side, he also has Unleashed Teleport, could close in on any of these plays. But 100 Thieves doing a pretty good job of controlling this map. Utilizing the outer towers being down to push in the waves that give you that artificial minion vision,
right?
And force responses from the EG members to pick those waves up, and then transition over to the neutral objectives, which I even include Scuttle Crab in, even though it's a much smaller neutral objective than the Dragon or Rift Herald.
It is definitely smaller.
That sucker, especially for junglers,
objectively smaller.
It is definitely still valuable.
It is worth more gold than the Dragon.
It's true.
And that's really relevant. It gives more vision than Dragon.
Also true.
Yeah.
It is more crab-like than the Dragon.
It's definitely more crab-like.
It's more green than all the dragons except for Ocean Dragon.
I think Ocean Soul is...
Do we keep going? No.
I mean, it's got more legs.
Okay.
I think that's about it, though.
All it really reminded me of were the days of old when Dragon was worth 500 gold.
Oh, yeah.
And would even spawn at the beginning of the game, so you could even have level 1
level 1 the Dragon.
Full 5-on-5s down there. Those are some good old days.
I remember doing that. We had a strategy. We'd bring... Everyone had an aura. We'd rush Aegis and all the other aura items, and we'd, like, drop Rally. And we would just, like, okay, it's 2 minutes. We're rushing Dragon. Let's go. All right, get back to your lanes, everyone. See you in 5 minutes. We're doing it again. Got the, like, really high. Just saying.
Mid-turret siege, though, is successful for Evil Geniuses as 100 Thieves are trying to split push on both sides. The payment is your mid-tower. Still very dark here. I like the vision toggle from Observers, though. Evil Geniuses are going to continue to get pushed around the map because of the mobility of the 100 Thieves comp here, and this is going to be the constant battle for them, trying to get enough vision to make their play with some success. You know, they've got plenty of dive. They want to force their 5-on-5. A Jarvan plus Orianna combo with a Nautilus to guarantee it. Like, there's so much engage here for EG. If they can just get their hands on some 100 Thieves member, if they can actually get in a range to force it, they have so much power to try and engage with. And a lot of it is AoE, to the point of, oh, you know, Tom Kench can just, you know, eat one of the carries. You know, with Jarvan and Orianna, you have really good AoE to try and split targets there.
Well, next Dragon's coming up, and it's going to be Soul Point for 100 Thieves. They can claim the second Cloud Drake of the game. Right now, this bottom river is completely fog of war. 50 shades of it, honestly, is Shadow Flowers. EG trying to walk their way in, but the Dragon's already up. Inspired, Impact's gonna spot it, but he's Mininar with no bar either. Easy Smite gonna be claimed, and a Mininar is gonna be attacked right now, tanking for a little while. Is it gonna be enough? Honestly, Closer has to flash out of the pit, so yes, a lot of time bought. 100 Thieves feel safe, though. TF on the way out, way back towards mid lane. No recompense here for EG, so Soul Point 100 Thieves.
Yeah, 100 Thieves rewarded for pushing in on both sides first. Again, the minion waves are still in pretty good positions for themselves, and they got Soul Point without any bloodshed again. So decisive here on burning that dragon. I really like the focus from this team. Just say, okay, we're getting the objective, and then everyone just get out afterwards. Even investing the flash from Closer instead of ulting over the back of the pit. and it is going to be objective acquired for them. So now we put another 5 minutes on the clock. Well, Twisted Fate play down to the bottom side. There's the split.
Impact is armor stack, but you got a mage in the mid lane. The double hop looks pretty good. The flash to safety. And Abadaga, he had his 25 range gold card, but not enough damage to finish the kill afterwards. Good escape.
Yep, and that is a big summoner spell. No flash on Gnar does greatly hinder both the split pushing capabilities of Evil Geniuses, because Gnar is the split pusher for this team, but also their team fight. So that was a very intelligent pick to go for 400 Thieves. We mentioned these are going to be the rewards when you split the map and you have Twisted Fate. Eventually, you try and pick someone off in their rotation to these objectives. Since you got one of the most valuable flashes in the game here in Impact's flash, that hurts both playstyles for EG.
And now, if you discount TF passive, you could argue it's a gold lead for EG in terms of gold earned. See what happens in this game, but a 3-minute countdown until Cloud Soul gives all that extra move speed. Makes those chases even easier, makes that kiting even easier. BI on his way towards the third item, needs that Lord Dominic's.
Yeah, so EG, next order of business, be at this next dragon well in advance of it spawning. I know this will be difficult because 100 Thieves should continue to push in on their side lanes, especially top lane. Minion waves should be under constant pressure from 100 Thieves, always pushing that out. But if EG can get early vision in advance of the arrival of this Cloud Drake, and then just get there in time, they have such good turn off of objectives. So much hard engage for them. And Orianna and Gnar both can cut off with their zone control a lot of the areas leading up to the dragon, like this corridor here, so dangerous to try and travel through when you're facing these big AoE abilities. So it's going to be really big, the timing of the resets for EG to set up for that neutral objective, and keeping an eye on that pushing topside minion wave.
A couple of brushes checked. Closer makes sure with the sweeper, he was juking in and out. Okay, no one's in the brush. Okay, walk forward. Zap in the other one. All right, we seem to be okay up here, but doesn't feel safe enough to go for the control ward in the Baron Pit. As Vulcan walks his way over and tricorders out, realizes, that's a ward. Get rid of that one. Thank you very much. Off he walks as Closer goes for the next one, and now the vision once again pretty dark in the top side for EG. Vulcan puts one down a spot. Some of the spots, Danny got to check that brush. All right, no control wards in there. Fair enough. Closer sees the same thing.
Now, every time that top minion wave does get pushed in, it gives a little timer there, 400 Thieves, because someone has to go answer it. Currently, JoJo's going to go answer it. Orianna just kind of picks them up at the tower. And he does have his Unleashed Teleport cooldown off as well, so should be able to try and answer defensively with a teleport if 100 Thieves attempts going for one of those picks. Can't be too aggressive about it. Because Ori very vulnerable, even though he's got a stopwatch in inventory for one saving play.
It is interesting seeing the way assignments are going, is that TF is playing towards the top lane to push the waves in. You don't want to leave Jinx alone, so of course it's going to be Abadaga. But that means Impact's like, oh, cool, I can push bot lane to a turret. Like, TF's nowhere near me. Like, this is great. I can actually play the side lanes. I love that. So, has been relatively few TF ults. 1 kill, 1 assist so far. 100 Thieves, though, 48 seconds to go, and Cloud Soul could be theirs.
All right, this is that crunch time for the setup we were alluding to. Now's the time to transition over, get your vision early around this dragon, so that you can then control these 2 corridors, get your vision through the river first, and force the face checks. Top side, though, good job from 100 Thieves. You see Abadaga continually pushing in that top wave to try and keep him here. The teleports are ready, and here goes the first move into the river.
And right now, just now, Impact became Mini Gnar, burned the ulti, knowing he's not going to have it anyway. The cooldown's really short, by the way, at higher rank, especially with some haste. So, still 10 seconds to go, though, right? We have time to try to build that one back up. Next wave is coming in mid. Would love to see Impact actually grab that one, get him into that lane, get that bar charged up. TP's not coming in, 400 Thieves as well, and now, well, the battle may just compense. Keep in mind, the timer, right? The timer is on EG's favor. The longer it goes, the closer Impact is to Mega Gnar and that ulti. The longer 100 Thieves wait, the better it looks to the blue team. Once again, throwing the boomerangs in, touch the dragon, get the bar to fill up, and it's almost there.
Eyes on FBI. The dive towards Jinx will be the way that EG win.
Good ult to safety. Blue Trinket knows, okay, what's the flank look like? Nothing really. Decent poke down to half HP. Platinum as well. In goes the engage and just a bounce house. Closer's already gone. It's going to be taken up someday. Somehow claims the dragon, and the red team grabbing a couple of kills here. 100 Thieves doing their very best, their home colors, and they are just slaughtering now. Looks like they got enough members alive that just nothing comes through. Danny left alone, but with no teammates, can't find another kill.
I saw that dragon at under 900 HP for what felt like an eternity. What happened there with the smite? It's going to be another kill picked up as they take down Danny as well. 100 Thieves just took over this game, Freak. What a fight for them.
Power spikes were huge. Lord Dominance was in for FBI. 3-item Jinx had managed to stay safe and just hits and hits and hits. Bud Light Ace.
This is what I've been waiting for, this replay, because EG, they get the first kill, they blow up Closer, and then what happens with the smite game? Okay, so ultimate is down. Now it's difficult for Closer to go back in. FBI chunking them down here, softening up Evil Geniuses, but as they shockwave in this volley bear, he tries to come in.
Inspired,
yeah, he's going for the fight, and he dunks onto Huhi, the Tom Kench with FBI back there. He tries to flash back into the pit, but Someday sees it. He's like, Inspired, you're too far away from the objective. You went for the dive on the back line, and so Someday sees the line, sees the angle. He gets the job done on Graves, and then he lives with the stopwatch. FBI's heal as well gets him back up, and he is the hero once again. The flank around the back from Someday. Eyes on the prize, and then this one on Danny. Just sticking around after the fight, right there in the open. Great job from Huhi. They land the slow, they land the W follow-up. Beautiful stuff from him, and 100 Thieves currently on the 4-game win streak, looking to extend it to 5.
Looking really good. Dunk at the backside. Abadaga had the flash still from the last fight. Just gets away cleanly, not even going to matter. Well done there. The Baron buff push keeps continuing as now 2 towers are gone. Mid's gone. Top tier 2 as well. Easy stuff. 100 Thieves, yeah, really, really doing so well right now. 3,000 gold on the Red Bull Baron power play, and now we can see Abadaga heading to the bottom side. Has ulti up, no flash or TP, but can still ulti to the fight. He'll push in bot for tier 2.
Man, all this extra move speed too for the side of 100 Thieves just further helps this split push game. This makes it more difficult to catch their split pushers, more annoying. And when you have Baron buff plus all this extra speed and the gold advantage, easy for them to close in. Look at all these towers now dropping. Everything outside of inhibitors taken off the map. Baron buff here gonna allow the 4-1 from 100 Thieves to get right up close.
What we got going on here? A little temp of the zap. Because ultimately, yes, the wave will go down. 100 Thieves spending most of their effort here. Always keeping Someday, though, split up. No TP onto him. Level 17, though. And we'll have mid pushed in soon. The wave's right behind him. Long range damage coming across. Thank you to the cannon minion. Finally, EG have enough reinforcements to go ahead and push that one forward, and they're going to be okay. Abadaga, we know he is flashless, but he gets a root, and they can't quite get the rest of the chase down just yet. Gets all the way through. Rocket's going to go wide. The mid turret nearly dead. Somebody can't quite go in because he would be flanked. Abadaga going to join the left-hand side, and turret finally follows the minion pressure.
Whew. I mean, some games, Freak, they're slow for a while, and they just explode with one fight, and this has been one of them. All right, Abadaga, let's see if he can get out of it. This one, he's got gold cards, he's got cloud, move speed, no problem for him, just walks his way out. 100 Thieves get to go spend all of that gold they just acquired, and now they come back out onto the Rift, basically as kings. Everybody full up on their inventory, and now the celebration tweets can even start to come through. Happy birthday!
Yep. Yeah, it's a good present to have. You know, 100 Thieves, like, pretty much at this point going to be locking in top 3. It's going to be pretty hard to lose this point here. Danny gets a good escape.
Yeah, I still can't believe Someday with the flank around the back gets to slip in there and steal away the dragon. That is insane. They had just killed the enemy jungler, Freak. There was no other smite contest.
Yep.
But they lost track of every member of 100 Thieves, and Someday gets paid for his flank. And the fact that he lived too with that stopwatch
is good.
Massive.
Yeah, they added up pretty well. Unfortunately, Danny was able to land that last shot. There was technically time to like maybe get a Q or a zap or something when he came out of stopwatch, but obviously the man was busy, so it wouldn't change the result of the fight regardless. So pretty good luck, 1-0 and 2 with a Dragon Soul to his name as well. Add that to the scoreboard. Like, where's fantasy points for that one? I'm pretty sure he's on my team, so really could use that. Plus maybe 50 for a Dragon Soul, I think is fair, maybe. Just as a thought, you know, maybe consider it. But EG, what are they going to find now? Well, an Elder Dragon in 1 minute. And that's kind of the go for broke moment. At that point, it's like, well, they've spent, they're up 7K. Not going to get much of a better chance in stealing that.
And the conversation around the league currently has been absolutely dominated by Cloud9 and Team Liquid.
Yeah.
And I think rightfully so to this point. But with assuming they get this win for 100 Thieves, they can close this out. This does bring them within 1 game of both Cloud9 and Team Liquid. This will push 100 Thieves to 10 wins. Yes, both Cloud9 and Team Liquid have games today that they could also win and increase that lead, but this does really put 100 Thieves back within striking distance and back within this conversation where people are assuming at the beginning of this year that 100 Thieves would be, from the very beginning in this top, conversation at the very top of the league, coming from being champions last year. I just think it is nice to see this resurgence from them.
Absolutely. And it also means that you have that extra little incentive to guarantee that first seed. Because second place, third, first round, right? And I thought it was going to be TL because Cloud9 looked unstoppable. Turns out TSM's just better, so good to them. And so now that Cloud9 TL battle for first, yeah, dodging 100 Thieves kind of matters here, So that kind of makes that race even more exciting as well, which I'm happy about. And now Elder Dragon. It was Someday last time, who's going to be this time? Because Gnar and Someday, yeah, those two are busy fighting each other on the other side of the map, which is a battle that Graves is going to win. How long do you want to play the 4-on-4? Because Graves eventually takes your base. If this takes 7 years, you eventually win the game. So can you play it that slowly? It's EG who start the Dragon. It's EG who now have to burn the occasional cooldown, the occasional bit of their health bar.
Someday is blasting Impact, too. 100 Thieves just need to buy time.
Well, fight starts. Closer Zonius is to get away from the Nautilus stun. Shockwave going to be flashed by FBI. Dragon still alive at half HP. Closer well pushed out. Anchor on a Huhi. Knockup comes in, chomps on his support. Onto the AD carry. FBI just gets deleted, but the rest of the map matters as well. 2 for 0, and Elder Dragon could be a guarantee. Closer has to be marked. Danny flashes in for the chase. Right on top of Vulcan, a double kill for Zeri. And the TP will be here in time. EG had to go, and they went boldly, and they found a couple of kills. They found 3 for 1, and now the rest of it matters, though. With Elder Dragon online, Someday no longer wins that fight.
Someday wins the 1v1, but 100 Thieves lose the 4v4 by Elder Dragon, and now Impact wants to use that buff.
Okay, yeah, no more Gnar buff, so you gotta get away from that one. But well done.
He wanted to keep him here long enough for the transition. Look at the mini-map, the river. Inspired and Danny are heading up towards Baron right now, and Someday got chunked out. He heals right back off the jungle, but I don't think they saw vision. They didn't see them go in onto this Baron. So Someday's going to actually complete the recall. He's got Unleashed Teleport. Maybe they go for the push instead with Abba.
Going down here towards Impact, not in range for the stun. Of course, Rapid Fire Cannon on cooldown basically, so we can't find a gold card there. This will be a turret. This will be the Nexus probably as well as stun. Going to be mostly inconsequential. Objective claimed, bounty claimed, Meganar tanky. And now with Baron, Vulcan and EG cling on to this one. Down to 2,300 gold difference.
Ooh. Evil geniuses, they get Elder Dragon and Baron, but they lose most of their base. Critically, it is only 2 inhibitors, not all 3. All 3 gives you the multiplicative effect with double supers in every single lane, and it's much more difficult to deal with. So I expect EG with this Baron buff to do mostly tedious work of clearing out multiple lanes of super minions that are going to be constantly pushing into them, and you should see a little bit of a rubber band of the gold coming back towards EG if they can just continue to farm these lanes. But they got both neutral objectives in a very, very difficult setup for themselves. So because Someday was crushing the 1v1 during this whole time, he blasts through Impact, takes the inhibitor himself, but that's why the 4v4 at the objective is so critical. Vulcan goes for the hook. They get a very early Tahm Kench ult out of Huhi and then immediately stomp on FBI right afterwards. As soon as he comes out of the Tahm Kench mouth there, they get the kill and then they get the objective. So with that Baron, they actually push really hard here and fast. 26 seconds left on the Elder Dragon buff as well. That's what's really giving them the threat.
Graves vs. Gnar still exists though. Elder Dragon on for 15. Once that time's out, Someday probably wins his fight, but until then, it's going to be tough to win that 4-on-4. Closer slowed up. And one does Inspired find his engage. The rocket for poke, not too bad. Joji-kun shields a bit of it.
And that rubber band effect of the gold has done its work. It was a 2,000 gold lead almost for 100 Thieves before we went into that replay. And now that has been erased, completely deleted by EG pushing up. Plus, a bunch more minions here for Impact to soak inside their base. Evil geniuses have recovered pretty substantially, but now their buffs are wearing out.
And we end in a state where EG have 2 levels, one on jungle, one on AD carry for now. Gold is equal, but 100 Thieves are up a Dragon Soul. By the top scoreboard, I'd say that's actually reasonably close. Maybe slightly 100 Thieves' favor, but obviously a very, very tight game here. Now, most of the minions, of course, are no longer going to be worth XP as the level 18s come through. That's going to stop mattering, yet still shared across those champions.
I think 100 Thieves, as long as they play their split push out well here, should be pretty highly advantaged. You've got Cloud Soul to allow your Twisted Fate and your Graves to get massive pressure from pushing in on both of those side lanes. And Tahm Kench to try and keep your Jinx safe. So this should be, they have a lot of tools to control the map with here for 100 Thieves, and that should be their way out. The way out for Evil Geniuses is straight up the middle, Freak. They've got massive hard engage. You got to find that pick, get within range of someone, and start picking off those kills.
The difficulty I have with the 100 Thieves comp, though, is if Someday stays split, they are sort of, if you round, it's a one-threat comp. Because Abadaga has a rapid-fire cannon, a Zhonya's, a low-stack Majai's. Like, his damage is not nearly as high as Jojo.
And that's why I emphasize playing the map, not playing the team fight for them.
Well, of course, but it just means, like, if the fight starts, like, we saw that last Dragon battle, right? You dunk in on towards Jinx, he gets Tahm Kench spit out, spits back out, those just kill Jinx, you can't do anything. Oh, we got to stun on the bottom side, though, and that's what we're looking for, right? Playing the map, Kobe, you said so. Impact will be gold carded again, burns the stopwatch shield, or the stone plate shield, I should say. That now on cooldown, but the reports have arrived.
They have to back out now. EG, you can poke and prod at this team, but if you stick around too long after an attempted pick, that's when the pain comes, once every member arrives. They do have to deal with some downed inhibitors for a little bit longer. Top one respawns now, so bottom one should be pretty short to follow. Oh, we have the timer as well, 1 minute away on bottom inhibitor. And if EG can just get all their inhibitors respawned, then you have way, 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 way more time to work with because you're not worried about that super quick backdoor effort. Twisted Fate is one of the most fun champions to split push with because you can Twisted Fate ultimate in across the map and bring a ward with you to have your other split pusher teleport to you inside the base. And you get some really exciting double, basically, teleports into the opponent base to go for some backdoor action.
40 seconds on the Elder Dragon. 100 Thieves, they gold card, the very green scuttle. The greenest thing on the map. Vulcan flashes in, finds his hook. Is it enough to matter, though, as Closer's going to ult away? A stun's going to land. Shockwave chomped up by Huhi. Is it enough, though? Can Jinx kill the team? It's a lot of damage. That is one giant threat as Graves still winning a silent up against Gnar. Abadaga over the wall, cannot find the empowered stun. Now he does, but the shield is there. And Inspired will stay safe.
So close there for 100 Thieves, punishing that. Jojo got chunked incredibly low, basically out of the fight. Abba tries to sneak around the back, and now with the Cloud Soul, they move in over the extra move speed. Dodges out on the hook.
And Vulcan taking some damage. Ooh, a little bit more on the bottom side. They're getting corralled in and gonna have to run away. Impact, Mini Gnar, but could be stunned, will be attacked, and will be taken down. Almost certainly. They won't find the knockup just yet, though. And meanwhile, Graves pushing the base. Impact running for his damn life. Will get Mega Gnar, and in fact, he's going to buy so much time, but honestly, time is something that 100 Thieves have right now. Oh. They go back down to this Elder Dragon. With Impact not around, it's a momentary 4v3. They're going to dive right on in. Huge damage on a Vulcan. They're going to find one already. Graves still in the base as well. Stopwatch burned. Gnar back in. What's he going to find, though, is the question. Kills traded back and forth as Danny slays Closer, stays alive, and it's just EG with the team fight diff. Jojo Pyun, they'll start trying to hold the Graves away, but the base is in shambles. Is it going to be a steal somehow? He does. I think he got it. He did. He spell booked Smite. And the Elder Dragon has been claimed by Abadaga. He's got an ult. He's got a summoner spell. He's got a dragon. And he's got the assist on that
They got to defend Zeri, though. Zeri's at the Nexus, Freak. They have to defend. Danny is forcing them off of the push. Danny is protecting their Nexus by being offensive here. The push up the middle from Danny. Zeri goes straight for it. With the extra move speed, he can jump right back out over the wall as well. He saved the game, even with Abadage, hero steal in on the Elder Dragon. Danny goes for that counter push straight up the middle. This is why I love these differences in team comp styles in the late game. So fun to push and pull around these late game objectives with open bases. And now, inhibitors down on both sides. 2 on the side of Evil Geniuses, 1 on the side of 100 Thieves, and they go straight for the Baron. This is going to greatly accelerate their split push.
Even though Abadaga is dead, Jojo Pyun is as well, and Abba could show up first. So Baron gonna be claimed yet again. 100 Thieves. Is it enough this time?
Yeah, I think so. It's so hard to deal with the split push of Baroned up Cloud Soul teams. There's so much mobility and pushing power here with this extra buff. As long as they have Abadage push up this super minion wave towards mid, then their 1 tower at Nexus should be okay, and he can just teleport to the rest of the team.
Down goes the wave. Stay alive, but yeah, how much we're getting out of this one? An Elder buff on 1, a Baron buff on 4. Actually, might I land enough that it was on TF as well? Should be a buff on 5. 1 more recall. I think Abadaga had to fill out his last item slot. We saw him sell a little bit ago.
Now, there is going to be pressure on all lanes because, as you can see on screen, 100 Thieves with the Baron buff get their pressure topside. Super minions will do it for them on bottom side, and Abadaga, again, trying to work through those supers through mid. So they're pushing in on all sides on EG. EG are a caged animal right now, and they're going to have to get aggressive. They're going to have to fight their way out. They're waiting for this Elder buff to fall off, though, because that is the biggest team fight threat that they're facing. If they wait for the Elder to fall off and then go for the fight, if they can kill FBI, they do stand a chance.
Does Vulcan find an enterprising engage? Does FBI get picked off?
It's so intense right now. That was actually a good kind of pressure breaker.
It's good.
Someday has done so much work this game, by the way, destroying this base, putting in every little last ounce of effort, and now Abba actually transferring from mid down to bottom side. So 2-pronged attack here from 100 Thieves, and they're closing in.
Impact is not that fast. Of course, keep in mind, we still have that Cloud Soul in these dances. Move speed means so much, and I feel like it's making a pretty big difference here in the ability to get in and out of these fights. Someday, pushing back in through, and that's going to be triple inhibitor. So from now, we will start spawning double supers per wave. We go from 2 on the map per wave to 6 on the map per wave. The last inhibitor does all the heavy lifting for infinite lane pressure, and we see them come in now.
All right, now 100 Thieves, all they have to do is keep EG at arm's length. Don't expose a vulnerable high priority target to a flash play from Vulcan. That is basically what you're worried about. So if you just wait for the reinforcements of super minions from all 3 lanes and you stand behind them as an extra layer of safety, you will eventually be able to erode away at the Evil Genius's last remnants of defense here. And that's when you get to see EG get really desperate. They know time is working against them.
When's it gonna find the engage? Right now, the wave clear, not horrible from Titanic, Hydra, Zeri, but they still push in, they're still tanky, and it's still pretty tough. Impact looks forward, can't find Abadaga. Not gonna matter, he's still able to play out of the range here. And now is the first double stacked wave. Top and bot coming in, but top inhibitor died, so that one's not gonna be buffed up as well. Be like, weirdly desync inhibitors mean that you don't get that much pressure out of it. Impact goes in towards Someday, feels good about the fight.
Mini.
And 100 Thieves wait out their entire Baron, but with nothing going on, Closer ults back to safety. 100 Thieves do not have a good enough team fighting composition to make these go over. Even with Baron, even with supers, they cannot actually approach the Nexus.
They're poking away at the inhibitor, though. FBI using Fishbones, rocket after rocket. Now he's exposed.
Has to be chomped up, though. That is a major cooldown gone. And salute to that one, a good engage. It's going to be Vulcan forcing that one out.
And the EG defense holds, Freak. Backs against the wall, all the buffs on 100 Thieves. They had Baron and Elder and the Dragon Soul, but EG with the threat, so much looming engage on their team, they don't allow 100 Thieves to step up and get any structure damage and actually any headway in ending this game. So the inhibitors respawn on both sides for EG.
40 seconds now for the Elder Dragon. Mid gonna be, as we can see, gone for 2.5. Obviously, 100 Thieves weathered that storm. They are still down 1 Nexus turret, and with, of course, mid open, that means EG win a solid fight, and they just end the game. You can have Nautilus tank the turret for you, and you can just kind of close it out even without a wave. But at the very least, 100 Thieves get mid to push for them, but we keep ticking down. 20 seconds till the Elder Dragon comes up. A 6-kill Zeri, basically full build here. At this point, you can actually sell Triforce for Kraken. It probably actually makes some degree of sense, but we now look at the Baron dance. Vulcan gonna make first contact, stunned up, but has Aftershock. He's gonna be all right for a while. Here comes the dunk again. Chopped up by Zeri. There goes him, Inspire, but it's not an important target. Abadaga gets away. Impact fight for the backline. A triple, a quadra, an R ulti, I can't tell, but he's not tanky enough for a Jinx, who he will drop, I believe, 2 for 1 so far. Advantage 100 Thieves, and they want to march them in if they can.
It's just that the front line's traded there. It is Impact and Hui going down. Jojo Pyun not going to be able to give the DPS, but Danny can do it himself.
Danny's going to try, goes in for closer, jumps to the wrong side of the wall. It's a flash, make it happen. Already Nautilus is down, but Danny misses a couple of Qs, lands one there.
Oh!
The flash auto. Sumday's flash wins everything. He gets Dragon Souls, he gets the base, he gets solo kills, he wins team fights, and it's his day all along. 100 Thieves fought and scraped and battled, and EG were with them every step of the way. But 100 Thieves basically secure at least top 3. They will take down the Nexus. What a game!
Someday is the man. Woo! Woo! What a split! Not just this game, Freak, all split long. Someday has been doing heavy lifting for 100 Thieves. He has split pushed, he has played front lines. When they want him to play tanks, he'll get on tanks. He did it with Tryndamere, he does it with Graves.
Yep.
What a monster.
Turns out, when you add a top laner whose name starts with Sum, it becomes a stronger team overall. This man has been huge. That was dumb, I know, but I wanted to go for it anyway. But really, really, really massive. His first Graves game of the year. Man, it looks like he's been an expert his whole life. That was outstanding.
He was the whole difference this game. It was so good, so well played from Someday. Nice incorporation of the Twisted Fate as well, I have to say, for 100 Thieves. It took them a while to get going. I was expecting a little bit more early action with Volibear, Twisted Fate, but once they opened up the play with that bottom side play, first ganking mid, Volibear and Twisted Fate, they get the kill onto JoJo, they go down bottom side, they open up the map, Someday really starts split pushing, and they bring it home.
Well done. We're joining Tigris and Someday for our Verizon Postgame interview.
Thank you, Freak. What a game from Someday and the entirety of 100 Thieves to pull off the victory against Evil Geniuses. What was that late game like for you? It was definitely on a knife's edge.
Yeah, the late game was kind of disaster, like 50-minute banger games, but yeah, finally we won, so I didn't think we were gonna lose.
Yeah. I mean, a great spellbook steal that we saw from Abadaga onto Elder, but such wonderful play from you as well. Why did you pull out the Graves for the first time this split?
I personally think we are kind of level up. We can play like through top side or bot side, and we can do like anything. So I'm glad that we win with Graves.
A lot more playing towards top side than it feels like in the past. What has this split been like for you? Lots of diverse styles, lots of opportunities to pop off.
I mean, we didn't force to play around top side or something like that, but the meta got changed, and then I can play some different champions too. So it was good.
Responding nicely to the meta. You got 3 more matches in the regular season. A nice streak, I believe 5 games at this point for you and 100 Thieves. How you feeling going into the last bit?
The last week will be a super week, so I hope we're gonna get more wins as well. And I wanna play well and in playoffs too.
Oh yeah, everyone's been having so much fun watching you Someday. Thank you for the interview.
Thank you.
100 Thieves with the dub to start off the day. We're kicking it to a break, but on the other side, our analyst desk will be breaking it on down. See you there.
Welcome to Summoner's Rift, EG 100 Thieves. Let's go.
What happened there with the smite? It's going to be another kill picked up as they take down Danny as well. 100 Thieves just took over this game, Freak.
Is it going to be a steal somehow? He does. I think he got it. He did. He spell booked smite. And the Elder Dragon has been claimed by Abadaga. He's got an ult. He's got a summoner spell. He's got a dragon. And he's got the assist on that kill.
Is going to be home to a new team.
Welcome back to the State Farm Analyst Desk. It's changed in look. Unfortunately, Dash had to leave to attend to a personal matter, so it's going to be the three of us for most of the day. I think having some guests on. I think we have a good chance of Blaze Olive joining us after the Golden Guardians game, but this was a banger.
Yeah.
It
was hilarious.
Was something.
Because every single time we'd be building something. Okay, this dragon fight was influential.
Yeah.
We're gonna have to scrap that. Actually, this fight was influential.
Yep.
Wild to see.
Yeah. So we can go straight into the highlights and then keep talking because this was almost a prototypical 100 Thieves game until it wasn't. Dragon stacking. That's what we thought they were gonna do.
And we had like so many great cross-map plays from the early game that we actually ended up having to cut out. In favor of a lot of these Drake fights, but this is where like everything happened pretty much because of the way that 100 Thieves were able to set that up. And I know Jat has been harping on this for weeks.
7-0 with first Dragon.
Undefeated.
Not even close to being 6-1. They had this game the whole time, but they actually are. Like, to me, it's because 100 Thieves has a big problem finding systemic ways to close out the game.
Yes.
So the system they use is Dragon Stack.
Yeah.
And through that conflict is where they generate their victories.
That is where I'm gonna harp on their side lane pressure and where I really want to give credit to Someday here, right? He himself has talked about this with 100 Thieves as to when he's going to be in side lane, when he's going to be joining up for these 5v5 fights that do always happen when they are able to get that Drake stacking in. And so I want to give him massive credit, and also the TF pick. I think it works well, automatically giving them side lane pressure through the way that champion plays.
Yeah, it felt like it was dictated by fights because sure, 100 Thieves got Cloud Soul, but it is Cloud Soul. It's not an influential one that decides team fights themselves. So then suddenly, Evil Genius's team fight comp comes online. Zeri starts just picking at people. And so there were just some influential steals. You were talking about Someday. Someday
this was
had
the most wild.
This one was also, it looked like an easy kill.
We thought this was int.
Yes.
But he, especially because he's against a Cloud Soul, so they're actually even faster chasing him. He buys this much time to make them start the Elder and then make 100 Thieves have a poor team fight engaged. Closer just kind of throws himself in there, and it almost turned the game around, just didn't.
Yeah, this was also where we were like, okay, you know, maybe EG have this. And when we've talked to players so many times about what happens in these moments, right? When like you have to see the rest of the map while a massive fight is going on around an objective, and I think we're gonna cut to
Smite.
Yeah. Oh my gosh.
Boom.
The tweet from Avidaga at the same time, his reaction.
Thank you, producers, for that. I did not know that was coming.
So two big steals. The first steal from Someday when Closer was dead to nail Soul for his team, and then the Spellbook Smite while Zeri was trying to end the game, wasn't able to do that.
Yeah.
So many windows in which Evil Geniuses could have won this game that just through clutch moments, 100 Thieves was able to keep on.
And I do think that this happens more than would be a coincidence.
Yeah.
At least when I think back to 100 Thieves last year, they played in a lot of close games, and they won the whole split. So, like, this game, we definitely look at it, and I'm not saying, like, this was the plan for them, but it was a slower game as well.
Yes.
So this is actually the kind of the conversation we were having during the game, because EG had a really slow game yesterday. We think it's probably a reaction from the coaching staff and the team trying to overcorrect and not take so many bad fights. But 100 Thieves is also, I think, reverting back to a slower, more Dragon-centric game.
Yes.
Even after all the craziness, the combined kills per minute for this game was still low. So who does a slow game favor with these two teams?
I still think it's...
go on.
Oh, no.
I see your face lighting up, so you go for it.
Go for it.
I still think it's 100 Thieves.
Yeah.
And I think it's because, again, when we look at the way this team has won, it has been just through, like, 5v5, like, smashing team fights.
Yep.
And I've been heavily critical of the fact that sometimes they just group mid and sometimes they just force fights over Drake instead of leveraging side lane pressure, which I think they could do better. But when it comes down to 5v fights, this team knows what they want to do, especially if FBI is on a hyper carry like the Jinx.
Yeah, 100%. I think especially if you have Twisted Fate and the side lane advantage that Someday is giving you, then you should be able to win out in the long term because you're putting Evil Geniuses in a ticking time bomb right there where they have to flip. They have to be the team that's putting Elder Drake in a smite steal point because if they don't, then Someday is just going to win the game naturally. So I think it's really close just because 100 Thieves did not want to fight into Zeri at all. And you could see it in the game-ending fight where there were just so many blinking red HP bars on 100 Thieves' side. And Zeri, if she played even a little bit, I mean, I swear Danny's going to go back into the VOD and see just what he could have done to edge this one closer to a win.
100%. They're going to watch through the team fights over and over again and then maybe make some points about the overall game. With the end of this, EG goes to 7-8. 100 Thieves goes to 10-5. If you're wondering why I'm wearing a banana shirt, it's because Closer and I are twins.
Yes.
Enough said. Go find it on Twitter. And we're going to go to the next game. So yesterday, Golden Guardians did take home an all-important win, but they've been struggling. So the last few weeks have had some heartbreaking losses, and I thought the mic check from one of their losses was pretty illuminating, so take a look.
Okay, watch the zonias, okay? I'm on Lee. I will told Jinx, I will told Jinx!
Jinx is low, Lino kick, kill Shy on here, I fear.
Look above, Jinx no flash above here.
Yeah, I saw multi by the way.
Yeah, look for Jinx no flash. Jinx no flash.
I'm on Lee.
Kill them in end.
Yo, look at me!
I'm ulting in.
Yeah, no flash, Jinx no flash. I'm looking for Lee too.
Oh, yeah, we push, okay? We push?
Yeah, go end, you can end, no?
So for me, I like that because there's been so many discussions about like, oh, is Golden Guardians not getting coached well enough? Do they not know how to end games? But in that fight alone, like, they actually thought the game was over, right? And if they kill Victor, or if Lost lands a Kaisa W or ults on a different target, he wins. Also, the protopo between High and Lost was over this play as well. And just from listening to him discuss it, it felt like the team spent a long time going over that fight to know what they should have done. But yeah, what did you guys think of that clip?
That was actually what I was going to bring up exactly, was the point with Lost and the fact that in going through that with High, the thing that became really apparent to me is that it's not that they aren't making calls. They even can be like unified on a call and then go back later and be like, maybe this wasn't the right thing to do in the moment. And so when it comes down to like those key situations, you could see Lost thinking through like, what if I had done this differently? You know, like what if I had done this other thing differently? Like when I listened to this the first time, like that was surprisingly clean compared to what I thought it was going to be, which was like really messy because I think they have had some issues making the right decision in key moments in the mid to late game.
Yeah, when you have that much of a lead, you start to brute force stuff and you start to really cut corners. And for them, you can hear it. They were confident this is a win and you just need one team fight to end it. And so they just consistently go through mid in fights that are with you know, little and little gain, where 100 Thieves are able to just simply play them better. So for me, I think a lot of the times people look at this and overreact to saying, okay, they have no macro in the late game, where they actually have been doing much better throughout the weeks. It's just in that moment, when they see that much of a lead that they can easily win fights, screw the top lane, right? Like, let's the whole...
Well,
no, that's what
you can.
Yeah, you can. That's what I'm saying is, like, that's the wrong way to go about it. Especially when you're nearing playoffs, you should play the cleaner way and formulaically.
And yesterday, as you can see, this was not a typical Golden Guardians game. But the question I think you can bring up is, or was it? Because the plays they made ended up working, right? Like they're able to chase down those final kills, and they actually came back from like a 1,000 gold deficit to get a win. And I think that makes it so interesting in this particular matchup because we see Golden Guardians 6-8, Dig 7-7. They're fighting for that final playoff spot. And in the same way Golden Guardians has lost close games, I think Dig has won close games. Like we have a clip here of Biofrost landing an incredibly clutch Lux Q on Tactical near the end of the TSM game, and we can kind of make the argument, if this doesn't happen, well, they'd actually be tied in the standings, but they are clutch and we can't take that away from them.
And the pushback I'll make against this a little bit with the way that Dig play is they have won close like late game team fights like this one off of like a single individual play. But when I think of when Dig have been the most successful, it's actually just playing through their pushing bot lane, and then later sometimes it looks really dicey in the mid to late. And that's also where they've lost.
Yeah, and another reason I think this game is so important is look at this Dignitas strength of schedule. They have this game, and then they got the big three, Cloud9, Team Liquid, 100 Thieves. So I think if you're Dignitas, this is the must win. Oof. Sure, it would be nice to beat the other teams, but this is the one.
Hold the door.
Let's get predictions, though, with this one. I predicted Golden Guardians.
Oh, I predicted GG, too. I got Golden Guardians.
Wait.
They had an impressive
It's
win.
the three of us.
I think I did, too. I think I also predicted Golden Guardians. No, I predicted Dig. Okay.
There we go.
Okay. That's how
Split
close
desk.
it was. That's
Emily,
how close it was.
I
Emily
was like,
predicts
what did I predict?
Why did you predict Dig on that one?
Yeah.
I think it was over that, actually, about when it comes to the jungle matchup.
Yeah.
I really like River. I like the way that they can play around bot lane, and Golden Guardians, in my opinion, isn't necessarily going to be the team that attacks the way they play. I could be wrong. I'd also like to see draft, because I can see either team winning, and we've already talked a little bit about Dignitas drafting tendencies, so we'll see.
All right, can't wait to see it. Cash is ready for the game. We're ready to get in. Freaking Kobe, take it away.
Thank you very much and welcome. This is going to be, I'm hoping for another banger. I think this is maybe the single most important game today for standings purely. I want to point out, by the way, when there's Dig wins behind me casting, 100% win rate for Dignitas. So, sorry, everyone.
Well, he's here every single Dig game, so that's just every
me.
game that you cast.
That's true. I have cast some, though, where this was never on camera. And when it's on camera, Dig wins. We have not always gone to the
power is in the camera, man.
Yeah. But the reason I point this out, though, is I think this is the most important game of the day because this is the cusp of playoffs. Dignitas, right now, they're in fourth part of the day. If they lose, they are on a gigantic tie with EG and Golden Guardians for 5th through 7th. And by the way, 7th does not make playoffs. Golden Guardians are already 1-0 on Dig. If Golden Guardians win this, they're tied while also owning the head-to-head, meaning they just automatically win a two-way tie. And we saw Dig's schedule. It's the top 3 teams next. So they really, really need this one if the games go according to, power rankings.
Definitely a very, very critical one for both teams here leading into it. So let's get those champions back up on screen so we can see the pick bands coming through. Unless something's going on.
Caitlyn, Jarvan, Volibear banned away by Golden Guardians. Zeri, Rise, and Tom Kench banned away by Dignitas.
So I'm assuming that Golden Guardians are going for a bit of a pinch here because Pridestalker has had a huge preference for the Xin or the Assassin style, AD Assassin junglers here. So they're really trying to pinch on this jungle champion pool, and they go with the first pick, Hecarim, one of the most sought after right now, farms very quickly, can dive. Very, very important kind of maneuver here from blue side, from Golden Guardians.
Yep, and he is undefeated 2-0 with a 10.5 KDA on the Hecarim. The only undefeated jungler Pridestalker has on this team. So, based on results, and a low sample at that, this has been his best performing jungler, both for him and the team overall. So, from pick 1, it's a good-looking draft for the squad.
All right, picks here on the side of Dignitas. They respond with Nautilus plus Lee Sin. Really powerful jungle plus support roaming duo. Also, a lot more creative possibilities here from River. The Lee Sin, to me, is his next best champion right behind the Jarvan. Gives him so many options to affect the lanes. If they don't have River creating action for this team early, then they don't create action early at all. They will have to rely on their bottom lane, which has been most successful. Biofrost and Neo really performing.
And of course, we do have a graphics issue. We do want champs like on your screen. We'll get that as soon as possible to round out the picks right now on the first round. There we go. Golden Guardians have moved up priority on Kai'Sa. Keep in mind, Jinx is the most picked AD carry on this patch worldwide. She is so far going through the draft. Golden Guardians could play the dive instead. Obviously, Hecarim could start up. Leona can start up as long as you have someone who can stun the backline. Not a slow, has to be a stun or a fear or a root. Kai'Sa goes and joins up, and you one-shot whoever that is.
Kai'Sa is definitely a scaling pick for the AD carry role as of right now, too. So Golden Guardians do have to scale up a bit. Lost also, he was the Kai'Sa to split builds. He went like half AP and then still went a Kraken Slayer earlier. I don't think he'll do that again. I mean, in the LPL, they're for sure still playing regular AD crit Kai'Sa. Has still been proven very successful. But we have pretty much had every single Kai'Sa in the LCS build the full AP poke build, even when they have extra AP on their team, which I don't think is correct. Because the crit AD build for her still does work fine.
It's good.
If you have other AP on your team.
I have seen one build of Nashor's second into Kraken. Where they
that
just
was
get the dev
lost.
evolve.
That's what I was talking about.
Yeah, okay, great, got it. So yeah, but otherwise you're right, it has been a whole lot of that one. I'm looking up, what are the hyphy Trinity matchups we've seen? Because generally speaking, Golden Guardians are happy to have Licorice take the skill matchups. Like even against Cloud9 where he's battling Summit, and yeah, it goes kind of tragically in all those cases, they have had him go for the battle. So I'm just trying to see like, hey, what might they be willing to pick into this fight?
Yeah, and they ban away the Gnar. Gnar has been by far Licorice's favorite top lane champion, blind or no. Overwhelming priority. 7 plays on that, 2 on the next most frequent. So nice target ban there. They also ban away the Malphite, I think is a really good counter pick. So nice attention here from Dignitas, protecting that top lane, protecting their team comp as well with the amount of AD that they're going to have.
All right, they won't pick it, but I want to see Teemo, maybe a Vayne, like the marksman who just actually just bully out of lane. You'll get to CS. Then when you go for the all-in, they have some tool that breaks the all-in as well, whether Condemn or a blind. Like, that's the hyphy pick. Because Trid is clearly meta, right? We're seeing a lot of blind pick Trindamirs, and they're clearly going top lane. You can dig out, you can kind of dig in there and find some really, really dark tech picks. And so, Fiora! Yeah! I said he's going to go for something spicy, and I didn't expect Fiora, but that's the pick here.
Licorice Unleashed. Let's see it. And this is with having a Hecarim, which you're assuming is going to do a full clear, and having a scaling mid laner as well. So I want to see Dignitas right now. You could slam a roaming mid laner for blue. He hasn't played a ton of roaming mid lane champions, but if you can do that, your side lanes have such great potential for pop-off here. All right, the Sylas answer into the Victor definitely does have some options here. Sylas plus Lee Sin as well can combine for some of those early plays.
Alrighty, well, we're ready to go on to this one. Sylas in the mid lane for blue up against Victor should be a very fun lane. Can be incredibly, incredibly active. Obviously, Lee Sin could be very flashy as well for River here. The Golden Guardians have done so well with Hecarim in the jungle. He's brought them 2 wins, and this is, I think, it's an incredibly important battle for a playoff position. Golden Guardians would tie for 5th through 7th if they win. They would own the tiebreaker against Dignitas if they win, and Dig would have really tough opponents left. We'll see if Golden Guardians can keep the push up forward, or if Dignitas can hold on to a playoff spot.
What's going on?
Jake from State Farm, the perp just confessed. I think. I don't know.
What?
Oh, can't afford streaming anymore, so here we are.
Oh, don't give up what you love. State Farm has options to personalize your policy so you get a rate that fits your budget.
Oh, that's great. The subtitles would be nice.
For surprisingly great rates that fit any budget, like a good neighbor, State Farm is there. Call or click to get a quote today.
Fiora has only been picked in the LPL and LCK this year. 0 picks LCS, 0 picks in LEC. I love it. I want to see more confident top laners picking some skill matchups, picking some of these very, very fragile melee carries, and Licorice goes Ignite.
Yeah, you love to see it. I'm happy. We finally get the solo queue experience. There's no teleports, and it's Fiora versus Trid. I've been waiting years for this metagame in pro play. I cannot wait.
Top lane has arrived.
Yes!
Top lane has surely arrived. All right, let's look at the level 1s here, though. Dignitas trying to get some early vision on jungle tracking.
Yeah.
Try and definitely important tracking jungle when you have a volatile topside matchup like that.
Yeah. Kobe, I want to just pull back to, because I'm loving this moment right now. I remember casting Riven at the World Championship, right? I want those days back, Kobe. I don't want the Ornn versus Malphite. I don't want a bunch of Scions. I'm okay with a couple of Scions. It's cool champ. But I want this metagame just forever, right? Kai'Sa dives the back line. Hecarim's running around chopping things over. Fiora Trin top lane, no TPs. This is the league I want.
Well, journey before destination, freak. Enjoy the current moment, all right?
I will. I enjoyed 2015, too.
Because we've got it here. Fake God versus Licorice with the counter pick here. Fiora Ignite on top side. I want to see how early can he pressure. Also, the spawns of these sweet spots definitely matter they're always going to be alternating, either left bottom and top right. So we just had the early first spawn, lucky for Licorice, on left bottom.
Sure.
So then you see it opposites the spawn for second one up on the top side, which is what kind of keeps the passive in line.
Yeah, it's funny. There's like 2 cooldowns that matter on Fiora. One is that passive trigger. The other is Grasp coming up because Q applies Grasp and also does your auto attack. And so you're like, oh, is Grasp up? Q walk away. Oh, is the Vitalize spot? Q walk away. You're like, yeah, give me those. Couldn't quite get the side hit there, but obviously an early good health trade for the Fiora. Level 2 coming soon.
Yeah, and the idea, of course, is to try and keep the passive balance, is that the left and bottom ones are the easy ones to hit when you're trading here from blue side, and the other ones are going to be the more difficult ones. So you can see Fake God trying to keep his back away when Licorice has the unlucky backside spawns, and giving some credence to the possible trade power here when he has a front one.
Part of what makes Fiora good in the matchup as well is even if you don't block a stun, which doesn't exist on the kit, with Fiora's W, it is still an attack speed slow, and a pretty significant one at that. It is not going to be uncommon to see even a pro player just like not used to the muscle memory of a slowed auto attack and like, stutter an attack, or even just, not win the trade in the first place, because obviously slows are really good.
Yeah, definitely. People always think of Riposte as, oh, it's my big CC counter, but if you use it on the W spin and consequence auto attack coming afterwards, it's a huge trade win as well. And being able to chase down the Tryndamere afterwards is a big deal. He's got the Ignite in his kit, so being able to chase him down as he tries to exit, especially if you've got some jungle priority. So checking back in on those junglers, did have the full clear from Pridestalker, gets back to top side to be able to get that top scuttle, while River and Biofrost link up here through the river to be able to get a much deeper ward. I like this one, which will see second Raptor spawn and allow them to further track Pridestalker through his second clear.
So what's up next? As recalls have come through, first items come around. Look at the AD carries kind of chilling, and pretty standard stuff to see the level 3 boots recall on a crowd control support, and you either roam straight down mid or you go kind of between the two, like right there. That's kind of the path you take eventually. And this says, okay, I can react to mid. I'm only like 3 seconds slow if it happens. If I go bot, I'm not that slow either. And you can kind of cover both plays. Pretty smart stuff right here. In this case, Ole stayed on the map, which is just fine, but ultimately a slow push in towards Neo's turret.
They're going to try and attack Pridestalker as he transitions over to Raptors. River is a level down because he's skipping farming at the moment. Didn't do Krugs on the first clear, but also not even going back for Gromp. And so much time used here by Dig and River. He's going to be significantly behind in farm, but it might pay off with a surprise play. Man, there's going to be a very unwelcome surprise waiting for him in this Raptor brush.
He took the safe. He's waiting. Like, he is aware, like, they got to control it in my jungle. Someone's too aggressive. Mid lane just pushed and left.
So
no
smart.
way. I love that.
So
I don't think he ever saw them go in, but he's like, yo, Nautilus got here. Someone got here. This isn't safe.
Cool.
That is very smart.
And then also, when mid lane moves like that, when Silas moves over, give that camp up. Really intelligent read there from Pridestalker, and especially, when mid lane moves also, you're like, all right, we are definitely out of here. So River just going to be a little bit behind off of delaying clearing camps. So much time invested in the deep attempt at the surprise play.
Yeah, I mean, right now Hecarim is up 2 Krug camps, with the cost being 2 Raptor camps. Like, that is golden XP positive by a lot. So early gold lead to Golden Guardians. Nice to see them live up to their name right now. Is Lost also holding on in lane. Aphelios definitely a pretty strong early laner. Obviously, you start green-red, you get the early priority. But Aphelios kind of holds on pretty well. Kai'Sa definitely quite a scaling pick. And the fact that she's basically equal on farm is a good start.
The River fight over Vision. Now going to turn back towards Biofrost. No problem here. Pridestalker called back down to the bottom side. Finishes out the straggling Raptor here so that he can get his next respawn of the camp. But Biofrost just taking off the shield for Lee Sin. Thank you very much for the Scuttle Crab prep.
Control ward that can be killed, but in the meantime, it'll spot the dragon is not being rushed down just yet. And we kind of expect Dignitas to play the 2-on-2 to have priority over the lane. And so it is going to be the bottom river owned by the man himself as he keeps going through his camps and keeps up relatively with Hecarim. Getting that second scuttle actually does a lot to keep up. It's very fast, but it's worth as much as any of the big camps. So Pretty beneficial there. Licorice definitely getting some poke done, and he's up quite a bit of farm. Even though Fake God will clean up most of this wave, he will still end this rotation down in farm.
And you could see, you know, Licorice is slowly getting these small advantages by holding that riposte we were talking about, and that kind of denies the play from Fake God, even just by holding it.
Well, comes down early, flash Q goes wide. River did not put it through the side. Maybe couldn't have gone for the play anyway. I don't think QQ kick flash would have killed. Maybe would have been close. Ultimately, it is a flash out from Blaze Olive, a trade of ults for the mid laners.
And you expect a revisit to punish this Victor. No flash for a Blaze. Definitely a very vulnerable target. Blue just using the ultimate. Can he stop the back here? Gets there in time. Nice little delay. As far as the minion wave, is going to push back out anyway. Whenever you have even minions that close to the tower, reinforcements means it's going to push back out the other way. General rule of thumb, you need 4 ranged minions worth of DPS to be able to push anywhere in your lane, or to be able to hold the freeze anywhere in your lane. There'll be enough DPS to kill off the returning melees quick enough.
Super minor optimization. If you're going to pull the Dragon out anyway, Q it, let it come to you, then Q to follow. I think give him the time to get it out of the pit. Either way, does get it away from the control ward, so good job to River. Yes, you know what's happening, you saw him do it, but you don't know the exact health bar, and it's not going to be in range for any of the smites. Whatever Pride Stalker would have the blast plant in, then ult back out. Not going to be the play, so good job, Dignitas. Get their first Dragon.
They do know that, of course, with the global call, the Dragon means River is down there, so Hecarim actually rotates over to the Herald. This is something that takes so long, though, because because a lot of taking this objective is timing based on the eyeball opening here for that % health damage. It takes it quite a while to take this objective in response. So oftentimes, if the team that took Dragon wants to, they can rush here to try and counter that response. It should be quick enough, though, for Pride Stalker. This is still 450.
Ooh, 77. Yeah, that I was nearly enough to one-shot it. Thankfully, wasn't low enough. Fake God only got it down low.
Yeah, really like the attempt, though, from Fake God. Trying to get in there for the auto. You can try and burst it down. Unless they've gotten the Herald, a lot of wasted damage into it before popping the eyeball, though. It usually will not one-shot it because of the health thresholds and the timing thresholds where the eyeball opens. It always opens for the last one with a substantial amount of health left. So unless it's been open for a while and you've been hitting it and not popping it, it's very, very rare that you can ever go for an eyeball auto attack steal like that. But that one actually was kind of close because it had been open for quite a while. And on first Herald, especially if you rush it, a lot of junglers will still be on 450 smite.
Yeah, which he was in this case, right? So yeah, could have been really meaningful. Either way, no pickup, a nice try, but no results here. River gonna find himself a battle with Pride Stalker, both with a little bit of health, and ultimately just Licorice holding on to his farm underneath the turret, has the Sheen. We tend to see Divine Sunder more than anything else in this champion. Nice bit of CC, and Leona is not going to live for very long. Finally flashed away, but Ignite could be enough. River there just to make sure the E-Flash kills it. No trade kill in. First blood, Dignitas.
Yes, really nicely comboed there, and they don't give up any sort of counter. Definitely flash invested here from River, so he doesn't have the kick flash available for a play anytime soon, but definitely worth it. They push in on bottom side. They are able to get the kill here on Olay towards mid lane and getting his flash out as well. Meanwhile, top side has reversed with Tryndamere here on second back, being able to push back in the face of Licorice. Here's another look at it. Steals away Olay's ultimate, jumps in, and then chains land. So even though he stays in gravity field, and Biofrost as well hooks into the gravity field with Ignite on, River's able to come finish the kill in the back here. Just needed a tiny bit of damage. Finish this one off, and they take down the support.
So from Solo Data, want to check back in on the top lane because I'm curious about it. Relatively flat matchup overall, actually. They're both of kind of similar power levels. But Fiora is the scaling pick in the matchup, which just tends to be how these Trynd picks all work. They all kind of lose lane or expected not to win it, and then come out with a better look at the very end. So the fact that Licorice, quote-unquote counterpicks here and is equal in farm, according to Solo Data, all according to plan.
Yeah, I mean, everybody knows Fiora scares like a tremendous monster.
Yeah.
And that's why it is pretty rare to see, because a lot of the matchups, even that you're willing to pick it into, are skill-based because of the timing nature of the champion. So that's the reason why we get so hyped when we do get to see it. And so many of the picks, all of the picks so far this year, have all been in LPL or LCK. But let's see Licorice here.
Yeah, it is interesting. Of course, anytime Fiora wants to go for the ulti play, you just like let the 4th hit go through, you trade your ult back, and okay, Fiora heals back to full, but Trin probably won't die. And you're like, well, ult for ult, but you know, Trin builds a bit more haste in most cases, so usually comes out of the head with like, well, now it's ult for nothing, and you know, it's gonna look good next time around.
Yeah, and let's see about River moving in again towards mid lane. Now, they didn't get to punish Ablaze Olive after burning his flash early on, but were able to still get the kill out of Ole on the rotation over. I think so far, Blue has played the Sylas part of this really well, trading his health for minion damage, shoving up the waves. His CS is quite nice for Sylas, and being able to move to a lot of these plays with River. You know, this sort of thing right here where you get mid lane priority first, moving with your jungle or your support for extra vision deep in opponent jungle, or trying to create a steal like this, are the kind of unseen things from mid lane. So really nicely done from him so far with the Sylas pick. River going to take away this red buff and going to continue the roam there as Neo Biofrost take the route all the way up towards mid to answer, and it's just going to be the 2-plate knockoff here for the Rift Herald. So the basic minimum value of the objective achieved.
Basic minimum. All the money also, by the way, goes directly to Pride Stalker. He's on what I believe to be Sunderer based on his build path. Ult's going to come down. There's the ult trade. Gets the heal. Needs to stay alive. Needs to kite it out. Repose for a bit of time. Will Ignite do the rest of it. Oh, the last tick of Ignite kills him. Fake God burns every cooldown and burns down.
Oh, I love it. That's why we love watching the skill matchups. Coming down to the last autos here. The flash into the brush, but Ignite taken by Licorice finally pays off. We can slow it down to look at the actual every single trade, but bottom side first.
This is dangerous. That's a ward hop into a kick, into a kill for Neo, and now it's Ole's turn to die as well. Biofrost stopwatch to drop the aggro. River grabs his second, an immaculate dive. Then the toss 2-0.
So as Fake God dies on top side with the flash into the brush, their bottom side play more than makes up for it. Huge dive, minions denied there, multiple minion waves just dying to the tower, and they can get Dragon off of it. All right, here's another look at it. Licorice does have the, aww.
Hecarim killed Nautilus, and he wants Neo as well, but the purple gun is there for the root. Gets him out. Still, one trader back, good job.
Yeah, all right. Well, we'll take a look at it for round number 2. But those little things are really big about matchups like this too. When you have the AD reduction of the Mocking Shout on you, Licorice kind of waits it out for the all-in before going back in for it. Oh, nice. We do get to have the look. So the AD reduction is on him, kind of waits it out here, goes back in for another Q for the reduced cooldown. Can't get the right side one. I appreciate the observers trying to give us, you know, what we want. Their hearts are in the right place, and yet round 2, another stomp there, and that's because you have completed Trinity Force on one side and garbage on the other side. These are little scraps. The garage sale inventory versus full Trinity Force. Licorice just rams it right down, and that was before ultimates came back up. So there's no guesswork about the ult trade in this time, and Licorice just chases him down.
I need to give Licorice credit as well for going Trinity Force on Fiora. That item has a 2% pick rate first in this champion and is by far her best option. You gotta land multiple auto-attacks play as champion. It's the right pick. Everyone else gotta take notes.
Yeah, I for sure agree. In looking up all the LPL LCK ones, there were so many Divine Thunderers, and that would be turbo trash this game especially. You know, especially after the changes to Divine Thunderer too. So definitely a Trinity Force game for him. And he got so much money early off of the first kill. That's oftentimes how a lot of these isolated 1v1s go. Guess what? Licorice got the first kill. That one was really close. Came down to one Ignite tick. And yet you get so much money off that. You now have a completed Trinity Force. So you have to give respect. Once you lost the first duel, you got to put some respect on their name, okay?
Yeah, the question is how good do the trades look afterwards, because we got to look at the bottom lane again. They're Lee Sin coming in, but a great stun out from Leona. Kick back on the team. They stun up, though, and that could be kills on a Neo. Reinforcements have arrived as well, and a deletion comes through. Sonic a bit early, but the reinforcements make it a 1-for-1. Both mid laners showing up, and now Biofrost, could he get lost? Ain't going to be good enough, not quite in range. Poked out well by the Victor. Golden Guardians 1-for-1.
Yeah, they both have flashes on bottom side, so it looks like they're going to try and defend a little bit here. They give up bottom turret while Hecarim is taking mid. Rift Herald number 2 is going to finish off what Rift Herald number 1 started, and Pridestalker will run that one all the way through to second.
Bolts are up. Licorice gonna, nice, yeah. Gets the Vital plus a Grass proc. That's like a 600 health difference. Does he get the Triforce proc as well? Does he get like the big sheen? That is, by the way, very satisfying. Vital plus Grass plus sheen hit. It is about as good as getting a 4-trigger ultimate on Fiora.
And that means Licorice now full control up here. After winning 2 back-to-back 1v1s, will be rewarded with tower gold.
Nice. So 2 turrets to 1. Of course, Dignitas still up in the scoreboard. We have been singing the praises of the 1v1 up there, but the bot lane has looked really good. River has looked awesome. It's a 500 gold lead and 2 dragons. Number 3 coming up in 145 as Neo just shoves in the top wave, looks for another turret to kill.
Licorice is living the top laner life up there from solo queue. You know, I'm crushing my 1v1, win my lane, get my top turret, but the rest of the map has been going the way of Dignitas. And here's another look in our replay at it. Neo here would have been able to finish off Ole, but a stopwatch delays his inevitable death until the mid laner teleports come in, and both mid laners picking up the kills on arrival there. Then here's another look.
It's probably the second solo kill.
Yeah, this has got to be. And this is before the ultimates came off of cooldown. LOL, part 3.
Speaking of ults, it's not going to force it. Fake can see the ticks.
Yeah. One more tick.
Yeah.
Man.
But you can check it, right? You're like, okay, I see it. 40. I've got 65, it's fine. Okay.
Yep. Quick math right there. Fake God doesn't blow the ultimate, but it doesn't matter. I mean, Licorice constantly will continue to push him out of lane. Once you get dominance like that in one of these 1v1s, and there's no twist of fate this time around to come save your side lane pressure, it's going to have to be, you know, trailing split pushers or support roams coming through to retake control of those side waves. Now is where Fiora really starts to take over. When you have Mythic Plus, you have the AoE damage coming from your Tiamat. You get to instantly push these waves, and then we'll see off these openings, Licorice trying to take his presence from the 1v1 win to help out with the rest of the map, to help out with the rest of the team that has been, you know, slowly giving up more and more room.
We got 8 seconds now till the dragon spawns, and Golden Guardians really hope they can stop the stacking. Hook comes in already. Looks pretty good, but it's going to be Biofrost drop low as well. Hecarim in the back line finds one. Lost is alive. Azonia's used for a moment there as Blue wants to buy some time, but no good way out. Isolated for the Qs. Pridestalker heals as much as he can, but River will trade it back. Looks like a 3-to-1 team fight, though. Golden Guardians got what they wanted.
Yep, still Plasma on Neo, so even though he gets away from Pridestalker, Kaisa can just go in there, lost with the Killer Instinct. Now Licorice wants another one for Fake God. It's actually not traded on the ultis, though, so Fake God no health, but still has his ultimate. Golden Guardians, though, they win the team fight, they get the rewards, they stop the Dignitas Dragon stacking. There will be no early soul point for Dig. Golden Guardians will claim this one.
Wow, that is huge to win the fight that well. Good job to find that first bit of damage, because Biofrost just kind of got deleted, right? He found the engage, he got Aftershock, but they threw numbers at him. And it worked out well as we got the Nashor's now in for the Kaisa.
And this was really well done by the 4-pack of Golden Guardians. Previously, so many of the advantages had come from Licorice, but Biofrost goes right in and gets focused so quickly that he's a very early death for this team, meaning that Blue is left all alone with the rest of the members of Golden Guardians. So Blue goes down. Wow, Pridestalker almost kills off Neo. As long as he leaves the Plasma on him, though, with the E charge giving the last stack of Plasma, or the ultimate towards the end as well, the Fear, leaving enough for Lost to go finish off that kill, it's an overwhelming victory for the Golden Guardians. And Licorice continues to cruise ahead on this Fiora. Ravenous will come soon, Freak. And these are the dream scenarios when you get to live the late game fantasies of the Fiora players, where you're a sustained monster, you're a DPS self-healing side lane threat that can also devastate any other member on the Dignitas squad.
Yeah, the only constraint you kind of have in this champion is you can run out of mana, because you're so tempted to like spam your E for an attack reset, spam your Q, because it applies like all this stuff, like just applies your Tiamat AoE, so you like really want to burn spells, and it can constrain you. Obviously, pros are good at conserving mana in the appropriate ways, but like that's the only thing you actually run out of. That there's no good mana items. You're not going to go Mana Moon in this champion. So once in a while, you can see that happen. Just, probably going to be okay here. Just, 1 out of 100 games, you're like, ooh, wow, I oomed, and that was going to be a really important fight. But we got Hecarim diving in, looking for the fight right now. River wants to get back into this game, fighting away from the Fiora. Good CC, and Prize Sucker kicked around, ults back in, and has reinforcements. Blue jumps in, gets 2, just deletes him. But River's not going to find his way out, so kills come back in, lost. So ready to go, but has to respect Neo. Red, white, take the fight. Oh, the flash! That was damn impressive, but Neo cannot outrun a laser. He can outrun a Blaze Olive, though.
Nice one from Neo there. Flashes that W. Not going to be able to find the kill there for Lost. He was trying to chase him down. That plasma would have killed him, but Neo flashes it, hits him with the red gun ultimate as well, heals right back up. Honestly, Blue and Neo with back-to-back big hero plays from the carries on Dignitas to get them back this advantage. All right, let's take a look for it. Blue likes these odds, okay? He goes straight in, he sees every member, steals the Hecarim ultimate, fears them apart for Bifrost to be able to hook in the Hecarim here, and then the follow-up just chains so nicely from Dignitas. Good ultimate there from Pride Soccer to try and dodge away from Lee Sin and get back out, but Blue finds him for the early double kill. And then just the edge of that gravity field does lock him in place enough for Lost to finish off with the auto. But here's the real fun part. Neo, he Gale Forces in to get close range for his white gun, and then ultimate from red gun and flashes to the side to dodge away from the W from Kaisa. Avoids his own death, secures the kill as well, and then even could walk away as a Blaze tried to chase him down.
Want to point out some build tech on Lost, by the way. This is one thing that I think people should do more on a more AP-focused Kaisa variant, is don't go all the way to a serrated dirt. It's 1,100 gold. You delay your Nashor's and Luden's power spikes a lot. By getting just a longsword, you'll evolve Q at like level 9 off Manamune, and then you can get the rest of your items online a little bit sooner. You can even skip it if you want to wait till 12 to evolve Q, but that's kind of the breakpoints there. So build tech, that longsword is just for Q evolve. He could sell it by this point. You don't have to, but like he can.
Yeah, he can sell it at any point in this game. Later, here we go though.
Engage comes across, deletion. Neo can't get away. His flash was down. This one's gonna matter. So already Pride Sucker's on the board. Thank you very much for that one. Lost. Claims a second. Trades back now into Ole. But what else can Blue get done? Gonna get CC'd up. And this time around, the zone is not turned into a double kill. Now River is alive, as is Fake God. Is there a Smite Steal on the docket?
There's definitely a Baron turn here. Licorice looking for River. He's trying to find the enemy jungler. Keep River away from any possibility of coming to steal it. It's a very slow Baron, though, here, with just Lost and Pride Soccer on it. You see Victor trying to clear the mid-wave because Fake God was trying to push to counter it. River has snuck back over.
And now
lands the Q.
They know he's here. So
stop DPS. Stop.
You've got a job, bud. You've got a job. You got to find him. If you can't get over the wall, there's not going to get much you can do. And knows, all right, we see him. Guarantees no steal. Good plays. Baron on the board for Golden Guardian.
All you have to do is stop DPS while the Q is still on it. As long as that thing times out and Licorice goes to zone him off, they will be able to secure it. Golden Guardians, calm and collected, pick up the Baron. They reset. Teleports here from Dig will get them back out to the Dragon, though. And in payment for that Baron off of reset, they will be able to get themselves 2 soul points.
Really well done. Even a good trinket to make sure it's going to be all right. They can even see the Blast Plant thanks to Scryer's Bloom, and that is the third Dragon of the game. 5 minutes away from a chance at an Ocean Soul. Now, Golden Guardians do have a 4,000 gold lead, but I'm curious how many of those thousands are just on Licorice, making that 4-on-4 a bit closer than it looks.
All right, well, let's put it to the test. With this Baron buff, 4-1 split push for Golden Guardians. Teleport to the top side for Blaze Olive. He gets up to that minion wave to try and push into secondary tower, but the rest of the team are not stopping. They see Silas on the minions bottom side, and there's no teleport. They know Blue has no teleport. He has to wait for a full channeled recall. So Dignitas are just giving up their inhibitor because Blue pushed out another minion wave on bottom side. They don't want to fight it, Freak. They don't think they can win it. So they open up, they give that mid inhibitor and the secondary turret. So much gold, so many advantages here for Golden Guardians off of this Baron.
And if they weren't willing to fight for inhib turrets, I understand killing bot lane. Actually, bot lane was already dead, right? That got killed a while back, but wanting the wave push at the very least. This time around, they're going to stick around and try a little bit of something. Licorice playing on the wings a bit here. Ravenous is done. Stopwatch inventory as well, but nowhere near his third item. Fake God will hold that as long as he can. It's not going to mean a whole bunch. Obviously, a 3-level lead is going to mean a whole lot in top lane. Kobe thumbs up. He's like, I was bringing that one up. It's on time now. The engage for Biofrost. Oh, wow. Lost is gone. This could be the fight that Dignitas need. A stopwatch buys some time. Fake Guy gets away. Ignite is on. He will have to ult it. Hecarim hits the backline. Fiora goes in for a bit more, and I've seen this one play out as well. It's a horror movie, and the entire team just dies. Fake God hides in the closet, looking through the slits. It's blood everywhere. It's Golden Guardians just hacking through every single Dignitas member with a machete, with a rapier, with anything in the kitchen, and it's slims split around. I don't know what we're doing, but Golden Guardians do. It's 26.5 in. We got a top lane Fiora. We got no teleports in the top lane, and we have a dead Nexus. Golden Guardians take down Dignitas.
Fiora undefeated in the LCS, freak. Licorice, 100% win rate. Fiora absolutely demolished Fake God on the Tryndamere, and in the most honorable fashion. I mean, yes, he took Ignite, but you can see the summoner spells. He wins the 1v1 initially. Oh man, that look says it all from the side of Dignitas, but celebrating Licorice here with that Ignite, with the Fiora on top side. He wins. The first fight is the most critical. The first duel gets him the money for Trinity Force advantage, and then with that advantage, he presses it. From that point, he just rammed it down Fake God's throat, attacking him over and over in the 1v1, taking down the turrets, accruing a 3-level lead by the end of the game. Massive split push threat. Well done here for the Golden Guardians. Critical win for them, moving up the standings.
Yeah, it is critical. It means they are tied in playoff spot. They own the tiebreaker over Dignitas. They are 0-1 against EG, the other team they're tied with right now. Obviously, FlyQuest still to play. It might be a gigantic tie over there with all that. So the race has heated up. Golden Guardians have certainly dropped off that giant loss streak, and now we get a highlight reel. Finally, we get to watch Licorice dominate Fake God in full HD.
All right, we were tracking it all game long, and the next installation of every duel came out as we were asking for the replay of the previous one. This one was the first, though. This is the one that made it all happen. Ult for ult, Licorice running through, getting the heals, that crit. So what's really important is the timing of that Ignite. Licorice, he saved it for so long, so that even with the flash away, Fake God trying to flash into the brush, so he would like try and win the auto duel afterwards. But the late Ignite from Licorice, he knows, I've got you. That's the 5-point strike right there. He walks away, you take 10 steps, you're dead.
Yep.
Really nicely done by Licorice, honestly. And from that point on, that funded the Trinity Force.
Unplayable.
Chases him down.
Like, every time we look over, it's like, and there's Fake God, a 5% run for his tower. It's like, he didn't know he didn't Ignite. He just like, wow, that matchup's done. That matchup's done. So good job to get that edge. Obviously, that's really skillful.
I was trying to remember the Kill Bill reference, what the palm technique is.
Gosh. Yeah, I don't remember.
That he uses.
But
it's not 5-point strike, though.
No.
Because that's Akali's.
Fair enough. It's all right. Well, we're going to take a short break, but on the other side, Blaze Olive will be joining the State Farm Analyst Desk, so don't go anywhere.
I call it the wheel.
I don't think so. This is a miss.
Brother David, behold! It's a fork.
I got 10 forks right here, baby! A toilet? We're not animals. We go outside like humans.
Hancock.
No king! The people shall have the right to vote. Even the stupid ones? Yes! Edison, can I be honest with you? It stinks. Nobody's gone to the moon, ever! Why not? It's far! It's too far! It's far!
の未来はポータブルミュージックです。
バカか！出て行け！バタリがいてもやるぞ！バタリ！
Like I was saying, it's FTX. It's a safe and easy way to get into crypto.
Yeah, I don't think so. And I'm never wrong about this stuff. Never.
till we on top. Quit, I think not. Coming hot for the #1 spot, yeah. No key, got the game on lock, ayy. Big threes when I take my shot, ayy. On the rise and we ain't gon' drop on the grind. It's our time, just watch. If you want it, you can get it. Life gets hard, but don't you let it get you down. Go get the crown because our time is now. Ayy, we gotta get it. Gotta get up, gotta go, we gotta get it. Ayy, they won't forget us. Made it happen and we all became legends. We gotta get it, gotta get it, gotta get it. We gotta get it, gotta get it, gotta get it. We gotta get it, gotta get it, gotta get it. We gotta get it. We can't be contained when we leave the game. My name will remain. We don't need the fame. You can keep this chain. We broke free, so things won't be the same. Nah.
There's no teleports, and it's Fiora versus Trend. I've been waiting years for this meta game in pro play. I cannot wait. Path ult's gonna come down. There's the ult trade. Gets the heal. Needs to stay alive. Needs to kite it out. Repose for a bit of time. Will Ignite do the round? Oh, the last tick of Ignite kills him. Lost. Still ready to go, but has to respect Neo. Red, white, take the fight. Oh, the flash! That was damn impressive.
Welcome back to the LCS. We have a Blaze Olive after the 2-0 week from Golden Guardians, pulling Golden Guardians into a tie with Dignitas at 7-8. How you feeling after that win, man?
Feeling fantastic. We had a rough 2 weeks before this, so glad we could shape up and not just win, but also like win quickly. We had an advantage, and we just ended the game really fast, which is something we didn't do before, so really happy with that.
26 minutes? Win?
Yeah, it was pretty quick.
It was quick. We got a highlight reel right off the bat, which you can just talk through before we get into the draft and some other topics. So, just a solid game from start to finish. Talk to me a little bit about what you see on screen here.
Yeah, so here, well, this was the early fight. I knew we didn't win this 2v2. It was actually pretty close, but then, yeah, River kind of cheesed us coming behind. It was not an honorable 2v2 here.
This was big though. The tight solo kill. They couldn't get this replay off in game, but eventually they managed to pull it out.
Eventually. What was your POV?
Yeah, well, I was getting, like, I knew this matchup was really volatile. Obviously, Fiora Tryndamere, and whoever gets, like, the advantage is just gonna take over the game, basically. So I was definitely watching that one. Really, my heart was skipping a beat when it looked really close, but
yeah,
we got it. And then after that, just free wins. This side was really scary, but.
Yeah, I was gonna say, once the map split, talk me through like how you guys dealt with that, because obviously you had massive advantage top side, and Dignitas were fighting back on the bot side.
Well, we thought, like, especially once Fiora got ahead, like, we knew that lane was just completely over. So really all we had to do was just not lose the game, because Fiora can basically win the game on side. So we were kind of just playing really safe. We probably played a little too safe. We could have maybe gotten some control earlier. But on all the fight timers, we were, like, ready to fight, which is why they all looked relatively normal. It wasn't like we're getting caught anywhere. And the fights just went our way, so it's good.
So talk me through this, because you mentioned this now twice about being happy that you ended up ending this cleanly, right? And then also talking about the fact that past few weeks, playing too safely. I think I heard Lost say that in the Pro to Pro with High there as well. Like, you guys went through a pretty tough period. What did it take for you guys? Was it a conversation? Was it just like a good, a few strings of scrims that made it so you guys came to a great conclusion on how you guys felt about ending games earlier?
Well, I think
with the leads that you have.
Yeah, I think part of it was like a bit unlucky. Like our game against, like our most recent loss, or sorry, the 100 Thieves loss. Like we had such a huge lead.
That was a close one.
Yeah, that one, like we really just like hadn't played that exact comp. This game we got the same comp. Essentially, like Hecarim Kaisa, so like we knew just to dive really fast.
Let's talk about the comp real quick, because I know before we started, you asked us what we thought of the draft, and we're like, let's save it, because Emily, you loved this draft from Golden Guardians.
I just loved the Fiora pick. I want to see it more in LCS. I see it in LCK and LPL a lot. One thing that Nero talked about with Licorice specifically going up again into C9 actually is that he was like, we didn't want to be afraid of Summit. Licorice wanted to take a counter matchup. Here he takes the Fiora. So is he like just calling for that in draft, or did you guys prep for this?
In top lane, there's a lot of like picks you can just do when people blind certain champions, and Fiora is one of those picks that Licorice is really good at. And when you go Ignite, he says it's a counter, so we trust him, and we just play it on stage. and it works out. So it was great.
Nice.
I think a lot of top laners have just weird champs that only they play. And we got to show him won this game.
There we go.
Have you noticed a big difference with like the unleash teleport thing? Like, is it easier for him to take Ignite now because it's not as easy to teleport punish?
Yeah, I think for sure. I think if TP was the way it worked like last year, I think you would not be seeing these kinds of mashups. I think Tryndamere and like the counters into Tryndamere would not be nearly as prevalent. It's really noticeable, the TP change. You can't see why it's different, but from like the player perspective, you see playing like these matchups like Sylas into Victor, if the Sylas can get like TP dives off, whenever they were doing those dives bot lane, they're so much harder to defend. So I think it definitely enables top laners to take the Ignite into the Tryndamere.
Okay, zooming out a little bit to the whole year. You guys are 7-8 now. I know I've said in a lot of cases like, hey, Golden Guardians feels better than their record, but at the same time, you've lost a lot of close games. So we have gold graphs that you can take a look at. It really represents.
You're gonna love it.
It really represents the losses because usually if a team has like a 2,000 or 3,000 gold lead, they're gonna win. These are all losses, by the way. All of these games ended with the Golden Guardians Nexus falling down. So 100 Thieves, you had like a 10K gold lead. The FlyQuest game, that was when they had the Karma top. That was like an 8K gold lead. But then even a couple other ones in there, like C9.
There's a C9 one, yeah.
There's a COG game. There's a lot of games where you had an early lead. So kind of from your perspective, and we'll hopefully share some thoughts on this as well, but is this like unlucky or is it something you've been able to work on and improve?
Well, we're definitely working on it, but I think it's not like unlucky because we're a new team, so it's natural we're not going to do everything perfectly.
Yeah.
And it's just we didn't work on the late game really. Like we didn't focus on that at the beginning of the year. It happened like in the early weeks, so we probably should have fixed it faster than we did. But I think it's normal to not have like every phase of your game being bad. It just really sucks when it's the late game because you're going to lose a lot of games you shouldn't lose.
Yeah.
Our mid game, in my opinion, is really good. So if like we had a bad mid game but had a good late game, we'd probably have more wins. But that doesn't necessarily it just feels really bad. So
Emily?
I know the early game is a lot easier just generally to take a look at and have set plays, right?
Agreed.
I know,
it's so much easier to script.
Yeah, I know you said it several times on Desk. We've talked to other coaches and players who've said the same thing. In terms of like trying to practice mid to late game, how does that work? Because I know like when Hai sat down with Lost, that was one of the things Lost said too. And even listening to your mic check, like it's not even that you're not all on the same page, right? It's in the mic check we listened to, like you think the game is won. You're like, okay, we can push to end. You seem all like aligned with that. How do you practice that?
Well, the most important thing is you have to like know how you're actually gonna win the game. That was something that we didn't know in the 100 Thieves game. When we got the first Baron, there was a moment where like nobody on their team had flash and we had a 10K gold lead, which we didn't know in the game. But like with our comp,
how far ahead did you feel in that?
Not
game?
very far actually.
Yeah, yeah.
I thought it was like 4K. Like I didn't think it was that far.
Yeah.
There was a moment where we're up 2K at like 15 minutes.
Yeah.
And Pride Stalker says like, yeah, we're probably up in gold, by the way, when we're up 2K. Because like it like feels like we're losing, but like we're probably winning. But the disparity was really interesting that we were up so far ahead.
Yeah.
But even not knowing we're ahead, like obviously we're ahead because we have Baron. Like we just have to know we have to die. So I think that was like, a jumpstart to knowing, okay, we actually have to know how to end. And we're all super hyper focused on it because it's happened so many times. So now that we had these games where we didn't necessarily have as big of a lead as we did in some of the other games that we played, even in the early game, when we did get that lead, we managed to know exactly how we wanted to end. And it looked a lot better this week, which I'm really happy with.
Yeah. You know who wasn't particularly happy about it right off the bat?
Oh, tell me.
Yesterday?
Tell me.
Was Raz, because I don't know if you saw, but he had to eat some habanero peppers. There's been a couple of bets on this where I believe Mark had to eat something spicy because he said TL was 16-2.
Yeah.
It was my bet with you, actually, where you said they were going to go better than 12-6. If they were like a 12-5 team, then I would be the one eating. But this is a rough Scoville of the difference in peppers you and Mark had to eat.
Yep.
It's rough.
So here's the thing. I'm giving Mark a lot of credit because even though in the dive, he paid off his bet with a TL bet with his Dino Nuggies. He ended up eating a habanero anyways on my bet.
Well, let's just roll. We have
you.
some sound full of Mark eating the pepper and then also what happened to you.
Oh, geez.
And then we'll talk about it.
Oh, God. I'm worried.
And this counts as a ring. This will be our example
That'll
ring.
do it.
I can ring this bell at any point during the dive, and Mark will have to eat one of these 3
spicy dinos. Get the hell out of here.
You couldn't see him on camera, but our producer sent over the PA with hot sauce in hand. He was going to add more. And Mark
chomped it.
Look,
do we have the Raz clip as well of him suffering?
If we got it, we'll roll it.
I want to see that real quick.
Let's run it back to back to back.
If we don't, just let me know.
Just go at it. I like it. Doesn't think. That's how he plays Rakan as well. There you go. Ooh, that was all right. Let's roll that highlight reel as Golden Guardians.
Give him a second. I want to see.
You want to see his face?
Yeah, I want.
Maybe we can pip his face up during the highlight reel or something like that. Is it actually that hot yet? Oh, don't you puke on my desk.
I can't tell what's real.
No, I don't know.
Yeah,
I know.
I can't
Now I'm
tell
like,
if he's hamming
Raz is
up
a
or
pretty
not.
good actor, as we have learned.
Are you gagging? No.
It's just really hot.
It's actually that hot? Wow, milk already. There's you want me to do that for you?
Help him.
The poor man.
Oh my
Do you
god.
need a water?
We have tissues too.
Little milk.
Are you?
Boom. Here you go, buddy. The crying.
Anytime I stop drinking, it's painful.
How bad was it?
That was actually really bad. At the beginning, I thought I got out clean because I was able to swallow it. I was like, I'm good. You know, I probably didn't even need the milk. The PA was what offered me the milk.
Yeah.
I was like, I have water here. I can deal with it. But then it was the trail, once it actually entered my system, that I couldn't breathe. Like, not breathe. I couldn't talk.
Yeah.
I couldn't talk. So I was like, oh, God, I can't take this replay.
So, Olive, I have to thank you for beating him to make sure that it happened. But also, I shared with you, like, it was a bet between you and me.
Yes.
Right? So it felt weird that I wasn't there to see you eat the peppers.
Yeah.
So I talked to the producers about this morning, and they agreed that you need to do it again.
Nope.
So
Oh,
bring 'em in.
my God.
Bring 'em in.
Literally not
Bring in the
happening.
peppers.
I
Raz,
refuse.
you made the bet with me.
I refuse.
You should just take it up.
No.
Yeah?
No.
Just open it up.
Oh, thank God.
Oh, my God.
Thank God. This is what's on it, by the way. Just kidding, lol. If anyone could see this.
Oh, my.
You killed me.
Thank you
for the milk.
Just
I'll
in
take
case,
it.
just in case there's still some lingering.
I would
from
throw this,
yesterday.
but it would break. So I'm not that mad.
Yeah. You would have been fuming.
I would have been.
don't
I
think-
was like, no, this is not happening again.
Okay. We got to turn a little bit forward to the next game.
Yes.
With FlyQuest and TL. Many will see it as a one-sided matchup, but we have FlyQuest at 7-7, TL at 11-7, or sorry, 11-3. And since we have you on the desk, I do want to talk a little bit about the mid lane matchup.
Yeah.
What do you think about this mid lane matchup between Takui and Bjergsen?
I actually think it's a really interesting one. Bjergsen obviously incredibly talented. I couldn't sing his praises enough. But I actually think Takui has really surprised me this split. I think he's honestly playing the best. Not necessarily is the best like long term, but I think he's performing extremely well every single game, even in Champions Queue. Every time I'm playing against him, it seems like he always knows what he needs to do to win. And Bjergsen, I think obviously he's extremely talented, but I think he's still getting back into the groove. So I think this is going to be a really interesting matchup.
One thing I wanted to point out is that he has a really, really high damage percentage. How important do you think Tukui's performance is to FlyQuest's success?
I think it's pretty, I don't know, I think FlyQuest a lot is Jose Diodo. I think he really is the engine that runs the team. And I think him, along with any mid laner, is always going to be the most important. I think Takui's performance is definitely a part of the reason why they're 7-7. But I think that like Jose Diodo really runs that team, I feel.
Yeah. My question to you actually is kind of like digging into the pre-split expectation. Because my expectation for him, even though coming off of what was an MVP split in the LFL, he was like a mage, like a control mage only player that I really thought he specialized in, the Syndras, the Azirs. And then I felt like he needed to be able to ramp up. But that wasn't the case. And so like, what was your expectation coming into the split a little bit more in detail? And then like, do you think he's still reliant on those control mages, or do you think he's a little bit more diverse?
Yeah, I heard the same. I was expecting a lower performance for sure. A lot of the mid lane rankings of like everyone on mid lane LCS was him like at the bottom with blue.
Yeah.
And I think both of them have performed a lot better than people expected.
Yeah.
And especially Takui has really impressed me. I don't think that it's true that he's like a control mage only player. I wouldn't even say his control mage is notably better than his other champions. I feel like he's pretty well-rounded. I think that he has a very good understanding of like the matchups in mid lane, and that makes it very annoying for me playing against him.
So yeah, okay, this could be a question from Scrims as well. Like every mid laner, even though a lot of times, like if I asked you what your style was, a lot of times you're not going to be able to answer it. But I feel like people who play against mid laners can almost feel like a style. So something I kind of feel like is true with Bjergsen in this split and has been a little bit in the past. He's very good at like getting his. So he'll get farm, he'll get his items, but he might not necessarily look to punish the opponent mid laner that much. One, do you think that is true? And then two, what would be something like that Takui does in lane that like a casual fan wouldn't be able to recognize, but you feel when you're playing against it?
So I think Bjergsen used to be able to punish really hard in the lane, or at least when I was playing against him in like scrims on TSM Academy, I was getting like demolished every single game for like a year and a half.
Okay, so it wasn't true in the past.
It wasn't true in the past, but I can't tell if it's like I've gotten better or that he took a break year.
Okay.
It could be, it's probably a mix of both.
Okay.
But I feel like he definitely isn't punishing as hard as he used to.
Yeah.
And I do think it's true that he is very good at getting himself a lead. And he's very unwilling, it seems, to like put himself behind to like get somebody else ahead when it makes his lane like really bad. It may not necessarily be true. Obviously, I don't see every single scrim game that he plays.
Yeah, of course. This is just your experience.
Yeah.
It's going to be true to you, right?
Yeah. And I also know that as a player, he's always willing to do anything that he thinks is like correct and like be very malleable for the team environment. But I just haven't seen, I think it's just because he's so good at lane that he always has an ability to be ahead and doesn't like actively like sabotage that by like doing something else to get somebody else ahead.
Got it.
On the Takui perspective,
I
think probably the biggest thing is it's very hard to base against him.
Yeah.
And I feel like he, along with a lot of the other new LCS mids this year, like JoJo, JoJo's the biggest one, is they're very willing to just like kind of cheese and kind of just assume you're gonna assume they're like making the right play.
Yeah.
And then they do like a weird play and then you die and like now he's 5-0. So I think that's what is really, it's very unpredictable because with Bjergsen, especially because I had so many practice games against him, like I always feel like I know exactly what he's gonna do. Whenever I see a wave coming in, I know how strong he is, I know how strong I am, I know what he's gonna try to do with the wave. But when I play against like JoJo and like Takui, I feel like I kind of know what they want to do, but I never know like fully, and it keeps me on my toes more and makes me have to think more about laning, which makes it harder for me to play well.
All right, really quick. I am imagining everyone would predict Team Liquid to win this game.
Yeah, you would.
But we have like 45 seconds. Can you give me a percentage chance that FlyQuest will win?
I give him a solid 20.
All right, I was gonna go 25. What are you at?
Here we go.
I'd probably go lower, honestly. I think 15.
Even with all the Takui hype?
Yeah,
I
I mean, FlyQuest is still playing from home.
Yeah.
I think they've said that they are playing a lot worse from home. So I think that goes into it.
Yeah.
And when they look good, but when they look bad, they don't look that good.
I think 25 is too high. Emily?
I will go 18.
That's a very hard to enforce and very specific percentage. Okay, awesome. FlyQuest, unfortunately, on a downward spiral. They started 6-1, 1-6 since Team Liquid.
I'm free to predict against them. Look, I'm unshackled. I'm free.
Yeah, this will be
bet.
This will be Core JJ's 8th game with Team Liquid, which gives him more than the other. But we're going to toss it right now to the casters, the Tigris and Azael. Take it away.
Thank you, Jat. Great to hear from a Blaze Olive on the desk as well.
I really enjoyed that segment. That was actually great. It's always fun to hear when pros, especially if they're willing to be very honest about their opinions at open, as a Blaze Olive actually was. It's fun to get that insight and hear his perspective on some of these guys, and maybe that's something we can kind of observe in the game. I always like to try to watch a little bit more closely and see, hey, is this true? Is Takui going to be going for some more weird base timings or trying to play a little bit less typical? Because that's one of the things that Blaze Olive identified makes him pretty difficult to actually play against.
Leaning into the nuances that have worked for FlyQuest in the past, because as we go through the initial bans here, Team Liquid and FlyQuest, very different positions here in Week 7. Team Liquid on the hot streak, going through, trying to solidify themselves in that top spot. FlyQuest in that middle clump that wants to get into playoff contention.
Yep, absolutely. And obviously TL helped out by C9 losing yesterday, so first place feels a little bit more within their reach now. FlyQuest, as I said, on a pretty big downward turn. We'll see if they can bounce back here, though. A lot of these teams, it's getting pretty close towards the bottom end of the playoffs, to be able to actually grab these final spots. So any sort of upset win you can grab becomes incredibly important. towards the end of the split, as we only have today, and then next week is the end of the regular season.
And not just in the sense of trying to secure your spot in playoffs, but what is working for you as a team? What do you want to continue pushing forward? Because for Team Liquid, you can already see those initial bans drawn out from the jungle position, want to try and limit Bjergsen's impact on the map with that Rise ban away, and also prioritizing this Zeri for Hans Sama. FlyQuest, on the other hand, also do seem to have a focus around really enabling Jose de Oro to be back in that form that initially got him sought out here within the LCS.
Yeah, absolutely. I think Jose has had a good year. Has had a bounce back year. A lot of people were kind of talking about the fact that they don't think he had performed up to expectation in previous years, but this year has been very, very strong for the team. TL, though, I think a pretty difficult team to actually pin down because they have had a lot of flexibility. Just yesterday, Bjergsen brought out the Ahri, I believe, for the first time. He has had a lot of different champions that he's brought out at least once. Bwipo as well has a ridiculous amount of different champions that he has brought out. And we know that Hans and CoreJJ are willing to play, these kind of safety lanes where CoreJJ is going to roam on the map or go for 2v2 kills. So there's a lot of flexibility in the way that TL is willing to play in a way that they've never really had in the past. They've always been more of that kind of stock standard draft for 5v5, draft scaling, wait for your opponents to make mistakes and win that way. So it's a new iteration of TL, and I do think it makes it much more difficult to prepare against.
And you do have to wonder how much of that is when thinking about the players on this squad. Blaze Olive talking about the fact that Bjergsen is willing to play whatever is needed for the team and diversifying his style in that fashion, bringing out the Ahri this time for the second game in a row on the weekend.
Yep, going to be bringing out the Ahri. His game yesterday was really good. I think one of his best games of the split, actually. Getting a lot of key charms was a big difference maker, in that game. Whereas a lot of the other games, and he even talked about this in an interview with Travis Gafford, speaking about the fact that often his other lanes are winning so early that he feels like it's not smart for him to take risks. He should just then kind of facilitate them and their lead to be able to kind of make sure that he's not the one that is throwing the game or anything like that. But yesterday it did feel like he was a big difference maker, was really having a great game on the Ahri, so exciting to see that brought out. Decoy also, I think back to his game, I believe it was against 100 Thieves, where they knocked down 100 Thieves. He had an incredible Veigar game, big play in the final moments, taking out Abadaga, who was playing Corki in that one, and really I think has looked strong on the pick, so it's a strong scaling pick here. Jose de Oro is on extreme comfort with the Viego, one of his best champs, absolutely. They have a strong engaged support here for Afro, and they're banning out a couple of the options on the other side there for CoreJJ. Interesting to see the Malphite ban here, which kind of makes you think it's going to be an AD top, very likely that TL is looking for. Of course, 5th pick, probably going to be saved down, for Kumo to be able to answer Bwipo. So there is the possibility of Jace. That's the one that most people are going to think of when Malphite is banned out. That's a strong matchup into that, especially if you want to go for an AD jungler as well, as they have.
Yeah, I am very curious to see what they do end up bringing into that top position, because even thinking to Team Liquid's game yesterday, right, you always have to be worried about how they use Bwipo to exploit whatever is on the opposite side, never letting Aatrox get off the ground. So if you're FlyQuest, do you want to go for something that's going to be a bit more useful in the later stages of the game, emphasize your team fighting, or something that can hold a bit more down in laning? Tristana, baby, coming through for FlyQuest. Johnson going away from the comfort that a lot of the other picks are leaning towards.
Yeah, very interesting. Tristana coming out, has gotten a couple buffs over the last while, but still not something that is not a single play on 12.5 for Tristana. I just checked across the major leagues, so that's actually a pretty interesting first. It is a really strong scaling pick. It's a pick that can absolutely demolish towers. You do have a lot of self-appeal and safety with the Buster Shot as well as the rocket jump, so there is a lot of strength there. With Lucian coming through, I think that's Lucian top, so Lucian top very likely here for Bwipo. I don't think they're going to do something super crazy and like flex Ahri top, so it should be Lucian top. That is actually why they did ban out the Malphite. Will the support option in fact be the Taric? Would be interesting. There are other engage options they could look towards, even like the Leona is still available. Thresh is still available if they want to go for a more standard option, but CoreJJ can actually lock it in. So a lot of new stuff here today. Bwipo bringing out the Lucian top. We have Taric down here in the bot lane. One of the weaker early laners generally, but is a champion that scales incredibly well. And post 6, if you have the ability to lock your opponents into a team fight, the ultimate is so powerful. If they are playing a poke comp, the ultimate becomes a lot weaker because they can poke and prod, and it's easier to get a bad ultimate out of that Taric. But when you're playing, with the Ahri, with the Trundle, if you can fly in there or even use it as counter engage to the Nautilus and Gragas that gets actually locked up here, get an effective ulti, that can buy Lucian and Zeri and Ahri the time that they need to really run over a team fight. So a very strong 5v5 here drafted by TL. On the other side, I think the engage is a lot more explosive from FlyQuest with the Gragas and the Nautilus, and they have some really good scaling here with the Veigar as well as the Tristana. So pretty interesting compositions.
Yeah, I am so curious to watch how CoreJJ impacts this Team Liquid lineup, having another one of those picks that has a lot of protective capability and can enable them to run over FlyQuest, but FlyQuest also with a lot of tools at their disposal, trying to set their players up for success. But FlyQuest still have a lot to prove when taking down the Titans of Team Liquid.
This is a league built on speed and precision, where everything needs to perform at a pro level. Especially your hardware.
They blocked the road. They want to complete the final piece of the puzzle. They don't have enough damage for it, but who cares? It's all a formality, baby. The winner of LCS Lock-In.
Even if you're hard stuck plat, like me, forever. Roccat, the official mouse and keyboard of the LCS.
All right, coming back into it, FlyQuest still playing from home, but getting their best foot forward here against Team Liquid. And boy, are they on a rampage.
Yep, TL has been looking really, really strong. Of course, did lose their matchup against C9, but then C9 lost to TSM, so kind of staying even in that regard. It's going to be a really exciting one. Again, a lot of flexibility being shown by these teams here. And it's going to be interesting to see what they kind of, are coming to a conclusion with of like what their best champs are, coming up on playoffs, right? Because there's a lot of experimentation from these top teams, especially a lot of experimentation on the FlyQuest side as well. And they've got to really nail down like what their best comps are, what their best champs are. So when you come into playoffs, you know exactly what you want to go for in all situations.
So with that considered, and the fact that they do want to set themselves up for playoffs, but also within this game, looking at the comps individually, who are you favoring, and what are the tactics that you are looking for each side to get the overall victory?
I think you've got to favor TL just based on the nameplates
Right.
almost. But when you're looking purely compositionally, I do actually really like what FlyQuest has drafted. They have multiple forms of engage, really, really strong engage there. With the Nautilus and the Gragas, they have strong scaling team fight with the Veigar as well as the Tristana. Like I like that composition a lot. I think when you're looking at edges over on the TL side, it's looking towards the top lane where you're going Lucian to really try to bully this lane. You're trying to play aggressively, create pressure up there, which can unlock your jungler to really get a lot done. Because if you can keep Kumo locked in his lane, pushed in constantly at his tower, that's going to allow Santorin to invade aggressively, to take neutral objectives, and really to try to create an advantage from there. And then when it comes to team fights, it's all about, can you get that effective Taric ultimate with a hard committed engage? Because if you can, it's pretty tough to beat any sort of Taric comp.
And speaking of the junglers and where they want to bring that power towards that top side for Team Liquid means that Santorin is starting over on the bot side, whereas Jose Deodo pathing in the way he tends to like to on this Viego over towards top and bringing that pressure down bot eventually, but hovering around to clear out his camps as well.
Yep, absolutely. And you can see the early Tribrush ward that was actually placed there on screen from Bwipo. That is kind of a nod to the fact that there could be some sort of early aggressive move. Bwipo, though, getting a quick level 2 there and just going to try to continue going in, punishing Kumo on every single trade that he can. Going to be interesting to see if it's just the Blade of the Rune King rush. I think that's actually what he went last time, the one other game that he did bring out Lucian top. And these double marksman comps are becoming a lot more popular once again. We're seeing Kai'Sa mid, we're seeing Lucian mid, we're seeing Lucian top. So it's becoming kind of back into the meta, and it does give an advantage to these teams that have the flexibility to really run it.
And you can always rely on Bwipo to bring out picks such as this while it's the second time for Lucian, but see if they can make a play here. Santorin's hovering in the area, and Bjergsen has already made his way over, walking over the territory they had previously warded, bringing down the domain. Kumo getting a bit of slap and flashes directly onto Santorin. One more tower shot will take him down for the first blood. Can they pull out Kumo in the process? Oh! The range up Bwipo has flashes forward. Bjergsen safely escapes with the last tower shot, and it's a 1-for-1 trade.
1-for-1, but they give first blood to Kumo, so not the best there from TL. Santorin just took too many tower shots. You have to say, though, the red buff here onto Bwipo is going to be really nice in his matchup, and Kumo's actually just going to TP mid. He's going to cover there, push that out. You'll have Takoi just staying top. Obviously, he TP'd to cover, and then they're going to reset and swap it back. Bwipo, though, just trying to greed this out. He's going to wait for the recall to finish, know that there's no TPs available from either side. Then he can actually fully bounce the wave. So this will still end up, in his favor in the 1v1. He had a lot more farm. TL up towards the top side. They want to pull off a 3-man dive here on the stacked wave, deny all this golden experience here from Kumo. The teleport was very quick, though, from Takoi. He goes in almost immediately. Kumo, it's the body slam flash there, keeping Santorin in tower range longer than expected. Very well played by Kumo, just last second there, not allowing Santorin to get out of range of that heated up turret. And then they kind of have to go in for this little bit of a desperation dive there, knowing with the cooldowns on Veigar being very long early on, as soon as he uses that first rotation of spells, they just try to fight through him, tank up the tower. They do finish off the kill, and they save it from being an absolute disaster.
And that does mean, as we return towards the standard top lane, Bwipo versus Kumo, no flash, no teleport available to either of them. Kumo, having used his a little earlier, will have that up in soon time. But yeah, that was a trade that actually got Bwipo pretty marked down. Still has that red buff available to him. Jose Deodo rotating over from lane, trying to take advantage of the low HP, but Kumo gets one more slice from the Q. Jose Deodo flashes in for it, throws down the damage, and Bwipo's taken out.
Yeah, nice move there from Jose Deodo, just going straight towards top, not actually clearing the camps. They knew he had no flash, and when Bwipo uses his dash aggressively there, it's an easy flash into stun for Jose. No way for Bwipo to actually avoid that. That one trade, the overstep, allows FlyQuest to actually go for that play. Otherwise, they can't do it. But Bwipo oversteps, gets body slammed in tower range, takes that tower shot, takes the Comet proc, gets hit by the Q on the way out. Everything connects there. And Kumo has had some really effective body slams here early on to be able to turn into, this lane, which could have been an absolute disaster, into a pretty even affair.
And a comfort pick for Kumo that has worked in the past and really showing the prowess on this pick and familiarity with Bwipo. I mean, Relentless Pursuit, for instance, has a bit of that cooldown, but now Team Liquid do have advantages that they can try and seek elsewhere. Bot lane is fairly even in farm. Over in mid, slight advantage to Takoi, but Bjergsen was also making those roams prior. And across the rest, though, it's just the slight lead here at the 6-minute mark with Dragon spawning up soon enough, and no one particularly pushed up in their lanes yet.
Yep, no massive advantage taken on either side. You can see, though, that TL has done a pretty good job with the river control. They're going to try to cage Bjergsen in, so ulti will be forced. But, has pretty good line of wards, across the river there. Ward here, ward here, ward here, trying to just have that safety to play through those pushing lanes. Top lane has got to keep pushing. You can't back off just because a couple things went poorly. He is going to be just on that shove constantly. Santorin playing towards that top side, trying to enable him. We'll see if they can find any sort of a move around mid lane. It looks like he wants to try to set up Charm play with the pillar, but Takoi able to spot him there.
Waiting on the outskirts. Takoi just hitting level 7 now, so slight ahead in XP compared to Bjergsen, but it's time for an invade from Santorin to go into the enemy jungle territory. Bwipo aggressive here with Kumo. Sidestep, explosive cast to knock Bwipo to the side. Throws down the culling. Won't be able to finish off enough damage. The wave was coming as well to try and block some of it off. But meanwhile, down bot, FlyQuest are taking the first dragon.
That's actually pretty nice from Kumo. I'm not sure if it would have been better to ult him into the tower, but he actually ulted him into his waiting Q. So he hits both of those, chunks him out really low, but did have the refillable potion, had some biscuits there, so he's going to be able to reset this. On the bottom side, Jose trying to check on this red buff. He's looking to steal this away as FlyQuest does have the push here. Johnson and Afro moving in. Again, you kind of expect them to be able to have the push as Tarek not a strong laner here early on. And it's just going to be TL making the call to give up the red buff. So Jose will be able to take this one away. And Core just kind of trying to chill down on that bot side, looking to scale up, has the early tier, which I expect him to just kind of sit on. I don't really think he's going to go straight towards Fimbulwinter. A lot of times, Tarek does struggle pretty heavily with the mana, though. So, going tier early and just sitting on that and then going into your support item or your mythic, I think makes a lot of sense.
And right now, just making sure they're not taking too many risks when they don't need to, just for a buff. You could see that the rotation was happening from the FlyQuest bot lane over that control ward that he had previously dropped down and try. Of course, it has been cleared out now, which gives Fly an opportunity to control that side. But over here on top, Bwipo once again isolated, but Bjergsen's making his way up towards this top as well. A play that we've seen time and time again from Team Liquid to keep him protected. Rift Herald is up here too for somebody to have the taking eventually. A nice knock, zipping on forward onto Kumo. Bjergsen, a great charm to finish it off. The Orb of Deception, but it's Bwipo that gets the kill.
Nicely done there by Bjergsen, gets the roam, point blank charm. And this should get them Herald as well. That's a really big deal. Gonna get them Heralds, gonna get them plates probably here for Lucian as well. That's one that FlyQuest should have known as it was coming though. I mean, they had the knowledge that Bjergsen was actually missing from mid lane. Skoi should be calling that out, and FlyQuest just not respecting the roam. They are moving up though to try to challenge here.
And poor JJ also here as well. Gonna be faced right off by Aphromoo. Goes on forward to stun, and another charm directly onto Jose Deodo. No more jungler for FlyQuest, meaning that Team Liquid feels secure in their take.
Yeah, that just felt like an overreach from FlyQuest. When you lose that fight on the top side, you're always gonna lose the Herald. And them overextending to try to do this was a 3v4 that they're opting into. You know, Johnson was behind the play. He was roaming up, but he was not there to make it a 4v4. So Hansama sits bot, picks up that farm. They get an extra kill. They still get the Herald. And now a pretty significant advantage created there for TL.
And the Herald was picked up by Bwipo specifically. So
That's nice.
Yeah, he can just drop that down anytime if he feels like it. Maybe get some input from his junglers and saying, hey, you got the thing that I usually take control of. Enjoy your moment in the sun, my friend.
Yep, all the gold gonna go here to Bwipo. Has the Blade of Ruin King already completed. So Bwipo really, really strong at this point. You do have to show some respect to the burst potential there of this AP Gragas. But, you know, if you're not by the tower, if you can get a couple good trades in here, you really can't do much as Kumo to kind of fight back because he's so far away from his Everfrost. Bwipo is going to be massively stronger at this point, and if he can continue pushing up, chipping away at the turret, he has the Herald in pocket, has the potential to just get all this gold for free.
And another Ahri on the way if he needs any additional assistance too. Kumo charmed
charm
again,
flash.
another orb. Everything going right here in the top lane.
Oh, Bjergsen is just ruthless up towards this top side. Back-to-back games on the Ahri. He is popping off. The charm flash, it looked like there, right onto Kumo. Getting the charm, interrupting the body slam. Kumo, back-to-back roams, can't avoid that charm, not willing to early flash. Ends up going down again. He has no TP here, so it's a rough one.
Yeah, I mean, Bjergsen is making it look easy when he's going for these top roams.
Yep, coming right back through. He is spotted, and at this point, your only chance is just flashing immediately, but Kumo knows he's just gonna follow. But it is the charm flash there, point blank, lands the charm, had the ulti to follow even if Fake God did flash, or excuse me, Kumo did flash there. So no real escape for him to be had, but now it's 100 CS to 58. You're massively down in farm. 3 kills over to Bwipo, plus the plates, and the fact that he's gonna get another 360 gold at least from the Herald means this top lane is completely out of control, and they're not really getting anything on the other side to kind of make up for that, right? You know, they just have the one dragon. They have a very tiny advantage in the farm on the bot side, but Taric is going to, you know, really outscale what the Nautilus is going to be able to do in the 5v5. So there's not a lot of bright spots right now here for FlyQuest besides just kind of like hoping that your Tristana and your Veigar will be able to out-carry later on.
And you can assume most of that gold advantage that Team Liquid have established at this point in time over 2K is over towards that top side. And yes, FlyQuest stacking that first dragon, 4 more seconds until the second one comes up, which is why they want to zone a bit. They've dropped down a couple controls across the river, but Bjergsen already getting some heavy chunks onto Takui right now, and Jose Deodo isn't in the vicinity to make that play just yet. They want to alleviate some of this pressure that Kumo has been feeling up top.
Yep, but Santorin is just ghosting him. He's staying behind. He's making sure that even if they look for that play, the Trundle is in the area to respond. And as the wave bounces, Santorin can go farm his camps. Bwipo is going to be safe to push this in one more time. The Herald will have to be dropped here pretty soon. You know, I do expect it to be used either on this wave or the next. You know, you don't want to allow that to time out, and you definitely don't want to miss out on that gold. Should be able to probably just proc it right here, and we'll be able to at least get 2 more plates down. It's going to be very low. Probably can't actually finish that last final plate before they do fall because it's going to be too much armor and MR, but we'll get the charge. We'll get an additional kills worth of gold, and at this point, you know, it's 5,700, almost 5,800 gold to under 4K. So that he is like almost the entire lead for TL.
And here at that 13-minute mark, whereas most of that lead is over towards top, you at least know Hansama on the bot side has finished off that Triforce. And then on the opposite end, because of that attention that was paid, Bjergsen making that roam just to ensure that the Herald could smash, they do manage to position themselves for a second dragon to be picked up by FlyQuest, which means we got them Hextech gates on the way for the third.
And that is a really strong soul. So at the very least, they do have some sort of a win condition that they're building to. You know, you have really good scaling with 2 of your carries. If Gragas can kind of just hold on the top side, like honestly, maybe he should just go Everfrost into tank from here. Like I don't think it really makes sense to go full AP when you're this far down. So maybe he should just try to bail out and try to get into damage mitigation as hard as he can. But, you know, they can try to work towards Soul. But TL has such a big gold lead that as long as they execute in these 5v5s, they should be able to stop them at the next dragon. And that's really where I think a lot of this game is going to be decided, because TL has been able to stretch out this 3.5k gold lead. FlyQuest has traded that for a couple dragons on the bottom side, and now you've got to kind of make good on that and continue this stack towards Soul, because if TL steals even 1 dragon away, then the gold they've gotten has been worth so much more.
And while TL are positioning themselves to offset that pretty effectively, for FlyQuest, you still have ample amount of engage. We have seen Kumo on the Gragas, as you were just mentioning before, kind of pivot away from the AP, towards the elsewhere. 6.8k in gold for Bwipo right now, towering over the rest of them, a whole 1.5.
Kumo's down with the supports. That feels bad, man.
I feel like that becomes your battle when you're at the bottom. Just be higher than the supports. Just be higher than the supports.
Yeah, you're just waiting for them to cash in the final stack on the relic shields. They can't keep up with you. It's definitely a rough one for sure. But he does have the Everfrost. And one of the nice things with Gragas is no matter how behind you are, I mean, not that you want to be behind, of course, on any champion, you still do have kind of that X factor, the ability to find a really nice ultimate. Of course, you want it to do more damage, but if you can actually knock someone in, if you can find that perfect combo, body slam flash, knock someone in, you know, immediately delete them with Veigar follow-up, then that can really do a lot to kind of alleviate those pains and that goal that you are down. Because as strong as Bwipo is, he isn't tanky at all, right? You know, he still can get burst down.
So maybe an opening if FlyQuest can make sure that TL don't completely run away with it. They are on the second Rift Herald right now, having dropped the prior one before 14 minutes to get those plates, to put Bwipo in that really heavy pocket gold territory, and now have another tool in their arsenal. But, I mean, FlyQuest on the other side, we haven't really seen a lot of the action down bot, mostly just leaving Johnson to hopefully farm things up and become a powerful force later.
Yeah, and mostly because there just hasn't really been much action, right? Like, they've pretty much just been trading farm here, back and forth, the Zeri and the Tristana. You know, they are going to be able to grab that gold there for Johnson on the bottom side, but it's probably going to cost them 2 towers here mid. We'll see how quickly FlyQuest can respond, but they don't even need Shelly's first charge here for that tier 1. Bwipo is moving over, so 5-man rotation from TL to try to push this up. They get the charge off. Will they finish the tower?
Smashes on in. Jose De Oro had to use the Heartbreaker just to get out to make sure he didn't fall. 3-man knock up here. A couple roots as well. But what do you know? Poor JJ's got a nice ultimate in his pocket. Explosive cast on the outskirts to push Bwipo away. But no lives are lost, but towers taken.
Yep, they get those 2 towers. All the ultimates used there will be back up before the next dragon, so not really much of a cost for TL. They brute force it down mid. They get that additional gold here. And not sure if we're just into a quick pause. We'll let you guys know as soon as we do. But yeah, I mean, it's all really going to come down to the setup here around that next dragon, around that third dragon that FlyQuest is trying to stack towards, trying to get that Hextech soul, you know, really make good on the early game investment down on that bottom side. Did get the info. Hansama's client did crash, so game paused. He's going to be rebooting. Hopefully it's a quick solve and we're right back into it.
Getting that all worked out. On that note of that dragon, it does feel like a lot of teams like Team Liquid have been okay with allowing those first 2 to go. They're not too worried about it until you get to that soul point, if they're not the ones in the driver's seat, because there's plenty of games where they do prioritize that bot side as well, but they kind of just let it go if they're not the first ones to that first Drake.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, I think with this composition that they built, like when you're playing Lucian top, you're doing that to create a gold advantage on the top side, right? You know, Lucian doesn't want to farm even. You know, you're just not in a good position if you're doing that. So it makes sense for them. Focus their efforts on the top side, play through that advantage. Ahri has pushed mid, Lucian has pushed top. Santorin can do pretty much whatever he wants on the top side because of that. And it also enabled Bjergsen to make some really good roams towards the top side, which is kind of what blew that lane open for them. And so you're trading all of that all of that gold that you're farming for the dragons on the bottom side with the intent to fight at third dragon and be much stronger than your opponents at that time. And that's, pretty kind of classic trade back and forth. Of course, there are some games for TL where it's just like they're just stomping every lane and they take the dragons and the gold lead. And usually you're just kind of doomed in that situation.
You just try and keep your mental in it, chin up,
Yeah.
smile on your
We're
face.
scaling.
Yeah, we're scaling. And on the note of Bjergsen bringing a lot of that power over towards that top side, because yes, you can look at it, oh great, he's roaming at the right times, but you look down and he's never really down in farm. He knows from that expertise he's developed through all of these years in professional play when he should find those windows, and you imagine that he's also working very well with the rest of the team communicatively to make sure it's full advantages. Looks like we're back in it though. Team Liquid and FlyQuest still underway.
Yep, absolutely. I mean, it's one of those things where you have to roam at the right times. Roam when you're not going to lose too much farm, too many plates, too much tempo. It's definitely something that, if you are going to be roaming at timers where the waves can crash, you want someone to be able to rotate up and actually cover for you. So there's a lot that goes into it, but it's interesting because, we had a BlazeOlive talking about how in his games, his experience against Bjergsen most recently had been that Bjergsen generally prioritizes his lane and is not willing to sacrifice that for that of his teammates. But in this game, I kind of feel like that's been more what he has done. Like, he's not farming poorly by any means. He's up to almost 160 at 17 minutes, which is respectable, but he's roamed multiple times and actually has sacrificed some farm to put the Lucian ahead, which was kind of exactly what they were talking about. So, showing some of that flexibility, it's something that Bjergsen definitely hasn't shied away from in the past. He's a guy that kind of just plays whatever he believes is the strongest, no matter what anyone else believes. Received a lot of criticism at times for, for Galio all the time on TSM and things like, mid lane Lulu or Karma or whatever, when people are like, get him on a carry, let him win the game. But if he believes that's the best way to win the game, that's what he's going to play. And he's not someone that needs to be the person to carry every single time.
And I think that's one of the things when it comes to Team Liquid as a squad, even just hearing from Santorin in the post-game interview yesterday, the excitement comes from that willingness of every single player to make the play, whatever it needs to be, while Team Liquid setting up right now in the bush to try to make a play of their own. 4 of them, Bjergsen coming from the river as well. There is some warding to be seen. So FlyQuest are keeping themselves nice and congested, even calling down the teleport here for some additional assistance.
This is tough, though, because there's not really any vision around that dragon pit here for FlyQuest. They have the scuttle. That's it, right? There's one flanking ward very deep. There's the scuttle down. But it makes it tough to enter, and they don't see Bjergsen here. He's going to face check.
Yeah, Bjergsen was sitting right on top of that control ward for whoever might be passing by. The dragon itself has been completed. Team Liquid taking it down, so with the objective no longer on the table, FlyQuest choose not to engage.
Yeah, and I think that's the right call. It's a tough one to make when you're trying to play for Soul, but they just didn't have the angle to do it. So instead, they get mid lane prio off this. They can go mid, try to push for towers. TL didn't have the inside track to actually walk back and defend their mid. So instead, they're just going to trade bot. They recall 3. They send their 2 Soul laners down bot to try to trade a tower. And their bot lane plus jungler will actually get up here to try to defend their own tier 2 and potentially defend that top lane tier 1. So I think correct choices on both sides here. This is, of course, the earlier client crash. They are back in. That didn't just happen. We have FlyQuest playing from home, so have to build up that competitive integrity, and that's why there is that little bit of a delay.
So while in this current game state there was a bit of a trading of the turrets, if you're looking from FlyQuest perspective, think about the advantages that Team Liquid got when they can break open that mid. It's always a scenario that helps you most when wanting to go for the dragons, when wanting to go to the Baron, so that you can establish that vision very effectively. So at least maybe FlyQuest, if they keep themselves within a team kind of movement across the map, can try to do some of the same. Though they do still have 3 minutes and 45 until the next Drake, so a while on that, and we are just now over the 20-minute mark where Baron becomes a play.
Yep, and I mean, I think for FlyQuest, the game plan kind of stays the same, right? The gold lead hasn't grown tremendously for TL, and if you actually look at the individual gold leads on these players, it's 3K for Bwipo. They're only 3.6K ahead. So if you can get a quick kill on Bwipo, like the gold lead is just removed. And they have good tools to do that because, Veigar QR plus Kumo with a body slam flash into an ultimate, like those spells will insta-kill Lelouch. It's obviously easier said than done to actually connect everything on him because he's going to be playing around that. And there is things like the Core JJ ultimate to really worry about. But if they can connect on him, if they can really find that window to get the damage down, they can burst him out. And then it becomes a lot more difficult for TL because TL doesn't have great hard engage, right? Like they have the Trundle pillar to slow you down. They can kind of stun off Trundle, but they don't have any sort of like dive in hard CC type of play. They more need to be first to an objective, set up vision similarly to how they did the last Dragon, and force FlyQuest to kind of fight into them.
Yeah, which is a bit difficult to try and execute when you have Team Liquid pushing all on the bot side to not grant FlyQuest much entry here, which is why they're rotating players like Aframu over towards that top to see what they can do with Decoy to pressure this top lane. Bjergsen in the vicinity though, and Hexgate utilized by Jose Deodo. They don't have much of a wave here, just last cleared with Bjergsen having the minions on his side, so they can't really execute, but they were trying to be proactive with it.
Yeah, it looked like they were trying to set up a flank here. You know, Afro and Jose looking for a wraparound, but because they have no deep vision, right? You know, like they have nothing on the map past this little ward here. They got one there, and then they have kind of this just general line, right? They've got no deep wards, so they didn't have any information on where the TL members were. And if they do try to go for that wraparound and they find Santorn and CoreJJ, that's going to go really bad for you. So they do end up bailing out on it. But we're kind of just in this situation where both teams feel relatively happy with what they're getting, and it's turning it into one of those slower paced games that is more about the setups at the objectives and really trying to eke out small advantages. And this is going to be Flash's force for sure.
Another heartbreaker used by Jose Deodo to get out of some of the CC here. Santorn, Aframu actually flashing over the wall because he knew the jungler was on his tail. FlyQuest using everything they can to escape, not being ready to be funneled into a corner just yet.
Yeah, there's just no way they could really fight in that position. Johnson didn't have a good angle. Kumo was not actually there. So they're always going to have their flashes forced as soon as they were spotted. And they do respect that, spend the flashes. But it does mean some vision control gained here by TLs. They're trying to look for a little bit of an interrupt.
Directly on the ward is where JJ was standing. Flashes. A little scary moment there that FlyQuest were lying in wait for.
Yeah, he actually, that's kind of clever because Jose had no way over the wall, but he hits the W stun over the wall to set up for Decoy's cage to try to buy that buffer time. And I do think Decoy potentially could have 100 to 0 with a full combo, so that's why there is that really quick flash coming out from CoreJJ. Just a little miniature flash, wasn't like a full length one, but does get into safety.
You know, Tarek just has shorter legs. He can only go so far.
There you go, yeah. It's got all that heavy armor on him.
But that's pretty much the most action we've gotten in the recent minutes because FlyQuest are being reserved, which is what you want to see. You don't want them to get picked out. And even looking towards the recent game, when things started to fall apart against Golden Guardians, it felt like a singular player getting caught out in a moment, which is something that Jose Deodo is a little worried about right now, but does have his mid laner and his support by his side.
Yep, but they have kind of lost full control over the Dragon area. You know, I've highlighted a lot of times, talking a lot about vision because this is really how TL likes to play. This is something that is not changed with their team. They're very thorough about sweeping out vision. They like walking around in 2, 3, 4-man squads to clear out vision. And because they have full vision control on this bottom side, there's nothing stopping this play from being made down here because they have full info there. So they actually just have Evolution sold that up. They send 4 men top to contest vision on top side, and again are going to force Jose to use his ultimate in retreat, which may just cause them to start up the Baron. I mean, this is one of those situations where when you have Tarek, because he has that tier, he actually has a lot of mana, and with your passive auto resets, you can heal like every second. So you actually have the AoE healing to keep yourselves very healthy. This is what you do. You actually add a significant amount of damage as well with that passive. You don't want to over spam and run completely out of mana, but you can do very healthy Baron attempts. They're going to try to force it. They get the TP here out of FlyQuest. Will they just full on commit? Looks like they're down to flip.
A 5v5 potential, but it's blue side Team Liquid getting the Baron right now. Very similar to what happened over on that Dragon side. FlyQuest, no vision established, can't make their way in and lose the objective.
And I called that a flip, but actually that's not really a fair characterization because they knew that Jose had no flash, had no ultimate, and they had killed off the blast cone. So he actually had no way in the pit, and he wasn't going to be able to walk all the way around the outside to enter the pit. So really, the only chance there was Decoy trying to steal over the wall, but didn't really have the ability to kind of set up and get that. So TL, I think a pretty smart Baron take there from them, utilizing that power of the Tarek. They get the Baron, now have extended the gold lead in a meaningful way for the first time in a long time. They've taken back-to-back Dragons, and they're on the push here. They are looking to fight.
A 4-player escort from Team Liquid
FlyQuest
down
on the
mid.
flank.
There is a teleport available from Bjergsen if he wants to come through. But here we go. 2 lockdown, 2 stun for Team Liquid. But so far, it is 1 eliminated in for JJ. Jose Vero, Heartbreaker over to the side. Gets Charm back into it. Explosive cast to send Santorin in the opposite direction. But Takui flashes over the wall to get out of Bjergsen's way. That's a man you got to worry about his damage. That's a pillar you got to worry about that's slow. But you got the stopwatch.
Oh, the gauge!
Kumo, the event horizon is good. Catches 2, but the damage follow-up isn't there. So Team Liquid dodging Dark Matter on Dark Matter. They stay in this, losing 1 for 1.
Yeah, it's just the 1 for 1 there. FlyQuest had a really good flank. I'm so surprised that they didn't actually try to kill off the Zeri in that situation. Instead, they decide to spend their spells on CoreJJ and burst him down. I guess the read is that, oh, Kumo probably gonna go down.
Whippo, you feeling pretty strong right now, huh? You got that calling for Kumo, huh? Kumo right into his barrel and sent off to sea.
Yeah, Kumo gonna fall down there. Didn't spend the flash, couldn't get out of range. Does end up going down. Johnson, will he look to try to make a play here? Afro's on the wraparound.
Oh, meanwhile, right here around the mid lane, Takoi and Jose Deodo are on the retreat. Flash forward, Santorin throwing up his pillar once again. And on the opposite side, Aframu is here for some support. Gets a hook onto Bjergsen. The stun up to follow.
Oh,
but the stun onto the enemy support is here too. Now, the Cosmic Radiance coming in nice and strong for CoreJJ. The level of sustain good for Team Liquid. Bjergsen zoning off Takoi. And the tower in mid is going down as well. This grants Team Liquid a bit of extra room to make their movement.
Yeah, they're going to try to push in here. They have that tower down. But FlyQuest doing a good job holding on. They did get the kill on Boop on the top side. It ended up being Johnson grabbing a solo kill there on an admittedly very softened up Whippo. But TL do get kills on the other side. They do take down that mid lane tower. But yeah, I mean, it's just interesting thinking back again to that initial flank that Takoi and Jose pulled off. You know, they caught both Hansama and CoreJJ in the event horizon, but they ended up spending the spells, you know, on the support instead of the marksman. And I think the read just there is that CoreJJ will save Zeri with his locket and his heal into the ultimate, so they felt that they had to kill off the support. The problem with that is you spend all your spells to kill the support, and now Zeri's going to run wild. And here this is one more time. Hail of Blades, jump in, 2 autos, ulti for the buffer on that 3rd auto, get the kill there. Nicely played by Johnson, who is getting quite strong, has 3 items, stopwatch on top, going to be working towards the IE 4th, almost guaranteed. And I mean, they have serious threats here as far as the late game carries, but they've just really been losing control of the map constantly and haven't been able to get access towards these dragons.
The way things were split prior, it feels like whoever is on FlyQuest facing off against multiple members of Team Liquid, whether it be the absence of vision or just the angle within the jungle, has been difficult for them to find that opportunity. And now hoping to hover in the outskirts in the fog of war, just to find some chance to catch someone from Team Liquid out, but it's so hard to find them separated.
It absolutely is, but at the very least, this is the first time they've actually had river control pre-dragon spawn over these last 3 dragons. It has been TL getting the last 2 very, very easily. FlyQuest has the inner path. They're actually going to try to push down mid here, take a tier 2, then they can exit through the jungle over towards that dragon and start it up if they want. Whippo has TP'd, but FlyQuest getting a little bit stuck on this pillar. It's going to get awkward.
Team Liquid hoping to corral them as much as possible. Afromu bringing himself out of this with the dredge line, and FlyQuest within the jungle they go. Team Liquid don't have vision within this vicinity, so they take the mid lane route. The dragon is up. This can be soul point for either of these teams, the 2 previous being claimed by Team Liquid. FlyQuest congeal together to try and take on Team Liquid here.
Yeah, FlyQuest, I mean, they spent all their tempo, though, going down mid and taking a tier 2, which is honestly just irrelevant.
Oh, Bjergsen goes in, gets the charm onto 1, stopwatch immediately after another strong CoreJJ ultimate, and the support gone. Team Liquid positioned to take the Drake.
Yeah, and they're going to continue looking to position for even more. The pillar is going to lock in Johnson. They want to potentially chase here, but now with Baron spawning in 55, they can even go towards mid lane. There's an open inhib there. They grab another dragon, and yeah, FlyQuest want to collect as much gold as possible, but you didn't stop the soul stack. You could have actually been at soul point off that, and I think that's actually a much more valuable objective at this point in the game than just getting that bit of gold there from that tier 2 tower. Instead, they spend the tempo on the tier 2 tower. TL then are able to kind of recoup that, push out mid, meet them towards that dragon, and TL take the fight. TL take the dragon. They're at soul point and still with a massive gold lead, and Baron about to spawn here.
Now, Jose Deodo taking the long way around. They do outnumber Team Liquid here on the top side. Rocket jump
Decoy
along
flanking.
the shot onto Bwipo. Decoy sees if he can get an event horizon down to lock down Team Liquid as soon as they arrive. Hansama right in the middle of that pit, throws down the ultimate, gets blasted on down. Bwipo, you are in dangerous territory. That's what happens to an ADC when you get caught out. You get the flash forward after the rocket jump reset, and it's good for a kill. Johnson putting in the plays to be 4-0 right now. What a great Rocket flip the switch replay that we have off of that.
That was a huge play. Decoy on the TP flank, gets behind the Zeri, and Kumo alley-oops him into the cage there. Decoy, even so much patience, he never even spent the ulti because he knew he had the damage to get the kill. So if TL ever turned to fight, he still had his combo, and here it is, the Rocket flip the switch replay. Decoy in the bottom of your screen, had the TP flank, comes in on that long run there, finds the perfectly placed cage here, and then Kumo just knocks Hans into the wall. Bjerg is already low. CoreJJ, you can see on the minimap moving up with Santorin, but there's just no chance for TL to fight. The Nautilus ultimate committed. They get the second kill. The reset on the jump there for Johnson. Flashes in off the rocket jump. 3 quick autos with the hail for blades. Ulti to follow, gets the kill with the explosive shot proccing there. They take the Baron as well. We were at a 7,000 gold lead. It is now 2.8K. That was about a 5K swing there for FlyQuest with some really powerful scaling. And now TL, it's your turn to start sweating because you may have just given up enough for FlyQuest to get right back into this game.
It's the first time we got to see them be truly proactive with their kits. How many times had we seen the Heartbreaker from Jose Deodo, the rocket jump from Johnson, having to be very defensive and getting out of a lot of these fights against Team Liquid? But now we were able to see the true power that they have behind them, taking down this tower in the bot lane. Team Liquid offsetting this with another wave soon to come.
Yep, just trying to stack up these waves here, have them crash at the same time. Mid lane's coming in. It's just the cannon in that bot lane remaining. I'm not sure that FlyQuest can really get more. And this is, though, where that previous decision to take the tier 2 mid really maybe comes back to haunt you a bit. Because if you had the Baron into this next dragon spawning and you could play for Soul with the gold kind of equalized, that's your win condition. But it is instead TL that are still on that Soul point, and they have the advantage here. And FlyQuest is struggling to get those waves crashing at the same time. You know, bot wave is going to be cleared out. Yes, mid lane comes in now, but because the wave is not crashing at the same time, they now move over to mid as 5. They're going to clear this out, and they're just going to be able to bounce back and forth. So FlyQuest really needs to try to sync up those waves, try to slow push it in so that they crash at the exact same moment, and force TL to try to defend 2 places at the same time. That's how you get the advantages with this Baron push. Otherwise, TL just move as a 5-man squad and clear out both waves.
And that top wave had gotten stalled for quite some time as well, which is why Johnson is now making his movement that way so that FlyQuest can open up some of these lanes and create an advantage. Their Baron buff will be expiring before the spawning of that next Drake, and that's where you have to look at that team fighting once again to see if they can push things.
Yep, and at the very least, they will get this tier 2, so not going to really be able to pressure the base here. Unfortunately for FlyQuest, just didn't have the correct timings on those pushes. TL, though, trying to get some vision back here. It's going to be about the dragon. Both teams need to reset early, get rid of any extra crap in your inventory, get pink wards. Everyone needs to play for vision in this sort of a situation because the game will come down to having that perfect setup and to having that perfect engage at this next fight. If TL get that dragon, that is Soul. That is very likely the game in their favor, despite the great comeback from FlyQuest. But if they can stave this off, they are still alive.
And because of that, the pings were coming in strong from FlyQuest. The immediate rotation, Event Horizon lands again, but the stun directly into the stun off of that movement from Santorin, using the ultimate and the flash here as well. No lives lost just yet. Trying to zone off with some of these barrel rolls from Kumo, but it's Team Liquid on the outskirts as the dragon spawns here with a few seconds to go. Also have a ward in the pit on their side.
Yeah, but you look mid lane and they have the wave actually crashing on the inhib, so FlyQuest is the one kind of on the time crunch here. They're going to start this up, and it's down to Santorin, but he has no flash. They forced out the flash earlier with that cage, so they are able to grab the dragon here. They have to get back to base now, see if they can actually defend their inhib, but TL unable to find a way in, and this is where this kind of a composition that they've drafted can struggle. If you are not playing from the advantage, if you are not the ones that your opponents have to engage into, they have no real way to start out of the fight besides Pillar. Like, they need FlyQuest to come to them, and when FlyQuest gets first move, when they get the first setup, TL don't really have any options except hoping that FlyQuest engage into you and fumble it.
And when you're FlyQuest at that point, yeah, you're just saying, okay, we have decent ways to zone you off here in this Riverside.
Yep.
We got some barrels, we got the cage down, and if you try and step up into that, you can immediately get blasted down. We saw that happen to Whippo the previous time because of how squishy he is.
Absolutely. I mean, cage at this point is an 8-second cooldown that lasts for 3 seconds, right? It actually has a tremendous amount of uptime in the later stages of the game. Once you have that maxed, once you have some CDR picked up, and having the death cap, having a lot of these items picked up, he is closing in on that 1K AP mark here probably pretty soon. I assume once he actually finishes his next item, which he's pretty close to doing, he will be able to crest that mark. And Johnson is full build. He has the eye complete. He picked up a GA on top, so he's sitting on 80% crit. Tristana, very high level as well, has hit level 18, so you have the maximum additional range from your passive there. It's very difficult to deal with Tristana this late in the game.
And here coming into a fight, keeping in mind, Hansama has a stopwatch, so does Jose de Oro. Decent ways of trying to delay. Azonia's in the pocket for Bjergsen. See who makes the first move. FlyQuest right now trying to usher this wave down mid. Don't have much vision.
Whippo's not here.
Outskirts.
They're not going to contest it. They're trying to trade. They're actually trying to go for Whippo to potentially trade and hit, but FlyQuest need to press. You are 5v4. Push in. Make Whippo TP back or try to get something more.
Take it or leave it, FlyQuest. They take the inhibitor, and Whippo continues to usher that wave over towards that top side. See how quickly FlyQuest can respond from here on out.
I mean, someone's got to get back, right? You've got to get back and actually answer this.
They're afraid to.
If you wait too long, if TL are able to stop these recalls, then it could be really bad. TL, of course, don't have vision in their jungle to actually just go in there and face check, so it is just the inhibitor trade. FlyQuest played it a little bit slow, but now, Whippo, you're in trouble. He way overstayed.
Ooh. Yeah, 2 coming in hot from FlyQuest once they finally did manage to get that back. Kumo using the flash there, but still, inhibitor mid taken down for Team Liquid, inhibitor bot over for FlyQuest.
I mean, this could be Baron potentially here for FlyQuest. They should definitely go for it. It's 5v4. Whippo stayed so long there. I mean, TL didn't have vision on anyone. You've got to respect the fact that someone is going to base, that they're going to have home guards. Whippo played way too aggressive there. They're going to leave Kumo bot side just in case TL try to end the game through bot, which is what TL looks like they're trying to do. They're actually sending everyone bot, 4-man bot. They're going to try to base race this, but the Baron's going to go down too fast, and they're going to be able to recall. So all they're really going to be able to get is this mid lane inhib, and they have to be a bit worried still about the potential home guards coming through, about potential TP flank. FlyQuest will lose the double inhib, but they've taken one of their own. They have the Baron, and they're on soul point here as well. So this next dragon, it's becoming really dicey. TL just staying around. They're trying to find one member walking in by themselves, see if they can catch someone out, but they're spotted now, and FlyQuest could try to collapse.
Whippo just now respawning and looking for maybe a teleport into this action if need be, but the rest of Team Liquid using the jungle to their advantage to get out of range of FlyQuest.
Yeah, going to be able to back it out, and though Afro could have engaged there, he would have engaged too far away from the carries. If he blast cones in and just, flash engages, you're a couple screens away from the rest of the squad. They're not going to be able to follow up, so good little bit of patience there from Afro. They have got to just try to set it up around this dragon, rinse and repeat, get ready for it. We can see Anathema's Chains picked up here from Takoi. Really, really strong item as a defensive option here for the Veigar. Be able to reduce the tenacity on your opponent, plus the damage that they are doing. So it's actually increasing the cage stun, which really makes that very, very deadly. It's really effective. I think it's a lot better than Zhonya's in most cases, unless you're playing against like Syndra or something like that. But FlyQuest pushing down bot. TL are just trying to push the other lanes. They know they can't 5v5 anymore. They did not get enough early on, and their comp is not suited to really set up the 5v5 where FlyQuest can choose their engages. So they're just trying to play these kind of hit and run tactics. They're sending 4 mid, Whippo is top, Takoi is here to answer, multiple members from FlyQuest base to answer, but then that means that it's too risky to take the push and continue that on bot side. So Johnson and Jose are going to have to back up, knowing that if everyone from TL bases, they could now get picked off. And TL is going to continue to try to do this. Push and pull, and hope that FlyQuest really overextends on one side. But now it's all about the dragon here. Double TP coming in, actually triple TP coming in. Everyone showing up to this. This is likely the fight that decides the game.
It's a house party. Everyone's got an invitation. Aframu putting Bjergsen into the VIP status with that one hook, but the calling right onto the outskirts. Another stasis utilized, and Core JJ keeping his team alive. But the focus onto the dragon is good. It's Jose Dero that takes it down. One down right now for Team Liquid. Hansama really on the teetering edge of death, and as soon as he comes back into it, finds his grave ready and set for him. Team Liquid push pushed off of this. Soul achieved by FlyQuest, but Kumo already very dangerous. A nice cage to get around Core JJ, and even though he watches over it, he can't get out of the way of that ultimate. Aphromoo, you're in dangerous territory, my friend. Bjergsen and Bwipo looking to get collapsed upon, though. Flash from Takoi to get out of the charm range, and with that, the rest of FlyQuest funneling into the base, looking for an opportunity to take down Team Liquid. Onto one Nexus turret they go. Those bombs hit pretty strong. If you're Tristana, baby, what can Team Liquid Bwipo do when FlyQuest is coming for you? Nexus down, Fly win.
FlyQuest take the game over TL. What a comeback from them. Really all off of that top lane play. The TP flank from Takoi was so critical there. Coming in, catching out Hansama on that top lane, getting the kill. They get multiple kills. They take the Baron. They pick up multiple objective bounties. And they were the ones playing this composition that had such incredible team fights, such incredible scaling. It's much more easy to actually execute in the 5v5. You know, TL kind of had to play with an advantage, and they created a massive advantage early, but they couldn't close out the game. You know, they were 7K, 7.5K ahead, I think, at the highest point. But then off that TP flank, the advantage swung like 5,000 gold. Like, they pulled it back to almost parity, and then TL are at the point where they are not the first to the objective anymore. They don't have the ways to actually engage. They can't be proactive. They have to try to react to what FlyQuest did, and that's why we got in this weird scenario where TL knows they can't win 5v5 anymore, so they're going to try to split push, they're going to try to do all this crazy stuff, and FlyQuest just handled it really, really well.
Yeah, overall FlyQuest coming through clutch there, but I do want to recognize the clutch factor from Takoi that has been developing through a lot of the games of their victories, because if it isn't for that lockdown, as you mentioned, over in the top side, following up with the damage, some of these chances wouldn't quite be found.
I mean, it's very reminiscent of that game that I talked about when he locked it in, of that 100 Thieves game where he has that big play, you know, just one-shotting the Corki out of his Valkyrie and finding these big cages, finding these big plays. You know, FlyQuest was playing a slow game. They were getting very far behind. I mean, TL did an incredible job snowballing on top side. But when you play these late game comps that have really strong scaling options, that have multiple forms of engage, you don't need to push the pace of the game as much as your opponents do. So as long as they can stabilize, Veigar and Tristana are getting their farm, they are going to be a big threat, you know? And Johnson gets to the point where he's on 6 items. Who cares if Bwipo was big earlier, because Tristana is just a more powerful champion in the late game.
And finding the ways in which that, we don't want to overstay our welcome. We want to know where those advantages are, but not push them too hard. Because we saw Bwipo overstaying in that bot side, right? When he got the inhibitor, went a little too much, but then FlyQuest on the other side, making their way down when they were trying to set up for that last Drake. They didn't overstay, and they made their way to the objective.
That was really, really impressive. And I gotta say, you know, maybe Raz was the FlyQuest curse, because as soon as he stopped believing in them, you know, he was betting on them to go 12-6, I guess it was, right? And then he lost the bet yesterday, had to eat the spicy pepper, and then today he's like, yeah, I don't have to bet on FlyQuest anymore. They're gonna lose, and then they immediately take down TL.
I kind of feel like we should make Raz eat a pepper on every FlyQuest loss. There's only 3 more games of the regular season.
Come on, Raz,
right?
that's a big deal.
Yeah, we'll hit you up about that, Raz. For now, though, we're gonna go ahead and step away. But on the other side, we're breaking down the game with the State Farm analyst desk, and I'll be talking with Aphromoo in our Verizon post-game interview. Kumo getting a bit of slap and flashes directly onto Santorin. One more tower shot will take him down for the first blood.
Probably gonna go down.
Bwipo, you feeling pretty strong right now, huh? You've got that calling for Kumo, huh? Hansama right in the middle of that pit, throws down the ultimate, gets blasted on down. Bwipo, you are in dangerous territory. That's what happens to an ADC. When you get caught out, you get the flash forward after the rocket jump reset, and it's good for a kill. Johnson putting in the plays. Welcome back to the LCS, everyone. I'm here for the Verizon post-game interview, joined by Afromoo. I just want to know, what's your raw feeling right now after taking down Team Liquid, one of the top teams in the league?
Feels good. Honestly, Team Liquid, great team. Had our hands full today, as we saw from, pretty close game. We were both on Soul Point, came down to the last, Dragon in the team fight, but it was a fun game. Proud of the guys.
Yeah, tell me a bit more about that game, specifically the fact that Team Liquid were getting quite a heavy lead, but it felt like that play top is where things cracked open for FlyQuest. How did that impact the way you carried out the rest of the game?
Which play are you talking about? Oh, the one where we killed 3 people?
Yep.
For the turn? Oh, okay. Yeah, they overstayed. Santorin showed on the ward in his bot side jungle. Immediately, we were like, what the hell are they doing here? And just capitalized on that mistake. But they were definitely pummeling us on the top side of the map. Kumo got a great kill on the dive early on in the game. Definitely was able to, thwart the Lucian snowballing for a while for us so that we could scale with the rest of our comp. So I think the guys played pretty well.
What's it like now with a few weeks under the belt too, playing with Tukoi specifically on this Veigar pick? We've seen 2 games now where he was able to get some really good lockdowns and set up for you and the rest of the team.
All I can say is, he's the incarnation of Veigar, bro. This guy's nuts at the champion, I think, 100% win rate on it. Feels good to play. And we just got to keep it up.
I know a lot of the team looks to you for guidance, being that calm force. You have quite the stretch ahead, super weak, but so many teams tight in the standings. How are you handling that and communicating with your team to keep level-headed for the rest?
The past week and then the O2 from the last week, rough. So I didn't think we were playing particularly bad until we got to the mid to late game where we just have to shore it up. But I think our early game has been looking really good. We just have, some, I guess, sus calls in the mid to late game we just have to clean up. So I'm happy against Team Liquid, we were able to, capitalize on making, the correct decisions down the stretch. They definitely, played well, getting 2 inhibitors from us and stuff like that. But just got to rinse and repeat and come back stronger next week.
Yeah, bring through all the learnings from today and carry it through your last 3 games of the regular season. Well, Afram, it's always a pleasure getting to hear from you. Can't wait to see you back in the studio soon. And GG's.
Thanks.
More for us to talk about on this game, though. What a banger it was. Let's send things on over to the State Farm Analyst Desk.
All right, thank you very much. And big upset.
Yeah.
Huge upset.
Incarnation of Veigar.
Yeah. We did percentage predictions. Emily said 18.
Oh, there we go. I said 20.
I said 25. So technically, I was the most right.
Yeah.
That's true.
Although
you
all
regretted
of us,
it instantly, though.
I know. So I take the credit away from myself. But it was a very interesting game, actually. We're going to pull up the pick order right off the bat because this is not a typical scaling late game Team Liquid draft. I actually got a chance to run into Cold and Gilyoto in the hallway, and they said this was a top lane focus week to try and snowball through top lane. And we really saw that right off the bat, but explicitly in the draft. What did you think of the draft?
For me, I thought the draft was interesting. Like specifically on the point that you were mentioning, we get to see the Lucian once again, and then Ahri, Bjergsen going topside pretty frequently, and they came with good success. The first kill, that one was unfortunate. I think FlyQuest did a great job of being able to biff a lot of the top lane plays that Team Liquid is going for. I didn't like the Taric. Usually you see Taric being picked in compositions where you either have dive and you can commit, you're dealing with dive and you have to deal with that, or you just generally have a better teamfight composition. I felt like they didn't have either of those 3.
Yeah, and I mean, this is a play that Aframu was talking about in terms of, he was able to get one back. Yeah. I also do want to call out Bjergsen here. Yesterday, Mark was like, I want to see him on something, where he can roam, where he can affect his other lanes. And I thought he did a really great job in the TL early game of this. Another thing that is going to end up kind of taking over later on, but as a draft point that I wanted to point out, is they basically kind of split with TL are going to focus super heavily and invest in topside. Fly are going to try to protect this Tristana lane until she can pop off in mid to late. And Trist Nautilus is actually a really interesting counter to Zeri lane, so that I like a lot.
And during this game, I said, even though TL was getting these types of kills in top lane and getting Whipple ahead, I think they had the 3,000 or 4,000 goal lead at this point. Yeah. They weren't controlling dragons. So in terms of how do they actually win, They needed to win this game sub 30 minutes, in my opinion, if it wasn't going to be through a Soul, which wasn't going to be early because they didn't get the first 2 Drakes.
I'm glad you brought that up because I actually copied it down at 14 and a half minutes of the 3.4K gold lead. Whippo was actually 1.6K of ahead of the next person in game. So he was just absolutely massive at that point, but all of their pressure was on him. And I think you could see TL thinking through of how they had to close out the game, right? And then that fight in, I believe, mid lane at about just before 26 minutes happened, and it was kind of even, and then I was like, okay, now this is gonna kind of spiral into a mess.
Particularly wins the player of the game. We had a nice Ablaze Olive segment. If you haven't checked that out, go 30 minutes, 40 minutes back in the VOD where Ablaze Olive breaks down the 2 mid laners. But Veigar reincarnated right there, player of the game, and a huge win for FlyQuest as well. They were 2-6 in their last 8.
Yeah.
Really tight playoff race, especially with Golden Guardians picking up a win.
Yeah. So this playoff race feels like it's going to come down to the final day, down to the wire. A lot of these teams have, even though Dignitas just lost their last game, we're having a pretty damn good run up until that point. And so, big props to FlyQuest because they're going to have to go up against Evil Geniuses and C9 as well in that Super Week. So it's going to be tough for them. But if they're going to be playing well around Johnson and Takui, who had phenomenal games, this is how you do it. This is the kind of the notebook here for a lot of teams because while the side lane advantage was huge for Team Liquid, I thought Kumo did a great job alongside Jose Diodo and Takui at being able to repel a lot of those, dives and ganks. And we were talking about the AP build for Gragas there a little bit. At first, I wasn't happy with it. But then once you see that he's literally just nuking the waves, so Lucian actually couldn't do much.
He just managed to stall it.
Yeah. So, it helped a lot. And so it turned into a game where now Team Liquid had to fight around these Drakes.
Yeah. All right. Well, we have C9 coming up next. They're going to be facing CLG. But before then, their top laner Summit did win Player of the Week. So we have the Summit Player of the Week interview. Check it out.
보통 한 번도 받기 힘든데 좀 2번 혹은 그 이상 받았다는 건 굉장히 자부심 있고 좀 자신감도 많이 생기는 그런 의미인 것 같아요. 왜 제가 압도적인 퍼포먼스를 보이고 있냐 하면은 보통 선수들은 생각하지 못하는 각이나 싸움 그런 걸 저는 좀 자신감 있게 해가지고 그런 것 같습니다. 다른 선수들이 저한테 어떻게 하면 더 잘 대적할 수 있냐면 크게 별거 없습니다. 그냥 좀 대기원 좀 많이 걸고 좀 많이 싸워보고 좀 져보고 이겨보면은 쉽게 메카닉적으로 실력이 늘 수 있을 거예요. 피오윅도 2번 받았고 이제 1등 팀도 이겼으니까 다음 목표는 플레이오프가 몇 주 안 남았는데 가서 좀 다전제에서 좋은 모습 보이고 싶네요.
All right, nice to hear from Summit. And this is actually a really surprising matchup we have between C9 and CLG, because normally you'd think it would be a stomp.
Yeah.
But yesterday, C9 lost to TSM, and the last time they faced CLG was the day of the LS news, where they lost that game as well. But let's take a quick look at the wrong clip. This is from TL versus FlyQuest, but we do have, hopefully, some sound from the C9 TSM game, which I hear we have pretty much ready to go.
Yeah, and even just hearing from it, for me, Cloud9, really tough for them. The fact that they lost in the way, sure, TSM was playing above their all of our expectations, but the fact that C9 going into that game felt like it was a bit of a curse. You saw the Veigar. I thought that that Fudge actually performed quite well in that game. But we're just constantly losing late game fights, and that's what was really harming them. And I thought that Spica did a great job at really zeroing in on Summit on sides, because he was trying to find inching advantages through those lanes, but was constantly dealing with 2 to 3 members.
And I've seen Summit 1v9 games on Gnar, but I thought the way that they played around Gnar in this game was actually really thoughtful. And another indicator of how surprisingly well Shendy and Spica were actually working together in that game, and that kind of pushed TSM over the edge.
Exactly. Not to talk too much about what TSM was doing right there, where, of course, Spica and Shenyi were doing a great job working together and really focusing on this man in front of you. But I think that would be a great tactic here for CLG. That has been a team that have been working through their mid and jungle contracts and Palafox playing through their lane to, in most cases, influence bot lane, but can do that for Jenkins as well.
Yeah, and CLG also been on a bit of a surge lately. We have some sound here of Blabber sharing his thoughts about contracts in the jungle matchup for C9 CLG.
Contracts and me are similar when we were starting because we were like young and aggressive and played for C9, I guess. But I think it also hurt him a bit though, because he left C9 and went to like a struggling Oregon GG. So it probably hurt his development as a player like a lot. And I can't really understand that because I've never been on teams like C9 who's like always winning in Academy and LCS. Maybe because I'm on the roster, I don't know. But I've only really experienced success and I've been surrounded by really good talent. And when he went to like a lower team, I felt like it probably stunted his growth a bit.
I'm glad that he brought that up because so many times we've talked to Contracts about him, quote unquote, coming back into form and trying to be not only a carry force for the team, but like a voice. That's something he's talked about through the years after he left C9. And I thought it was really astute of Blabber to point out how much he's been kind of nurtured by the org and veterans around him, where once Contracts left, he didn't necessarily have that same advantage.
Very good point, Emily. Let's send it to the casters. Flowers and Zell, take it away.
This is no fair.
Thank you very much.
I'm coming up.
Happy to be back here. It's me and my good buddy Azael. We're standing tall and we're ready for games 4 and 5 of the day here with the LCS.
You're looking extra Chad today.
Yeah, I know. I just feel like I got a little bit of extra pep in my step. I'm feeling fantastic. And man, we've had some wild games here today on the LCS.
7'10" up there.
All right.
Steal 7'10", world's greatest Skarner.
Yeah,
what can
I
he do?
ate my Wheaties this morning. What can I say? We got a lot of blue on the stage here for game number 4, Mr. Azael. Let's see how this one goes. It's Cloud9 up against CLG. Now, yesterday, Cloud9 played a game.
Had an unfortunate incident.
By some people's definitions. They played a game of League of Legends. By others, maybe not. They're definitely looking to redeem themselves here today as CLG is still trying to fight for their lives.
Yeah, and we've had some pretty spicy upsets. I mean, not only did C9 lose to TSM, we just watched TL get beat by FlyQuest. Both our top teams losing a game, so allow C9, who did take down TL, to stay a game ahead if they win this one, to hold on to that first place spot, sole possession. This is going to be a pretty exciting one. I'm interested to see how C9 actually bounces back here today. Because, yeah, it was definitely not their best game against TSM. I think it looked like they were a little bit underprepared. It looked like at times they weren't really, I think, respecting what their opponents could do to them on the map. Even when
it was a happy game.
The game was pretty even, and they're walking into places without vision. They're not respecting their opponents, and TSM, rightfully so, punished them.
Yep. Sometimes that's all it takes, just a little bit of overconfidence, the slow and insidious killer. But Cloud9, they're going to ban out Twisted Fate, Kai'Sa, Ahri, other side, CLG banning out Hecarim, Aphelios, and Jace. C9 quick to pick up the Jinx as their first champion here. The response from CLG, we've been seeing a lot of Zeri after the nerf to bring her away from permaban tier, but...
It's a perma-pick.
Yeah, perma-pick tier is just a little bit lower.
Yeah, maybe hit her a little bit harder next patch. She's been nerfed like 40 times.
Take the nerf back to the other kneecap.
She's a good champion, turns out.
Turns out she's pretty strong.
Also
Diego
still just builds Triforce every single game, even with the nerfs.
I mean, when you can guarantee proc Spellblade just on cooldown, you're going to have to nerf I believe the technical unit is ever-loving hell out of it in order to make it not worthwhile.
I mean, it was like a 6 base AD nerf or something, which was like pretty unheard of. And people were like, nah, Triforce still the best.
Triforce? Yep, we'll take it.
Like
no reason
Triforce.
not to. No reason not to. Hey, another champion that loves Sheen, Viego, locked in for CLG, expecting Contracts to pilot that one. Over on C9, Nautilus has been such a popular support pick recently. That's going to get locked in next to the Jinx, and they will pick up the Lee Sin for Blabber in the jungle.
Yep, Blabber going to be bringing that one back. Hasn't been as common for him this split. Does still have the 3 games on it, but one of his less successful ones, has actually 1 and 2 on the pick so far. Not sure if some of those were from Lock-In, though, to be fair, which wasn't their full lineup, so that would be a little bit fraudulent. Yeah, either way, we're going to see likely support locked in here to answer. Alistar, another champion that is rising in popularity quite a lot. People taking most of their playmaking from bot lane. And most of the time, if teams are going to draft Engage, they are drafting it in that support position because it's been a lot about fighters, a lot about mages in mid and top, and not really so much about the hard Engage.
And I love seeing more hard engage on a team, right? You and I were literally having a conversation about this, how it always feels good to have at least some form of engage on your team. Yeah, it's not required to win a game of League of Legends, but man, it makes things hard.
It makes it so much easier when you do have multiple forms of engage versus when you don't. And I mean, the previous game that we just watched is a perfect example of that with TL. You know, if you're playing from ahead and you make no mistakes, you show up first to every objective, they fight into you, you're kind of circumventing the need for engage. But if you ever make a mistake, if you ever fall behind, you don't have the ability to actually be proactive and start fights on your own terms. You don't have the ability to really look for picks nearly as easily. So it does make things, I think, a lot more difficult, but that is remedied, of course, here with the Nautilus, with the Alistar.
Yeah.
A lot of solo lanes getting targeted now. The Rise, the Sylas ban. Makes me wonder if CLG is going to go back again towards the TF. That has been one of the premier picks for Palafox. Has played it 3 times, has been a big fan of it. And Sylas is a very common answer into that TF to be able to match those roams. Gnar getting banned out as well, so Summit loses the Jace, loses the Gnar. Those are the 2 that most people will tell you are just like the god champs for Summit that you just never want to play against him on. But if you watch this guy play in Champions Queue, he is extremely adept at pretty much anything he will play. So it is still going to be a scary one there for Jenkins. And rightfully, they're probably going to save him last pick. Lucian, I mean, if they pick it here, it's kind of interesting because it
go either one.
Potentially a flex, exactly. Could be mid or top. We're seeing a lot more double AD comps. Hasn't really made its way to pro as much, but we have been seeing some Kai'Sa more in solo queue and champions queue and in some other regions. Lucian, though, of course, we just watched the Bwipo top Lucian game, so is a possibility.
Well, CLG, you only got a couple seconds left to think about this one. Okay, we're not going to go with anything that was hovered. Instead, locking in the Victor. You expect this one to most definitely be mid. Now, what is Cloud9's response going to be?
Definitely the Nasus.
Yeah, of course.
For sure, it's going to be the blind Nasus for Summit. That's definitely not a troll.
Nothing bad could ever happen to a blind Nasus top.
It's never happened in any of our games when I've blinded Nasus.
I'm sure that people that play Nasus in solo queue have nothing but very level-headed takes on their matchups when they get counterpicked because there's just such few counterpicks that really work to shut Nasus down.
There's nothing that you can really do.
For anybody out there who might be a new viewer, we are being 100% sarcastic, by the way. Please, for the love of God, never
yourself.
Pick the dog blind like that. You're not going to have a good time. Anyway, we get to see the Kennen up there in the top. They're saying, all right, Jenkins, let's see how you play against it. See if he's really got the mastery from all sides. Syndra going to be picked into the Victor there in mid lane.
Yep.
What is CLG's response for the Kennen?
I mean, Aurelia would make a lot of sense. I do think it can be a pretty good actual answer into it. You know, some of the early levels, I think you can get the push maybe on the Kennen, but it's very, very difficult to actually win that matchup post even like level 4. GP, though, is the answer here for Jenkins.
Okay.
Known as a very good GP player as well. Has had some really kind of like greedy GP builds that he's gone for in the past. I think it was him doing the tier GP builds earlier on in the year. I'm going to be interested to see what he wants to go for here, though, against Summit. Because you can kind of outscale, but I do think if you're winning those little barrel mini games, the Kennen has the ability to win this matchup as well, right? Like you can for sure win the timing on those barrels, and if you're doing that, you can push in, you can poke them out, and you can try to take over through that top lane. It's going to be a really exciting one here between C9 and CLG.
A lion! Ah, yes, the king of the jungle. Time for a Red Bull. Red Bull? Still, you'll never be faster than a lion. I don't have to be quicker than the lion, just faster than you. Red Bull gives you wings.
What is going on?
I can't afford streaming anymore, so...
Sure you can. State Farm has rates that fit your budget.
Oh, good. Because some true crime would be nice.
Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there. Call or click to get a quote today.
So, keeping in the spirit of the day, Azael, which has been these sort of wild games, and the last game just having that awesome comeback and everything like that, I think most people are expecting Cloud9 to win this game. So, based on what we saw in our draft, based on the compositions in front of us, what's the goal for CLG here in the early game? Where do you want to see the focus? What do you want to see accomplished if they want to upset C9 here?
if CLG want to upset C9. I mean, I think for them it's mostly about stability. I think there's less pressure on them to get a lot done early. You know, you're playing Victor GP. I think if you're trading farm, if you're actually tracking where Blabber is going as contracts, I think you're going to be pretty happy. If you want to play towards anywhere, it's likely just going to be more about like protecting and counter ganking. I think that's more the option here for Viego. On the other side, for C9, I think they want to have push in mid and top, allow Blabber to play aggressive, get in the face of the Viego, look for these mid-jungle 2v2s, maybe even roam Winston up, roam Summit down, really try to play through the Syndra, be able to get that advantage, look to snowball the game through those solo laners because, the way that C9 wins this game is through 5v5, right? And that's by getting advantages in lane, setting up early on Dragon, stacking those, forcing CLG to come to you. And CLG just wants to play slow, wants to play steady. And if you're 20 minutes in, there's no first blood, Victor and GP are getting 11 CS per minute, you're feeling pretty happy.
Yeah, nothing wrong with that. One thing to note here is both sides have placed down wards in the back part of the red buff pit of their opponents. So with both of our junglers starting off on the reds, both teams are going to know exactly that. So junglers will be aware of the general direction that their opponent is pathing. As you said, we're looking at contracts to potentially do a little bit of nullification here against Blabber in the early game, shut down any plays he might try to make. So it'll be Blabber that we watch to see where he wants to focus and if contracts can read it.
Yep, absolutely. And I mean, there are going to be some opportunities, of course, when you are having a pushing lane, if you know where Blabber is and you know that it's not going to be a 2v2, then you can try to look to make your own aggressive plays as contracts, potentially Summit if he over pushes. You can look to try to do a wraparound gank up there. But in general, I do think it's mostly just looking to chill and farm here on the CLG side.
This Alistar skin, his eyeballs are so bright in the brush. Look at him. He's got like two...
That's some zombie eyes.
Yeah, glowing yellow eyeballs. That is a spooky Alistar.
Usually if you're watching a show and there's someone's back, right? And it just shows the back and then they turn around and their eyeballs are glowing, you're like, that guy's the villain.
Yeah, they're a
that guy's the villain
dude.
For sure.
Is Poom the villain of bottom lane here in this matchup?
he might be the villain to C9, right? It's probably a matter of perspective,
Yeah.
It's not black and white here in LCS. Poom, if he gets a kill on Berserker, he's probably the villain of Berserker.
That's true. That's
Yeah.
true. Then Berserker's got himself set up with a Nemesis as Blabber has found his way into the enemy jungle. And he is going to be stealing away the blue buff as Contracts will have the opportunity to do the same back. But Contracts is going into the mid lane instead. He will force Fudge
Contracts doesn't know.
down into the river. Okay. Yeah, Contracts didn't trade this off. It's just Blabber taking the blue. And now as Contracts walks over, he'll be on top of the blast cone. Winsome missing the dredge line there. Could have put some real pain on the CLG jungler.
Yeah, but still, it's going to be a 3-buff start. Blabber still has his own blue buff quadrant to go back to if they want. They have the push here on bot, so Winsome is just moving in. If Poom wasn't there to cover, they actually could have gone in and harassed him at the Gromp. But when you're in this weird situation where they go into split map and you do not, so Contracts didn't have the read, he doesn't go into split map, he's going to lose his blue. He uses the pressure from Winsome to secure him bottom scuttle, so now it's a 3-buff and a double scuttle.
And CLG is looking to make the moves. Berserker in trouble like you were talking about, Isaac. Poom is the villain here for the Cloud 980 carry.
Look at that
jumping
bully.
in on him.
Beating up on Powder.
Oh no, Powder from
He's just
Arcade?
a little kid.
From the hit TV show with Ryan.
This evil cow with the glowing eyes is gonna beat up Powder? In my video games?
I must have missed the episode where he showed up. He was a secret Easter egg character.
It was, yeah.
Yeah, you only got to see the episode with him. It was the hidden 10th episode. You have to
Exactly.
put in a certain cheat code at the main menu.
Yeah. With, L then R twice, and then you do a little circle and like figure 8,
Yeah, you got to go back into another menu and then return to that one to do the second half. It's really tricky.
It's a good
For everybody
episode,
out there who
though. Good
hasn't
episode.
seen the 10th episode of Arcane, you're missing out. But back up here in topside, let's check in on Summit versus Jenkins because you were mentioning how, hey, the barrel minigame is very winnable.
Yep.
And if you can win out against that game, then Gangplank's going to have a harder time dealing with the camp.
Yep, absolutely. And Summit, just trying to avoid those barrels, trying to poke them out. He is going airy, so he is playing, pretty heavily for the early stages. When you go for airy, you're really looking for these trades. He's going Scorch, he's going airy, he's going to go Taste for Blood to try to sustain through some of this. Contracts is looking for a wraparound, and this is when you're at your most vulnerable on this push. But it's a good sidestep there, and as long as he holds onto his E, he should be able to get out. He sees the Viego. He's gonna E. He might have to trade flashes. Yep.
Oh, for flash.
That was nice though from Contract. You see how he actually held onto his stun after he flashed? He didn't actually immediately release it because if Summit then does one of those panic flashes, and it's easy to say, oh, of course he's not going to, but in some of those situations, you just insta flash as soon as you see their flash and you don't get full distance or you do a weird angle. in one of those situations, he actually could have followed through and been able to land the stun afterwards because the channel was still going. So cool little mind game there. The wave does get full reset. I can't quite see. Yeah, okay, it's gonna bounce towards him. You know, it's pushed in far enough. So Summit is okay, but I would say what you're most scared of now is post 6, because if GP hits 6, you are in a long lane and Viego comes back and you just get GP ulted for the slow. You're probably gonna get run down.
Yeah, the flash not being there tells me in the next 5 minutes, Contracts needs to come back up here, or we need to see Poom make a rotation, or we need to see Palafox make his way up there. Yeah, exactly. We're gonna build up the Poom cinematic universe here as C9 looking to invade the CLG Gromp. Contracts is going to be forced away from that one. The Gromp is very low. Blabber just comes in with a classic TY for leash, and C9 decides that's enough.
Yep, no smite available for Contracts, so just going to go in for the invade, take that away. And Blabber is punishing. You know, he is punishing very, very well. He had the good read on what Contracts would do early on. 3-camp clear, move towards bot side, so he does his own 3-camp clear on bot side, cross maps, takes away the blue, gets double scuttle. Now, off the top lane gank, re-invades, takes away the Gromp, so he is getting, you know, 3, 4, 5 camps ahead, even just in total that he could have taken. You can see it's showing itself already in the farm advantage, and the fact that he's able to take that time to even go get a dragon as well does bode well for C9, who, you know, we talked about they want to be 5v5ing, they want to be playing around neutrals. So if you have bot push, if you take early dragons, it's a great way to put a clock on CLG and say, all right, you can ignore us the first 2 dragons, but on dragon number 3, you're going to have to come down here in 5v5.
You need to show up. At that point, I don't care how well the farming has been going because you're being summoned away from that. It's time for the PvP.
Ding, ding, ding.
No more of this. The bell has rung. And Poom is making his way towards mid.
Eyes.
We'll see if he... Nope. All right, never mind. Not going to happen. Back up here in top side. Summit's got an ulti. Jenkins at half HP, but of course Summit knows that he can always eat an orange and just get away from anything, so there's no reason to get too overzealous. That barrel's not quite going to find the target there onto the little Yordle, as we've got the red buff being picked up by Blabber. Poom once again just roaming around, trying to find some vision, trying to see if there's anything to set up here. Winsome gonna go back down underneath that turret there with Berserker. Notice how Berserker was staying back a little bit, not going back underneath the turret until Winsome was there with him. Did not want to put himself in any danger.
Oh, here's this play that we were talking about. Contracts just hit 6. This is a great timing for it. Set it up with the GP ult. They got to commit to the play as soon as they go. But, oh, Blabber has a read. Blabber's actually coming up looking for a potential counter gank here. Will they try to take the fight?
Looks like Summit's going in. He'll find the damage here at the very beginning, but now he's going to be jumped on. He's killed before Blabber can make his way into the fight, and Cloud9 has committed a rather large error, my friends. Blabber tries to get out. Jenkins still in hot pursuit, needs another shot out of the parlay, but he can't find it. Cloud9 go 0 for 1 in the top side.
Yeah, Summit goes in there. You know, he thought that they had the 2v1. That's why he goes in early, but it ended up being Viego has the inside track because he engages and Blabber is behind him. So it gave him that false sense of security. CLG come out on top, and good patience for Contracts. I think a lot of players, as Blabber walked up, would have just engaged onto Blabber in that 1v1 and not been able to actually peel back and bail out their GP. So well played by Contracts and Jenkins in a great spot.
And we're not done yet. Bottom lane's gonna turn bloody as Poom and Luger are going for the 2v2. Berserker takes Poom down to 200 HP. Winsome's also hurting a bit. Luger still has plenty left to use, but with his support almost completely dead, they have to back off. Luger's still the man to watch. Half mana, full health. Winsome still has plenty to work with too, so everybody's gonna walk away. I like the fact they went for it, but not quite enough damage on either side to get it done.
Yep, not quite enough. But Poom has been very proactive. It feels like he's been moving around the map a lot, trying to threaten plays, trying to make things happen. You know, C9, their bot lane generally doesn't try to get a lot done early, as Luger's just going to E over this wall, gets the slow, and trying to get another nice trade. But Berserker, he's one of those guys, I just think he has such a good read on the damage thresholds of champions. It's very rare that you're going to force a summoner from him unless it's absolutely needed. He doesn't panic flash, he doesn't panic heal.
And that's such an important trait to have, because getting a kill is one thing. Getting a kill where you also make them waste a summoner for nothing is so much more, because it sets up the next kill to have that much higher for a chance of success. So being able to have that discipline, have that read, have that patience can give you a lot of advantages over the course of a game, as now CLG has brought Contracts into the bottom side. He'll set up here inside this brush, just goes back over to the Krugs instead. Winsome thinking about a Hex Splash over the wall, chooses not to, recognizing there could be some very immediate danger, and that is a good read as well. CLG is going to back away. They won't clear the entirety of the Krug camp. They recognize that might be a little bit risky. They don't know exactly where Blabber is. Palafox pushing up in mid.
Oh, he stopped the recall. That was nice. So this is one of the things that we're seeing a lot more Jinx players actually do. And if you saw on the minimap, Luger pushes in, and then he wants to bounce the wave and then reset right on that timing. So Berserker had the read on where he was. I don't think they actually had vision, and he just throws the ult from base to stop the recall. Summit, though, going aggressive.
Summit's going in for the stun. Blabber with the kick. There's Q1. There's Q2. Blabber tying up the game.
Yeah, going to be able to get that kill, and they have Herald. So now it can potentially hurt a lot more, but they're going to hold on to the Herald for now. There is a roam from CLG, mid and jungle, moving up towards top to protect here. So C9 going to take discretion here as the better part of Valor. Just going to take one plate, likely back it up.
Well, Summit's getting a lot of extra damage on this. Looks like he is hungry for that second plate. Poking towards Contracts. Honestly, Contracts ate a lot of damage from those 2 quick hits out of the cannon, and there's another one. Summit takes him down to about 1/4 of his health. But that distraction is enough to prevent Summit from getting the second plate.
Yep, absolutely. Berserker, though, face check here onto Poom. Is Zeri in range?
Oh, they're ready to go. Poom's not quite in range here for the stun, so they cannot lock Berserker down enough, but that did get both of those summoner spells out of the Cloud9 AD carry.
It did, but it also got Luger's flash and both summoners, I think, off Poom. I'm actually not sure if he was on Hex Flash already or if that was his flash. That's something maybe production could let me know, but it was, a lot of summoners used on the other side there too, as Luger wanted to try to close the gap for the zap, for that slowdown there. And Summit did stay a long time. I was expecting him to take the reset, but I guess he wanted to stay out on the map. His TP was almost up, so he's going to be willing to just get all this additional farm, get the gold, try to hit a threshold where he has a really good base, and then he could look to TP back, or even just hold on to that TP to potentially threaten here at this next dragon. As CLG are starting it up, and they have way more members in the area, with Berserker not having sums, I think C9 are just going to make a call to give.
Ooh, that was a close super mega death rocket, though. I like the attempt from C9, but this is an early answer for what you were talking about previously, saying, hey, if C9 can get both of these, CLG will have to answer eventually. Yep. CLG found a window to answer the question before it was even asked.
Yeah, buy yourself some more time. Just keep on farming it out here. Blabber going mid, can't quite find it, as someone's trying to fish for a Q there to interrupt the recall. But just been kind of just back and forth. I mean, Summit has had more pressure. He has such good movement. As I think that's like the first barrel I've seen land on Summit in this lane. He has really, really good movement as a player. It's one of his absolute strengths. And when you watch him play in Champions Queue and Solo Queue, and as I've been watching a lot of these pros streaming, it's really fun to watch how much some of these guys are willing to push to the limit and how good they can look when it really does work out.
Well, Summit is going to continue pushing things up here in the top lane as that wave gets shoved out again. Jenkins still underneath the turret. Couple wave lead for Summit, but Jenkins can make up a little bit of that here. Back in the jungle, Blabber continues to build his lead. Both of our junglers do have their free boots. They do have their completed mythics, but Blabber is up about 6 camps worth of farms. So the tempo continues for the Lee Sin.
Yeah, and Syndra's here with him. They are missing from mid. Are they going to go towards top? Looks like they were thinking about it, but Fudge now spotting Contracts, moving back towards bot. Could be a 2-man dive here still. Jenkins has ult though, so it is a bit risky.
Blabber just walks up, goes for the kick into the wall, but it doesn't even matter if Jenkins tried to use the oranges in the flash, but the counterattack comes out. And now Contracts is grabbing one to make the trade even. He'll possess the cannon, goes right back to farm, and there's nothing more to find. Even trade.
And that was actually really clean from Contracts. Over the wall there immediately. Nice combo to get the kill. But because Fudge moved down towards mid, he didn't actually come in on that dive, and Palafox TP'd top. C9 still end up coming out on top, right? Because it's the summoner used from Palafox. It's a wave lost mid that no one can actually pick up there on CLG, and it is the 1-for-1 kill. The only kind of concern is that Summit hasn't gotten any of these kills, and if he starts losing out in the side lane, it does get more difficult. Kennen generally succeeds early on in lane, but doesn't scale as well in the 1v1. But we can watch this one more time. He had the read. I mean, he wards over the wall there, so he knows this could be happening. Sees Blabber now. He's got to look for the early ulti. Does go for the barrel chain to clear out that wave as much as he can. Drops the ulti down. Blabber and Summit have the clean kill, but look at this. I mean, Contracts, that was full confidence. He had the blind W and immediately ulted after. Didn't wait to actually see if it hit confirmed, but he knew he nailed it. Catches someone with that. Ulti to follow up. Gets the immediate kill. good play from Contracts.
And the thing that I want to point out, because it's not immediately obvious, is the fact that Jenkins did the combo of he used his cleanse, his oranges, to remove the knock-up from Lee Sin, which in most situations is not useful at all. You still have to complete the physics, but never mind, we got another fight breaking out instead. Contracts throwing out the Spectral Maw, and Poom's going to be thrown up into the air. Cloud9's brought forward to the party, and CLG's done the same. Everybody trying to disengage this one. Poom walking away. The Alistar plenty tanky there with the ultimate, and it keeps him alive.
Yeah, going to be able to survive, just kind of trading back and forth. It is also Cloud Soul, which is not really what you want to see as C9. I do think it is very strong, particularly for the cannon. It's really, really nice. But, and move speed just generically strong. Like 10% flat move speed when you're really good at the game, as these people are, is just valuable because you just dodge more stuff. You chase people down, you kite them out in more ways than you would expect, but still, it's not Hextech Soul that would you be really hoping for, like Ocean Soul, something that makes it really easy to snowball the game, or even like an Infernal Soul that can help Cinder hit that point where you hit the damage threshold where your combo just kills them.
Yeah.
They're at a small advantage. This is pretty much dead even, and that's kind of what I was talking about CLG wanting early on. We pinpointed like 20 minutes, you're going to be really happy if they're farming even. Well, they are, and CLG should be feeling good about their spot.
Well, they're coming in. They do not even want to give this away. They're looking to contest for it. Cloud9 secured the Herald, but the Eye remains on the ground. Summit wants to step forward and be able to claim this one. CLG will not defend it. They tried to posture. They tried to scare him away, puff up their chest, spread their feathers. Didn't work. Cloud9 called the bluff.
Yeah, they see Luger and Palafox over towards mid. They know they can walk back in. They do grab it. Summit going to be able to grab it for himself here as well. Going to be happy about that one, trying to push in here and potentially knock down that tier 1. But Jenkins has his Triforce. Ludens is done here for Palafox. So the Mythics really all coming through already for CLG. Going to be feeling good about their spot in the game for sure. I'm sure Summit will have his Mythic on recall.
Yep, there we go.
And does have that completed. So he's at a really strong point too. And I think they want to start grouping. Like I really do think you want to start playing for these Dragons. Try to find a good angle that Summit can threaten a flank for. He has the Sork Boots. He has Heel Cut. He's got the Rocket Belt. So really he wants the 5v5. And it's up to CLG to just try to like slow them down and buy time for Jenkins because there's no TVs available on CLG rather, on C9. So I'm surprised he's actually going to TP to answer. Like they're way too late for this. You could just take tier 1 for free.
Cloud9 are going to secure this Drake, I would have to assume. There you go. Just walk out the bottom. Yeah, the TP ends up coming in for a whole lot of nothing, and CLG are not there in time.
Yeah, this is one of those plays that, the TP usage is so big in League of Legends, and we've seen a few times today where I think teams actively hurt themselves by using TP, and this is one of them. That's a free tier 1. You take that full tower top, with the passive damage on your true damage burn, with the Sheen procs as well. It's very, very easy to reset that and knock down the tower. So instead of just getting Jenkins free gold on topside as a trade, you actually expend the TP. You're now at a TP disadvantage, meaning he's going to be forced to group when someone shows top because someone can threaten TP flanks, and you still lose the dragon. So it's one of those situations where teams, I think, sometimes are too overzealous, right? They're like, we're strong, we can fight. But yeah, but you don't need to. You have something guaranteed that's even better on top.
Blabber goes in. There's another kick. Follow-up coming in from Slicing Maelstrom. They just made it look way too easy. There's no way out for Jenkins. That's death number 3 for the CLG top laner. Palafox trying to push in that top lane wave now, but as you can tell, when Cloud9's ready to respond, you cannot get the whole turret. Just almost gets it down to half.
Yep. Hex Drinker now picked up here for Jenkins. He knows it's double AP soul laner, so the people that are going to be answering him are going to be dealing magic damage. So I do think that's a pretty effective buy here.
Yeah.
And C9's still barely ahead, honestly. A lot of it is, GP gold. Of course, you kind of get the bonus gold there, but GP scales very, very well. So does Victor. They're looking strong. It is going to be kind of more up to Berserker, I think, to do some of the heavy lifting in the later stages, unless you can find a really good flank from someone like Summit. But of course, Berserker was kind of sacrificed early to try to put more pressure up towards top lane. He was the one that was getting zoned off waves while they went up to top lane and tried to dive. So but we'll see if they can find those good TP flanks, get the good cannon ults, because that always can be kind of the X factor.
Yeah, and I like the fact that you brought up the Hex Drinker, talking about going to the side lanes and being answered by AP champions. There are 4 pairs of Mercury Treads on the side of CLG against these double AP solo lanes, but now Cloud9's got to be aware of CLG coming in to make a play. Winsome immediately dead as the Gangplank ulti keeps raining down, supporting fire. Contracts keeps the chase alive as Blabber goes back into the melee, and Cloud9 turn it around. Contracts will be the next one dead, and Winsome is traded for 4.
You are kidding me with that kick, Blabber. It looked like C9 was just about to lose the game. Gonna get chased down, knocked down. That looked like a 4-man kick as Blabber turns around at low health, knocks him through the whole team. Fudge arrives, hits his combo, Berserker is there, and they're gonna get so much. That's all the kills. Tier 1 tower already down. They can continue to push. As Blabber takes away the jungle, they're gonna get 2 towers off of this. That was such a huge swing in the game. And C9 with an incredible punish there off of the kick from Blabber that is gonna be playing over and over in all of CLG's minds.
Let's play it again here, see how he got it done.
Yeah, this is the first of many times they're gonna rewatch this play. As they find the pick here, Blabber, though, has the quick flash to get knocked the other way to safety. They still get the kill, though, onto Winsome. They have the GP ulti falling through, and you think, all right, they got it. Contracts picks up the Nautilus Soul there, flashes forward, and then Q, kick 1, 2, 3, 4, count them into the middle of them all. Gore Drinker, 6, 7, 4 was the heal as Fudge flashes over, kills them all. That was huge.
One click, one kick, and it's all done just like that. 4,000 gold lead now for C9, and they pick up another kill on Tapoom as we come back to live. And now C9's saying, okay, we got a 5v4, we got a good situation. Start Baron, make them come answer.
And where's Summit? They gotta be worried about where that little electric rat is. They don't have eyes on him. And Summit's hiding on the flank. He has the ability to come in here and eviscerate him if they overextend.
Okay, he did hit the Thundering Shuriken onto Contracts there in the brush, so they know that CLG has a man off to the other side. C9 did take a lot of damage in the Baron pit there, so they will not be able to go any further with this. CLG stops it, but it's still Cloud9's game for sure right now. 30 seconds until our next Drake spawns. If C9 can secure that one, they'll be on Soul Point, but it's CLG heading down to the bottom side river first.
That is such a weird TP from Jenkins. He TP's bot, doesn't even get a minion, I don't think. He barreled the wave, but like then just had to leave. That's your TP down. Like, whoa, for what? I mean, I don't know what to say about that one. I mean, I guess he just really wants to push it in to try to get the waves moving for this dragon, but he didn't even get to reset and spend his gold because of it. So we'll see. He is going to be able to push in the wave. He has eyes on Summit, so that is something. And CLG have the inside track on this. With the wave coming in, though, Fudge could push out mid, and then C9 have a bit of that pressure. And Summit still has a good position here to flank from. Jenkins has got to track the cannon and not allow him in, because if he wraps around on them, if he gets that multi-man ult, they're going to lose the fight.
It will be trouble. The dragon down below half HP. Blabber's in the pit. He's ready to smite fight for this one. Where's Contracts at? It's going to be secured by the Jinx. Now Summit tries to get away from Jenkins here in the 1v1. Flashing away underneath the turret using the slicing maelstrom. Summit tries to bait him in. It'll be traded evenly. Here in the bottom side, the 4v4 turns into nothing, and the 1v1 turns into 2 tombstones.
Yep, C9 do come away with that dragon, so credit to Jenkins. I think he played that out very, very well. Maybe a bit overly critical of the TP. It does end up working out as he's at least able to mark the cannon and do his job. It is just a 1-for-1, but it is way more valuable to be able to actually keep that cannon out of that fight. If cannon gets in on the flank, your whole team is going to die. So he's marking the cannon down on the bottom side. It's about the 4v4 up on the top side then, as C9 are just hitting that dragon. Berserker and the Lee Sin are straight onto it. So it is actually grabbed by Berserker himself. Summit holds the flash till late, waits till the flash follow, has the ulti coming through, but Jenkins did have the orange to actually be able to cleanse the stun as Berserker went for that. Berserker was trying to bait him fully into the tower, then when he flashes, get the instant stun on him with the Shuriken, the W, the ulti, everything going down at once. But Jenkins handles it well, wins the 1v1, and that does bode well, at least for their side lane, if they can kind of stabilize the game, because after that kick and into all the gold that C9 got, has felt very C9 favored, and CLG again needs to try to really slow it down somehow.
And one thing I also want to point out here, hold on a second, Jenkins is going in and Fudge is in some trouble. Trial by fire burns him away. Fudge gives away a free one.
That's a big kill there. Getting an easy kill onto Fudge doesn't even cost him his ulti or anything as Fudge gets caught on the face check. Summit trying to push on the other side. And this is where you do kind of wish you had that TP back that Jenkins spent earlier, because He doesn't have TP. He can't answer this. He just based, and now it's a TP flank here from Summit.
Luger tries to get away, but Summit's ready to go right on in, slicing Maelstrom into CLG, and it will slice them to pieces. Palafox wants to get away over the wall and sidesteps the Sonic Wave, but C9's collapse claims 2.
Yeah, that is a really good usage of your TP advantage. They knew that he spent his TP before that Dragon down towards bottom side. They knew that he based up on top side. So as soon as he goes back to base, it's an immediate TP from Summit. They're going to be on the Baron here as well. Contracts is down on bot side. They are going to GP ulti, but C9 look like they're down to stay around. I mean, this is getting dicey. I don't know if you want to stick to this at this point. Contracts is almost here, and they have some low health bars on C9.
Jenkins walks right into the waiting Nautilus. However, the Pixel Brush is very dangerous. Oranges or not, Citrus won't save you, and Blabber's unstoppable.
All right, so they do get them off the Baron. They get that 1 kill for it. Still, C9 being very aggressive, 12 kills to 5. You know, Jenkins picking up a couple in the last couple minutes, but really, CLG has not been able to win out in these fights. Still feels like they need more time here. Recognizing how effective the MR is going to be. It's a Banshee, second for Palafox, the Merc Treads you already identified. There's a Maw on the GP, but here it is, the long distance flash ulti there from Winsome onto Luger. The early exhaust is really the only thing that keeps them from all instantly dying here to Summit's flank. But Blabber gets in on top, Berserker gets the reset, speeds up, closes the gap. All the flashes forced there on CLG. Things looking dicey now as C9 clearing out vision around the Baron, trying to black out this part of the map, deny any eyes for CLG around here, and really kind of force them into a difficult situation where, you know, potentially, if CLG has no wards up on the Baron side, yeah, they go to try to prevent the soul, and C9 can even start Baron.
C9 is in such a scary spot right now. The thing I was going to mention before the pick onto Fudge happened, the build for Summit is strictly magic penetration. He's got the Proto Belt, which gets bonus impen from every completed item. He's got Sork Shoes, he's got Shadow Flame. He's making sure he can deal the most raw damage possible, foregoing utility of things like a Zhonya's in its place, and that's why those collapses, like what we saw in mid lane where he's in the middle of everybody, that's why those hurt so much.
And I actually think these builds are way more effective. I think you can delay Zhonya's and just play with a stopwatch, right? You don't need to fully complete a Zhonya's. Zhonya's as your second item really does reduce the amount of damage that you're doing so much compared to something like a Shadow Flame in this build. And you can just go stopwatch, pick up the full Zhonya's later on. Unless there is like a Syndra or something with one of those ultimates that is so critical, they get so much value out of Zhonya's thing, I just don't think you need to rush it. So I like the build a lot here. Of course, there is the risk of getting turned on, CC'd up, burst down. That's something you're going to have to play around here. But Summit trying to play towards these sides, clear out vision as much as he can. And Contract's trying to shoo him away.
Contracts ran in there, used the red smite. Blabber goes in for the kick, but Luger's able to reposition himself in time to try to get away. Blabber buying a moment of his own here with a stopwatch as a barrel's thrown down, and Blabber is vulnerable once again. CLG able to disengage and re-engage, and Poom is trying to set it up, but he will not find a single man. Blabber and Winsome walk away, and Cloud9 get 2 for nothing.
Yeah, Blabber not quite able to find the kick angle there on Luger, but it didn't matter. CLG had a good turn, you know, with the Victor ulti, with the GP ulti. It looked like they might have been able to chase them down.
Wallet dip.
As they dive in, exactly, the gold making the difference there. You know, Fudge, Berserker, Summit, all very, very strong. Blabber very far ahead of the pace of the game. He has just been crushing lately. Another game, 5-0-7 on the Lee Sin here. Feels like every game lately, Blabber is just absolutely taking over. He is well and truly back in his MVP form, has been so amazing for Cloud9.
So many plays being made. We all remember the kickback in the blue side jungle. He attempted to make another big kick here.
And this is really just about the dash from Luger. It's kind of a well-timed dash. He takes the very end of that Q as it's about to expire. Wardhop kick flash, but Luger has the fast fingers there, gets the dash back. Blabber not able to get that kick flash in on the right angle, but he has the stopwatch. He buys a lot of time. Look at this zone of control, though. This kind of area here, it's the GP ulti plus the Victor ulti in that zone. But as soon as those start to expire, you look at where the carries are from Cloud9. Everyone on CLG is hitting Winsome and Blabber, but it's Summit, Fudge, Berserker that kind of spread out and are playing in this kind of circle, semicircle type of positioning where anyone who moves forward from CLG is getting focused down by all of the carries while only being able to hit the front line.
And now CLG is dealing with a very troubling situation, and that is a Kennen with a flash, with an ulti, and with a Cloud Soul. Winsome face checks the brush and decides he's gonna go right back in. There's Summit, there's what I'm talking about. And there's the kill on the enemy jungler. Another one to follow up on Poom. No jungler, everybody's alive. That's a Baron call.
Yeah, that's definitely them going to Baron. No smite for C9 either, though, because Blabber did actually not have a smite charge available. So it does get a little bit nerve-wracking. You don't want to let them in for any chance of a weird steal here, but C9 likely going to look for the turn. They're just slowly knocking it down. Jenkins TP's in, so they're going to try to steal this away, but it is risky pushing here.
The smite is almost ready for Blabber. Cloud9 is just waiting. They're buying enough time.
Yep.
Okay, you're saying smite's good to go. Let's do it. Burn it down. Cloud9 will take the Baron. No losses.
Yep, very well played there. No use in risking it. Exhaust on Summit, though. He's going to get chased down.
Summit, you made a liar out of me.
He always has one. Every game. There's always one.
Everybody gets one. Everybody gets one.
Yeah.
Everybody gets one.
Yeah. All right. He's going to take the L on that one. But the rest of his team looking really good here. 5-0-5 on Berserker, 5-0-9 on Blabber. Fudge was only the one death to Jenkins up on that top side. Cloud9, I mean, this one was really close for a good, I don't know, 15, 18 minutes.
Yeah, CLG got to the early game very nicely.
Yep, it's all that one play that just flipped this game on its head. Blabber's kick meaning so much for the team. Now Jenkins out to the side lane. Still doesn't really have the ability to be answered in a 1v1 from Cloud9. No one can really do it, but Cloud9 has done a great job of kind of forcing CLG to group, of constantly pushing in, taking away vision, looking for aggressive plays, utilizing the engage of Blabber and Winsome to start fights and force CLG to kind of march to the beat of their drum.
And especially with the way things have been, with the way the meta game has been, with these hull breakers taking over everything and split pushing, having more of a prominence in the meta, you want to see teams be able to do that. You need to be able to pull that trigger and go in, and now Contracts has to flash away just to stay alive. Poom down to half HP as well, trying to walk that one off and get himself back to safety. Blabber is providing the one in the 4-1 split push as C9 continues moving down here. Never mind, it's a 3-1-1. Summit's off there in top lane, just getting that wave ready to go too. It's a little ways away, so they'll have to sync those up, but the tier 2 falls in bottom lane. One still barely standing here in mid. Blabber's gonna clear out that wave, get him ready to push that in. You can see all the pings coming out from both sides over here. CLG will have pretty much no choice but to surrender this. Jenkins going top side to try to answer Summit, see if maybe he can find a barrel from the brush to start the fight off the right way. Summit's got backup heading over though, so Jenkins would have to pick his moment very carefully.
If he can get a triple barrel and they pincer on the other side, maybe you make something happen. Like, you gotta go for some sort of play, I feel like, but man, he's gonna get seen.
Oh boy.
This is giving me sweaty palms. This is one of those situations like you're gonna get spotted.
Okay, Blabber's found him. Jenkins has enough buddies nearby, though the rest of CLG was able to slowly creep forward enough that Jenkins had a way out.
Yep. Does end up working out as C9 goes for the reset there. So now it's going to be about the Elder Dragon. That's up here in 130. The Baron buff only has 30 seconds remaining, so C9 just going to use it to try to push out waves here. They're already setting up the vision. Look at how much damage Summit did there. That's not ultimate or anything committed. That's an auto, a Q, and a W. Was a good 60% of Poom's health.
I mean, this is what happens when the team's down 8,000 gold and you're the one playing the support. You're just gonna be a loot pinata if anybody gets more than a second to put some DPS on you. Cloud9 controlling this bottom side jungle from CLG. Look at the awards being placed down. 3 different control wards from Cloud9 here in this jungle. Keeping eyes on the brushes, on the wolf camp, on the brush at the entrance to the river. You can see the other wards placed down there too. They really are prepared here for this Elder fight. They know that they don't want to risk anything crazy here. This is one of the potential throw conditions, is giving away an Elder in a game, so the setup is very important.
It's extremely important. And CLG does have 2 really deep wards, but they don't have champions that can really TP flank, right? Like, Victor and GP doesn't really matter if they TP down there, so, you know, they have to approach as a 5-man squad, clear out brush by brush, which is very difficult to do, because Fudge can sit here. If he ever finds that scatter, like, this guy is fed, right? He has his death cap, he has his void staff, mythic on top. He is going to, if not 100 to 0 you, get you very low to the point where you can't fight. So it's tough walking through all these brushes, trying to worry about where Summit could be, where Fudge could be.
Both mid laners also with stopwatches ready to go, whether or not that saves them or allows them to play more aggressively, not fearing the consequences.
Berserker's just going mid. C9 says, start in our face, we dare you.
Yeah, C9 they have so much of a lead. They're like, we'll just 4v5 it, and if nothing else, neutralize this. And we have a fed Jinx that can just march towards the turret. Now they're gonna bring that Jinx back. Summit's trying to make his way around. He's still on the flank. Jenkins chasing after him. C9 have brought Berserker back to the scene, and Luger goes over the wall looking for Summit, dropping the exhaust. Even exhausted, Summit nearly kills him. And CLG's looking to chase down the C9 top laner. Winsome goes forward with the flash dredge line, but he misses it. And CLG's ready to fight back, or are they? Palafox is already down, and Berserker is dominating. Luger barely gets himself away as Summit kills Jenkins, and Boom's barely holding on. Contracts is targeted next, and Blabber goes into the wall looking for Luger. He barely skips out, but a double kill back over to Summit and a cleanup for Blabber. C9 get 4.
Cloud9 are going to clean up this game. Waves pushed in all 3 lanes. Cloud9 team fight their way out of that one. They get the soul. They're going to get the game.
That is the end of it. There is nothing Boom can do. C9 will get themselves back into form. They'll look good. 20-6, 12,000 gold lead. They take down CLG.
That was a fun one, man. CLG had a strong early game, but C9 showcased how good they are at team fighting, at these skirmishes, finding angles where they could go aggressive. Everyone really piling in on those windows, and even when CLG, I think, did the best that they could as far as their answers, like they find Summit, they try to chase him out. He just kites them out, buy time for the rest of the squad to get something done elsewhere. And C9 was really playing the push and pull on these kind of 4-1 kind of setups in these team fights very, very effectively. Berserker deathless, Blabber deathless again. 18 kill participation out of 20 in a game like this. That kick as well. I mean, we're going to watch that kick on replay, I think, a lot of times. The 4-man kick, that one felt like the game-winning play, even though it was 20 minutes before the Nexus died.
No, 100%. Whenever I watch League of Legends, I always try to isolate the moment where the game was decided, even if it wasn't at the Nexus. Sometimes it's harder than others, but in this one, it was very easy to point and go, right there. Yep. That's the one. That's the 4-man Lee Sin ultimate that broke this game.
Yeah, I mean, that was just huge. And credit to the team for following up so quickly as well, right? Because Blabber was very low. Not only does he find the angle for that 4-man kick, he gets in the middle, gets the 4-man Gore Drinker for a nearly 700 heal, and Fudge is flashing over the wall at the blue buff to follow up. Like, the whole team is there. And that is one of the things that I think is exciting when you watch a team like Cloud9. When they're playing very well, they're always on the same page.
And that is the funnest kind of League of Legends. Now we're going to join LaTigris and Fudge for a Verizon post-game interview.
Thank you, Captain Flowers. Cloud9 bouncing back strong here today, and I am joined by Fudge. So tell me what you think of yesterday's game. What did you think of today's game?
I think yesterday's game, there were many issues, some with draft, some with gameplay. I think that's obviously, we should never ever lose games to like lower standing teams. But I do think that we still make a lot of really, really bad mistakes. I think even this game, we made a lot of pretty bad errors. So we definitely need to clean it up if we need to make it very smooth going into the playoffs.
But there's still a lot of pop-offs, too. You note the errors, but Blabber was pretty on fire, don't you think?
Yeah, I mean, Blabber's Lee Sin is definitely the best Lee Sin in LCS.
Yeah, coming down to that comfort. And I know we've heard Max Waldo say in multiple occasions, in the wins and losses, it's all important to focus on the value of the game, what the greatest lesson. So taking a moment, looking upon Week 7, going into the latter part of this regular season, what's the greatest lesson that you have gathered from this weekend?
I think a lot of it is to do with planning around early game. I think that we generally get punished if we don't have like winning lanes because we're not very good at defending the enemy team's plays, which is very, very important, especially when we're a scaling comp or like a weaker early game comp, to communicate very well to defend what the enemy team wants to do. I think that's something that we took away from this weekend of scrims and on stage. So I think that's going to help us a lot going into playoffs.
Any thoughts on the contention between yourselves and Team Liquid? This weekend going 1-1 as well. Really tight still.
I mean, I think TL is still really, really good. I think they play very, very well as a team and coordinated. I think probably better than us, honestly. It's just that I would say we're probably just mechanically better than them, which is why we won the game against them a week ago. And I think we'll still continue to win, especially because I think we're learning a lot, actually, as a team. recently, so I look forward to seeing how well we match up against them in playoffs.
Very explosive and on that learning grind, that's for sure. Fudge, thank you for the interview.
Thank you.
We'll be hearing from more Cloud9 members. I know that Blabber and Max Waldo are joining us on Bud Light League Lounge later as well. For now, let's go ahead and kick things on over to the State Farm analyst desk on the other side of this break.
CLG coming in to make a play. Winsome immediately dead as the Gangplank ulti keeps raining down supporting fire. Contracts keeps the chase alive as Blabber goes back into melee and Cloud9 turn it around.
And now it's a TP flank here from Summit.
Luger tries to get away, but Summit's ready to go right on in, slicing Maelstrom into CLG, and it will slice them to pieces.
Welcome back, everybody, to the State Farm Analyst Desk. Raz was giving us his version of the song just now.
It was amazing.
Yeah. He does that every time.
Between every single break.
Yeah, but we
It's great.
just saw Cloud9 take down CLG. Cloud9 moves to 12-3. CLG goes to 5-10. And Raz, you called Blabber player of the game at like a minute.
Yep.
15. It was like 10 minutes in. He already was getting rolling. He had 2 kills on him, and I knew the thing about Blabber is if he has a lead, he's gonna snowball it. Especially on Lee Sin. Like you got to hear from Fudge that he thinks that he's the best Lee Sin in the league. It's a toss-up between him and Closer. I'd probably lean towards Closer a little bit.
Yeah.
But the moment I said that, he went straight top lane, got to dive off, and I'm like,
Yeah.
that's classic Blabber form right there.
And there's a clip that's so good we have to show twice. I don't think another jungler makes this play that's not Blabber.
Yeah, because you see, like, here, it looks like for the majority of the time they're going to lose this team fight. They're in a choke. We have the GP ult down. And Blabber just decides, no, I'm going back in. I have Gore Drinker. It doesn't effing matter. It's great.
Yeah, he got chunked initially. Like, he lost his flash right off the bat, but the call to go straight back in, get that huge Gore Drinker heal. And, of course, the rest of the fight, you see a little bit. Oh, yeah, this is the second one, once again.
Yeah.
So how big of a heal? I know that.
So it's kick.
Here we go.
Then he follows the Q. He's at 10% health when he goes in, but Gore Drinker.
Insane.
It was about 674.
Yeah.
I'm a little far from the monitor, but it was around that number. Azale called it out during the cast.
Yes.
That was, more things happened in the game, but that was the game. Because it was about 1,000 or 2,000 gold at that point, and then it was 3,500 gold. 90% kill participation, 6-0-12, CSD, a lot over the enemy jungler. But that's not the important part. The important part, I think, was just the big clutch moments. But what do you think of what Fudge said in the interview where he did seem pretty down on the team, right? Because this is not the week they expected against TSM and COG. It's actually another 1-in-1 week. They had a COG TSM week back when they had the LS week where he left the team. But again, a 1-in-1 in disappointment. What do you think, Emily?
The most interesting thing I heard from Fudge in that is when he was talking about different compositions and paying attention to and tracking what their opponent's composition wants to do, right? Like that seemed to be something that he was highlighting specifically in the interview as something that they needed to work on communicating with our team and their main takeaway from this week, which I think is pretty interesting even looking at this CLG game that they won because we have Blabber going back in there and breaking the game open, but then while we were watching, Raz and I were talking because I was like, oh, I appreciate, CLG, they do continue to fight even when they're down, right? Yeah. And it's not always the best play, but like I appreciate about them. And Raz was pushing back because he's like, here they might have some scaling advantages. Maybe I'd want to see if they can wait it out as C9 or sieging and then play their composition differently. And so I thought that was interesting on the back of what these two compositions want to do and how C9 played this game out.
Yeah, especially because not only from the scaling perspective, they just had a lot of wave clear. GP, Victor, they can play it out slowly. Not saying concede everything, because a lot of the times teams tend to do that. Yeah. But like having very clear ideas of what defensive wards to place, and hey, if they're trying to clear this one, then we should still be able to fight for some of these wards, right? And in that game, they pressed a little bit too much, but still, it's good to be at least the team that fights for advantages rather than the team that gives up everything, which we see sometimes in the LCS in the past. But more particularly for this team, for C9, Fudge made 2 points. One on draft, which is an ever-evolving conversation that you have to be aware of because I'm sure you've been in those experiences as well, where it's like, it's easy to have confirmation bias if you're at the top.
Yes.
Where you're just winning every game in scrims, and you're like, okay, well, everything works. So what is actually just the best draft?
Yeah.
And what works for us? And so I think that's a conversation they're going to have for the rest of the split and need someone to challenge them. Team Liquid hopefully is that partner. 100 Thieves they're going to be facing in Super Week hopefully is that partner.
Yeah.
That's that conversation. The other one's early game planning. I mean, if you literally as a team is like, if you tend to be the team that just wins all lanes and has like solo kills in top lane, then early game planning a lot of times doesn't feel necessary. But if you're getting challenged, that's something that C9 needs.
And I think looking forward a little bit, a double elimination playoff format will buy them some time if they do get something wrong.
Yeah.
But just so everybody knows, TSM is playing from home today, so we have a little bit of extra time in between the end of this game and the start of the next. And I want to talk about MVP, actually.
Of course. Yeah.
Because last week, Summit, it was like, at least backstage, we're like, oh yeah, he's just going to win MVP.
Yeah.
But I think it's super interesting right now because we have the front runner in Summit, who actually did have a bit of an off week. But Blabber is also a 2-time Spring Split MVP who's on the same team as Summit. So how much shared success is there? Berserker's been cracked. Then we have TL. Like, surely the MVP comes from one of those two teams or Closure. But let's just start this discussion because we only have 3 games left of who's going to win MVP.
So I'm going to fight for Summit here off of something that Blabber specifically said in an interview with High, where he's like, it's so easy for me on the map if I'm just looking up top lane and suddenly that's fixed, right?
Yes.
So that's like a fixed point on the map that most of the time they can, like vast 99% of the time, they can rely on him to have control over that wave, whether it's being, you know, pushing in and getting solo kills, or they know exactly what's going to happen topside. And that's such a strong point for them. I think it's also a strong control point that they've been allowed to evolve the rest of the team around, right? So Blabber, I think, is definitely should be in that conversation, even though obviously I favor Summit, as you probably can tell. But I also think Summit being such a reliable, consistent threat has made it so that, for example, Fudge can further ingratiate himself into what being a mid laner is versus being what a top laner is. Berserker can work on his bot lane with Winsome and try to get more advantages early because sometimes, you know, they get shoved in. Stuff like that we've seen C9 improving on incrementally, I think comes from all the pressure that Summit has in the top lane.
And I think he's a matchup problem. Like if I take it to a different sport, like he's the wide receiver who you always have to double team, or he's the quarterback who makes it so you can't blitz. He's doing those types of things that are opening up opportunities to others. But I personally also have like a difficult time of having a former MVP on the same team and then being like, oh yeah, by the way, the new guy is actually the reason they're winning. I agree actually that Summit right now should be the front runner, but I'm wondering how many votes he's gonna share with other C9 members.
It's gonna be tough, right?
Yeah.
Just because, to hit on Blabber a little bit, Summit is somebody, and Blabber, and I mean, these members on this team are constantly pressuring their lanes. And Summer specifically will give them, you know, get a solo kill on board, or really like trade heavily in his favor. But then, so like once the advantage is being built up incrementally, Blabber's that overhand right that comes in, sets up. They set up with a large wave build up into a dive that just takes the enemy top laner out of the game, and he just knows how to close out these games a lot of times with the advantages that his lanes have or that he himself has. So Blabber for sure is another one that shares that conversation.
Yeah, I think MVP conversations can also go on for hours. I don't think it's locked into a C9 member. TL as well, 11-4. I think you can make arguments for Bwipo, Santorin, maybe even Hans Sama. We have Closer on 100 Thieves, who's actually only 2 games out of first now because of their 5-game winning streak. And Danny has 14 more kills than anyone else in the league. That would be like a super dark horse. I don't think he's going to win, but he has had kind of an exceptional split.
Exactly. Like Danny in his previous game on the Zeri has just been like having consistent, strong performances. And for me, going back to Closer, if we're talking about Closer and Danny, and even though these teams are struggling, it's that classic MVP discussion where it's like, well, what happens if they're not on that team? For Closer as a player who has just been the most consistent person in their wins and losses, while you could say, of course, Summit's been having a great performance, but Abidaga hasn't, FBI and Hui hasn't, and it's been Closer even in their losses, where I actually thought that, you know, he was a bid in, I think, in week 3 for an player of the week, even though they traded wins and losses throughout the week. So it's going to be really tough, and I feel like, especially going into the Super Week, that's going to change a lot of people's minds.
Inevitably, it feels like it'll come down to a certain matchup where people will judge the MVP on that. Like, I wish it didn't happen that way, but honestly, like, I've seen it in the past. I knew in 2020 in TL, Core was like the MVP the whole split. But we had this matchup with TSM in the last week, and I'm like, if Bjergsen wins this game, Core's not getting MVP, right? but you know, TL was able to win that one, and Core won the MVP back in summer 2020. But it's time to move ahead to our final game of the day, and we have some sound here from the previous TSM mid laner, Power of Evil, who's now on Immortals, and what his thoughts are on TSM so far this spring.
Well, it would feel good if I was doing better too, but yeah, I feel like it definitely shows that I think Lost, me and Swaller definitely brought something to the team. We were like first place in the summer split, and obviously now with all 3 parts gone, they're 10th. So I think it definitely mattered, and I feel like fans can realize now that these players actually had a big part of the team. I would say Bjergsen as a coach too, you know, was an integral part of the team. So, yeah, I guess there's a little bit of happiness, but at the same time, you know, I'm not doing too good. Like, we're not doing too good in IMT. We're somewhat in the same boat as them, I think, what I said, where I feel like we have individually good games, but we can't make it work. Could be synergy, could be like personalities. So, yeah, I'm curious to see, you know, how the next weeks play out.
I love hearing that from Power of Evil. And this particular matchup is so interesting to me because I remember last year when TSM signed PoE. So we're going back about a year and a half. But they classified him as like the next TSM mid laner, team solo mid. And they had, and in their announcement video, they had a portrait of Reginald, they had a portrait of Bjergsen, and then they shot to a portrait of Power Vivo, and it's like, that's it.
Yep.
That's the hallway. But here we are, just 1 year later, he's on a different team, TSM's in last place. PoE has to want to keep them there.
Hell yeah, he does.
Because with that win yesterday, if TSM wins, they're actually tied with the Mortals.
Yep.
So I think there's there could be something personal to this matchup.
Yeah, I think PoE already wanted to win it because, like, spoilers, that clip was from before TSM won yesterday.
Yeah.
So obviously, like, I think even if there's like no sort of bad blood, you still want to beat the team that you play against. And now here we're gonna have like TSM's incredible upset victory against Cloud9.
Yeah, and here's the thing, especially after coming off of a split where there's heavy criticism on either your performance or something like that, a lot of the times you come out feeling, hey, sure, you're criticizing over the things that I can't do or, perceive that I'm unable to do, and not appreciating the things that I brought to the team. And it's like, hey, you kind of missed that now, don't you?
Yeah. First place, don't you?
Exactly. And so he's definitely wanting to prove that point going up against his former squad. And I just think that, going up against Spica and Huni, players that he's been with for quite a bit of time on that team all last year and sharing successes, it's going to feel a little good. So, hey, and now got something to play for. TSM, you kind of mentioned it already.
He wants to keep him down there.
He wants to keep him down there. If they lose, they're now on the same boat. So let's see if they can keep him up, keep above on that one and keep fighting for what is a playoff spot. If they lose here, like, the strength of schedule is still pretty good for them, but it's just that they're, a game down getting in there. So, of course, they're going to be going up against CLG, FlyQuest, and Golden Guardian. So a very doable 3-0 for them to try and clinch a playoff spot.
Yeah, and really quickly before we get in, I want to talk about Huni and Revenge. Emily, you have some thoughts on this top lane matchup?
Yeah, so I mean, I think when IMT has had success, it's when they have been able to leverage any sort of split push pressure that Revenge has been able to have in a side lane. Meanwhile, Huni has kind of been a consistent bright spot, even in some of TSM's like absolute worst showings. I think it's particularly interesting when he Takeover and Speaker are able to be on the same page a bit more, like we saw yesterday, especially if he has any sort of like pushing power like he does on the Rumble, or like a lot of team fight presence on something he's super comfortable on, like the Rumble. So it should be pretty interesting to see how these two teams leverage their top lane pressure.
Yeah, can't wait to see it. And maybe Huni will just play Rumble. It seems like when things are needed for TSM to win, just slam that Rumble and get into it. But the casters are ready. Guys, take it away.
Alrighty, let's do it. It's the last game of the week, and this is our second to last week of the regular split, man. Time is running out.
That's kind of crazy when you think about it. And it is also, it just hit me. TSM was only one game down of Immortals, right? It wasn't long ago that TSM was just like, it felt like so far at the bottom, and they are climbing back up a little bit. I mean, 2-2 over the last 4. It's not maybe the most amazing stretch, but you look at Immortals, they've lost 6 straight, right? They are hurting here. And they did have a really rough start to the split as well. And then when they got to kind of the easier part of their schedule, they picked up a number of wins, and people were like, hey, maybe Immortals isn't so bad. And now we kind of see again in that second part of the split, in that second reset of the schedule, they again lost all those top teams. So they really do need to start picking up some wins here. I mean, if you could run the gauntlet, like theoretically they could still make playoffs, right? If they string 4 wins in a row and you end 8-10, I could see an 8-10 team making it in that 5th, 6th spot.
Yeah, that's not totally unheard of. Definitely possible, but definitely difficult when you need to go 4 straight wins and you've been on 6 straight losses. Immortals, this is the best time to start to turn it around. You've got TSM. This is a team that very clearly has a lot of things you can try to exploit going up against them. We'll see if they can do it. Zeri, Lee Sin, and Tryndamere banned out by Immortals. Tahm Kench, Hecarim, Volibear banned out by TSM, and a swift lock-in on Viego as the first pick here for Xerxes.
Yeah, so Viego getting grabbed up very early. Interesting to see like Jinx not being grabbed up, but a lot of people are pretty happy to just trade marksman, it feels like these days, with the Jinx, with the Zeri. A lot of these high priority picks that were just getting perm banned out previously are now just being traded back and forth or being taken off of that ban list. This time around, obviously, Zeri is banned out.
Yeah.
Huni hovering the Rumble, not going to lock it in just yet. But it is going to be a lock on that Rise. So we are assuming this is going to be takeovers in the mid lane. Tank Rise is incredibly popular. I have seen a little bit of AP Rise being mixed in recently, but it has been almost exclusively Tank Rise still, and does allow you to play through those side lanes very well, skirmishes well, and especially at the pro level, the ultimate for that kind of group movement is very, very powerful to reposition flankers to the back line, to be able to make map movements to look for ganks or maybe move towards an objective. Can be really strong with Jinx plus Rise. It kind of feels like a lot of your scaling is already secured here in the first 2 picks for TSM.
Absolutely. You will not be concerned about the game if it needs to go long, but now I'm curious what Immortals will pick as their own AD carry, because as you pointed out, yeah, they went for Viego super early. They were like, no, we don't care about Jinx, but having banned Zeri themselves, I'm curious what the plan is here, because obviously you would expect the enemy team to at least have a significant chance to take Jinx in their first round if you're not going to do it.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, there's some of the options like Caitlyn that has obviously been nerfed, but you could go for something like a Caitlyn if you did want. There's really aggressive options, things like Samira, as well as the Draven that have been getting buffed. I think Ashe is actually really strong as more of a kind of supportive utility style marksman. It's getting a fair bit of play in solo queue. That's going to get locked in. First Ashe, I feel like we've seen this split. I'm not 100% sure on that, but I feel pretty confident saying it. Shield Bow, Wit's End is the build I have seen most into just like Hurricane or whatever kind of fits the game.
Yeah.
So it is kind of this pseudo tanky on hit build. You have a lot of priority for your jungler just with the vision that you get, right? Utilizing Hawkshot early on, tracking the enemy jungle, especially when you're going up against something like the Jarvan as they are. Early game ganking is so important to this champion. So if you can track him with the Hawkshot, really deny some of the opportunities for Spica to find these early game plays, you can kind of cut the legs out from under him a lot on that early game.
And it's such a pain in the butt as a jungler playing against it, because it's not like you can't just clear your camps, but you see that stupid bird fly above you and everything's all sparkles and
you get caught by the
all right, they know I'm here.
Yep.
It's so annoying to deal with, and you're absolutely right. It slows things down. It gives you information, which is not one of the things that are tracked on the scoreboard at the top like gold and kills, but is just as important.
Yeah, absolutely. It is pretty interesting, and you know, there's still a lot of control mazes getting banned out here. PoE being paid that respect. I don't think he's had the best year. You know, he has fallen off a lot of people's radar for the first time, I feel like, since he's been in NA as one of the top mid laners, right? You know, everyone had looked at PoE for so many years. Even when he was on poor teams, it was like, yeah, the team might not be that good, but they got PoE. Like, you think back to, like, you know, playing on some of these old teams, like, you know, even on like Optic and things like that, you know, where he was still having kind of some of these incredible individual performances. He just hasn't been able to kind of bring out that level here this time around. And getting targeted in the bans, Orianna still available. That has been kind of his go-to in a lot of these games. They are going to ban out the Huni Rumble, so TSM saving that for 5th pick. We'll see what Huni is going to be able to grab, but we know it won't be the Rumble.
Right, and the Alistar is locked in for Shen Yi, so that means they will have both Alistar and Jarvan here for the engage, especially when teams are struggling, going back to what we talked about in the last Champ Select. Yes, if you're struggling, if you are having a rough time, usually there's some kind of problem with the communication, the coordination, or whatever. So no, I do not want to see you play a comp with a high floor for execution, but what is this Cassiopeia locked in for Immortal?
What boots do you think she's going to buy?
Oh, that's a good question. I hope she doesn't forget to buy them. That would be tragedy, and I know that people would definitely have something to say about it.
People would be curious. I, too, am curious what boots Cassiopeia will go this game. But I gotta say, this is a good game for Miasma.
Yeah.
Rise, relatively short range. Flag and drag from the Jarvan. You have the combo that's going to be denied potentially from the Alistar. If this gets locked in as well, that would be another champion that can really get shut down by the grounded from the Miasma. We have Graves top here for Revenge. That has been his bread and butter. I will say he has kind of moved away from it since the Hullbreaker nerfs 4-range champions. He hasn't just been playing it every single game anymore. You can still go like Shield Bow BT, but it is going to be the Aurelia. So a lot of dash-reliant champions here. You know, 3 of them are going to get very heavily affected by this Miasma. So if PoE can utilize that effectively, it is so powerful. Aurelia thrives in these team fights by getting multi-man Rs, multi-man stunts, and then just dashing everywhere.
Yeah, she's the blade dancer.
Exactly. If you just hit one hook or one Nautilus auto for a root and you put the Miasma on that, Aurelia's not going anywhere.
Absolutely not. The ability to lock it down. Cassiopeia also being a traditional pick into Ryze matchups when that gets popular in the meta. I love the fact that they made this call. I love the fact they made this pick.
Oh, no! That was not even fair.
What if respawning was refreshing? Here's to the round between rounds.
This game is rigged. This game is out to get me.
Now, I am so excited for this Cassiopeia. I think out of all 10 champions, this is the one that will have the most impact on the overall flow of the game. You were talking about how important this miasma is. Shut down Irelia, shut down Alistar's ability to engage, shut down all these different mobility options. And oh boy, it's Nautilus running down mid lane again.
Yep, this is a strat, and it works actually like a decent amount of time. We've seen it a couple times, even if it's just trade flash for flash, as they may find Spica. It might be just that.
Spica's gonna try to get out. Oh, he flashed in a straight line, and the dredge line still found him. Damage keeps going out.
Dead.
Spica's burning away. Slither, slither, the snake is here. First blood over to Power of Evil.
That is a tier start on Cassio. And if you've ever played against Cassio, giving her extra mana in the early lane is not a good thing.
That's not a feels good for TSM. Spica dies, loses his flash, so his ganking power is weaker.
That's brutal. And guess what? They didn't even have to use a single flash on Immortals to actually kill him. That's just a good invade.
That's a move for 3-0.
The ward spotted him, but that's one of those things where it's like you just get punished for a bit of a lazy recall, right? He has that pixel brush ward. Oh god, Arrow can just kind of run you down a little bit here. I mean, that's like 200 damage down. That's actually almost all his potions just gone.
And he's not stopping. That was so good.
That is actually so smart. Like, that looks silly, but he's just not leashing. He's not losing minions to do this. He can actually get down towards bot. I don't think he'll miss a single minion of XP. We'll see if he misses anything. But it looks like he's going to be there in plenty of time to actually get them with the volley even. So is he quite in range? Yeah, he's there. He's there. He misses 2 minions, but he gets XP on all 3.
He got XP.
And now Takeover, not only does he have to go against a tier start at level 1 plus a corrupting potion, he has to start it down like 400 health. So this is unlaneable for Ryze. It's absolutely unlaneable. And you would say, well, Jarvan's going to come bail you out. Well, Jarvan doesn't have his flash.
Yeah.
Because he got killed at level 1. So this is a disaster start here for TSM. And PoE, he's just going to invade.
It might get even worse here. Spica's trying to grab his red
smite.
Use his smite
And
before he has
flash.
the chance. Spica's just going to die again. What the hell am I watching? Power of Evil just slithers on over there, takes down the jungler, hand red over to Graves. Why not?
Thumbs up. Hit him with a thumbs up there. PoE saying, put some respect on my name. TSM was first with me. They're last without me. And here's why. And now Huni, he's going to have the nice benefit. Everyone loves this as a top laner. You're playing melee versus ranged, and the ranged champion gets a red buff. That's fun.
Yep, that's just about the most enjoyable experience you could possibly have as a top
gameplay
laner.
Up there.
Definitely not related to global averages of broken monitors or anything. It's a great experience to have to play against red buff Graves at level 3. And Power of Evil just continues having this control.
What does Peak even do from here? Like, what is your game plan? You're warded out on your Krugs. He has to base probably on Krugs because Revenge is missing. So what's the plan? Like, where do you go? I guess he's just going to have to go cross-map now for Wolves. He's not even going to try his Raptors here.
Xerxes already waiting. Revenge is right next to him. Spectral Maul's going to find the stun. Okay, he gets away. He's now got 300 HP and enough mana to cast 2 more spells. And he's got to clear his bottom side jungle because his entire top side jungle belongs to Immortals.
Yeah.
This is about a 1,000 gold lead at 4 minutes.
This is one of the worst starts you could ever have as a Jarvan. You're playing early game champion. You die at level 1. You lose your flash. The enemy mid laner invades you solo at level 2. And just 1v1 kills you. And then donates your red buff to their ranged top laner.
It sounds like a comedy
It's like a parody.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like, what is the worst possible start in a game of League of Legends? Well, here it is.
Yeah, what's your path after that? Well, after you die for the second time, you walk out, you go get Krugs, and then you almost die again in your base.
And then you open up the chat, you type looking like next, and then you wait for 15. That's what my experience is like in these games.
Can we remake this?
It's tough, man. It's tough. TSM is in such a rough spot with this start. Spica is going to have a long, long way to go to get back from this one. Hooney's trying to fight Revenge in the 1v1. Revenge is not shy at all, just putting the bullets in him here. Into the line comes down. Part 2 of that won't hit. Revenge has no ignite here in top lane. Both these guys running a TP, so there's no kill, but Hooney is low.
I will say, though, Hooney, for laning melee versus range, yes, I think it's a pretty decent matchup, but the early levels should still go to Graves. He's up farm, hasn't used his TP, and he has way more farm to pick up. If he gets all this farm, like, he's actually significantly ahead of Revenge, even though he had to deal with that red buff. So we'll see how much we can get it picked up. Revenge is not based yet, so yeah, Revenge has got to get out of there. He doesn't want to try to die and donate any more gold, but pretty good job from Hooney. Like, considering you had to lane against that red buff Graves,
yeah,
you're up a couple CS, you're laughing. That's great.
Props to Hooney for that one. TSM now seeing Immortals starting up the Drake. They really want to fight for this.
Speak is coming. So, yeah, I think they're going to try to look for something, but Power of Evil moving.
Oh, Shenyi's ready to come in and make the play. Xerxes going to be forced out. Spica comes down. Drake's going to be secured. TSM take the objective, but what about the fight? Arrow's trying to join up. Immortals disengaging. Xerxes at 200 HP, and Arrow's here to provide the CC. Power of Evil flashing over the wall, but he doesn't have much mana to work with. They'll still get a killing spree. All 3 kills in the game. As Destiny hits a very nice dredge line. Tactical gets pulled back, but it's Takeover who pays the price. Power of Evil's getting more mana from the kills. They'll lose Xerxes, but it's only to a damn turret, Isaac.
That's all I got for you there. That's like,
woo, okay.
You know, we're all feeling it. Everyone has played this game, and you know exactly what game I'm talking about. You've got that game in your head.
We've all been there. Anybody that's been playing League of Legends for any amount of time has played this game.
At 6 minutes in, and you just got dove past your tier 2s, right? You know, it's like, it might not be ideal. But
they got the dragon.
TSM, you know, they did get the dragon. Yeah. They were looking for it. Spica didn't even have Smite, I think. So it shows that he had it here, but I'm pretty sure in live he didn't actually have it. So the Smite was used there to heal from Xerxes. It's actually picked up the dragon here. Oh, it was Smite plus an auto there from Jinx. So they do grab it. And it looks like, hey, it might be a decent spot, but Spica going back in as Arrow arrives. There's not a lot of flashes here, and just the constant slows from that Ashe, slowing him down with the volley, being able to chase you down with approach velocity early on in the game is actually really powerful for these chase down situations. It allows him to stay in range. Power of Evil just ghosting in there. He had the flash as well, crossing through the towers, getting more kills. Insult to injury is to execute. Like, they get the XP, but they don't get the gold. Your only hope in this game, it feels like, is Hooney has got to start solo killing Revenge, because everything else feels pretty rough. I mean, I will say, Tactical has a monster CS lead, so that's kind of what's keeping the goal at least closer. I'm not even sure what went so bad because we weren't watching bot lane to actually get him this big of a CS advantage, because that is kind of like an abnormal CS discrepancy. Yeah, Ashe is a good laner, so to be down 20 plus CS this early on, and he's got to face check Spica, who has ulti. He does have his flash to respond.
Okay, there's the flash right there. Arrow was waiting to see the engage from either Shinyi or Spica. Did not want to flash without getting that commit first, so then he flashes away. No Ashe with flash is a target that TSM could try to exploit here when Spica has a chance to come back.
So, positives.
Yes.
Power of Evil may have his Everfrost, but Takeover has something that Power of Evil will never have.
A boot.
Exactly. You're with me.
You gotta hold it in
He's
front
got
of
feet.
Yes.
Where your
you
feet
have
at,
to say,
Cassio?
look at what you'll never have, Cassiopeia.
He can dance around. You know, he can do some little tippy taps and stuff.
Yes. Although Cassiopeia does have really cool tail physics. Ever since they made it so the tail actually slithers.
Now with 100% more slither action.
Yes. Buy now. Cassiopeia stocks are on the up and up. Meanwhile, top side, Hooney, 73 versus 67, so it's still pretty even. Oh boy. But now, let's see if Shenyi can help him out. All right, so Revenge.
Does he have the glowing eyes? He doesn't.
No,
so it's a good cow.
Is that how we... So only the evil glowing eyeballs can make you truly evil.
Yeah.
Okay. So even if Shen Yi gets the kill here, even if he sets himself up as
he's a warrior for good.
a saboteur. Okay, so that means Revenge is evil?
I guess so. It's just how it is.
But isn't
I don't make the rules here,
where
Flowers.
Graves is like a hero or something? I didn't actually play that event because I thought it had involved a lot of reading, and
It did involve a lot of reading.
So I didn't read it.
I played that event, but I did a lot of clicking to the next.
Oh, okay, I get you. Yeah. You were just like dialogue, but.
Yeah.
That's okay, dude. There's so many games I've played in my life that I literally don't even know what they're about. And I've
Yeah,
beat them all the way.
yeah, me too.
It's fantastic.
It's like, who's your favorite character? Don't know.
Probably the one that I played. Who was that? Don't know. Never read the name. Can't read. It's just how you go sometimes in video games.
All right, Power of Evil going to be able to grab the blue buff here. Tier stacking up well. He's got the early Everfrost. That's going to make things even more difficult for all of these short-range champions on TSM because the Miasma, you can lock them in the Everfrost, layer that over top. Not really any way out. But, you know, positives are that Huni is doing pretty well in this matchup, is that they do have a good CS advantage down on the bottom side. You are playing Cleanse, so you have some sort of an answer to the potential Ashe engage. But I do think that it's not a big deal that Arrow is down because he got a kill, he's got some assist gold. He's playing he's playing more the facilitation role, and you have already all the damage you should need from Power of Evil.
Oh, close. And that's an Alistar without an ulti, so if that hit, very easy to kill Shen Yi there, especially with Power of Evil hanging around nearby. Next Drake is about to spawn. Huni, nicely done from Revenge there, dashing it out of the way of that ulti.
Yep, well played. You got to pretty much hold your dash to react almost always in this matchup. If you ever dash in aggressively on the Aurelia, you're going to get stunned or you're going to get ulted.
Oh, she's going to dunk you.
Yeah. So it's pretty much only allowed to be used reactive. There's the power of the Hawkshot, though. Immortals spot 3 on bot side. They're going to call down 4. They're saying, all right, you bring 3, we bring 4. They do not have the Ashe ulti, though, that we saw sail wide from earlier. So TSM are pretty safe to do this. The Ashe buffs are actually really nice. Like it's not necessarily the biggest deal, but the additional move speed on the long-range ultis is very noticeable as the Ashe player, especially for, I have found, like, when you're shooting them down a lane, like, if you come out of base and you're walking towards mid, and you go to, like, the tier 2 or whatever, and you fire it from there, it's actually pretty reasonable to hit it. It's a lot harder to react to as an enemy player if you don't see it coming early than it was before, because the move speed is actually very high.
And one thing I also want to mention about this Cassiopeia pick that we saw there as Immortals were able to grab their first Drake of the game, this champion shreds neutral objectives. They do not do well against high DPS magic damage. Most magic damage in League of Legends is very burst-oriented, right? It's the nature of mages. But since Cassiopeia doesn't follow those rules, Cassiopeia has incredible objective potential, and it's one of those things that I want to make sure we're just having in the back of our heads as we go further towards the mid-game, as we get closer to the point where, you know, Baron will be on the table here in 8 minutes or so, it's very easy to do these objectives much faster than you otherwise could when you have this champion.
I mean, if you have a blue buff and it's 20 minutes and you have one other person to tank for you, like, you can do Baron, right?
Yeah.
And it's, you don't even need to have a full team rush, which is one of the things that I think does make it scary. I feel the same way when I'm playing against Diana, like, especially on-hit Diana builds, like Nashers and that sort of stuff. Just, as you said, consistent damage, magic damage. The neutral objectives have way lower MR. That is why you can really crush through them. Unless you have something like Vayne, who's, he's AD, but you have true damage, so who cares? But the magic damage really is the key there. Xerxes, though, spotted moving up to the top side. TSM have an extra member here. They could look for a kill.
Revenge is going to get jumped on. He tries to dash himself out of the way, but now Immortals are trying to outplay it in the 2v3. Huni's grabbing the first kill, and Revenge is already down. Xerxes leads him back over to Power of Evil as an arrow finds its way up from downtown. Speaker re-engages here with a Cataclysm. Power of Evil tries to get away. TSM's found 2. TSM's found 3, and they only lose 1.
That is huge! And the Aurelia picking up a lot of those kills, including the 700 gold bounty off of Power of Evil. TSM, they needed to win on the top side. They got it. As Immortals thought they were setting up for the play, they have Xerxes in the brush, but TSM brought Spica plus Shen Yi, and they committed their teleport from Takeover. They knew they had to make a play, and they had to have overwhelming force there to do it. They commit everything to this, and this is just great stuff out of TSM here, recognizing the situation, overload one side of the map, try to make something happen. So it's not just the 3v2, it's the TP already coming in from Rise. He's saying, even if you roam, I'm going to be here too, and it's going to be a 4v3. credit as well to Spica on the tail end of this play. You know, Xerxes is flashing out. Power of Evil arrives, and this is where you're saying, all right, they could actually still win this. Power of Evil could fight his way out. He ults in, he backwards turns there to actually avoid the stun. Then, not only is that a flag and drag flash, he flag and drags, waits, delays it, knocks up Xerxes, then redirects the knockup with the flash into the Casio. That is the next level mechanics on J4. You've seen a lot of people do the flag and drag flash, but the delay to get multiple knockups with it, that is a thing of beauty, and that is Spica playing at a really high level.
Spica delaying the animations like a boss in Elden Ring, just making them think twice before they try to dodge.
Don't you roll early.
Don't you do it. Immortals have lost their lead entirely, Azael. We were talking about how miserable of a start this was for TSM and for Spica specifically. But now, after that play in the top side, the game is dead even here at 15 minutes.
And the Aurelia is a true side lane threat now. Like, you almost don't even want to walk back to lane as Graves. Like, you need help. It's going to be really, really scary in the 1v1 because he got the full Blade of the Rune King completed. He's got his new quiver and the tabbies on top. He is going to crush in that 1v1 here. They're looking for BOE.
Power of Evil gets jumped on, but I don't think that's where Spica wants to be necessarily. Power of Evil's going to force him to retreat immediately. Nearly walks into the arrow, but nearly won't matter. Spica gets away to safety. TSM, I like the fact that they're looking for stuff, but it's still Power of Evil who is individually the most powerful man on the map, and TSM must be respectful of how strong this mid laner is.
Exactly. Like, I don't know if we can pull up all the total golds for the players, but it's one of those situations where it's like, yeah, the gold is back to even, but if you don't have Huni, you're still massively behind, right?
Right.
You know, if you knock the top laners out of the equation and you're TSM and you're trying to 4v4 or 2v2 or whatever, well, PoE is 2k up on everyone else on your team pretty much, right? Like, he is still very, very strong, and they got to pay their respect.
Right, when you look at all these numbers, everything starts with a 5 or a 4. Just now, Tactical broke into the 6,000 total gold mark, but it's Power of Evil and it's Huni who are both at 7,500. Whichever one of them is around, that's the side that's going to win.
And Tactical has been farming at an incredible pace here. You know, at 16 minutes in, he's at 174 CS. So, you know, I said earlier it didn't feel like it mattered as much. It was concerning that they lost lane that hard on the bottom side for Arrow, but he's down 50 CS. And now that you're not way up in gold, like, that feels way more relevant here. So we'll see how Immortals can play it out. The game is even here. They are going to be able to grab this dragon, so they grab a second dragon for themselves. A Mountain Soul will do a lot of work against what is a pretty upfront kind of bursty style team from TSM who has a lot of dive. You know, we think about the Aurelia, we think about the Jarvan, they're trying to zero someone out, burst them out.
Yep.
But TSM can play through sides and they can maybe utilize this Jinx that is farming very, very well to try to get them some advantages later.
Shenyi and Huni are both set up to collapse.
They're going to go. They're going to
fight. As Immortals come into the river, and now TSM is ready to go. Arrow gets knocked up into the air, but now he disengages. Takeover's going to be found, and Power of Evil is looking to chase him down with the help of Destiny. Takeover can't get out. Spica down to 1/4 HP. He's trying to disengage away from the Herald. Takeover's got no way home. Power of Evil guarantees it. 1 kill already over. Immortals secure the Herald, and now they got to pick up the Eye. Huni's ready to try to turn it right back around with Shenyi right behind him. They're going to kill on revenge. Destiny gets out. Stasis keeps him alive. Huni's getting the work done as Spica goes in after Arrow, but Arrow's popping the heel to keep himself going. He'll take one with him as Tactical gets one back. It's a 2 for 2 across the fight.
Yeah, very scrappy fight there around the Herald. I feel like TSM, when Takeover got kind of isolated in that 1v1 against Power of Evil, he was just dead. They should have turned towards the Herald and tried to use their strong guy to take the Herald, right? If Power of Evil is fighting your mid laner, eliminate them both from the fight. Turn the Aurelia around. Win the fight at the Herald hard. Grab the Herald for yourselves. We can watch it one more time, and I'm going to kind of point out what I was talking about here. Takeover is going down, right? Like, he is just dead. Abandon this man here as he runs away to the other side. If Huni turns around now and goes up towards that Herald, that is a one fight. Bring these guys over here. Take the Herald. Allow Takeover to just die and say, all right, you did your job by keeping Power of Evil away from the rest of us. Because if they hard committed at that point, I think it could have been a much more advantageous fight. Still, they find a pretty good turn. They do get the first kill. They get the reset. They go in. They grab up that second kill in the long extended play here. But I think it could have been a lot more if they just abandoned ship on their mid laner early.
Well, TSM now have a 750 gold lead. These farm advantages in the side lanes, particularly the AD carry farm diff. I'm not going to stop hitting on it because ever since you brought it up, that difference has only ballooned more and more. So much advantage for TSM just in that, but Arrow's got a good stun here on the tactical. They won't be able to follow it up. Shenyi's ready to turn it around. Zap into the Super Mega Death Rocket, and Arrow nearly dies. He'll try to get away with under 50 HP remaining, call it 26, and Arrow barely walks out.
And that was close to him actually going down. Pee-wee, though, on the top side, they take down the tier 1. They get a charge on the tier 2, so that almost falls. So Immortals, feels funny to say after how the game started, but clawing their way back in the gold lead. They are down in gold, and now it's Pee-wee's job. Like, he's gotta carry this game. Yeah. You got all the benefits of these early shenanigans. Your team is losing. It's time to step up. His champion does work very well into what TSM has drafted. He is still incredibly strong, so they have the ability to win this game. But when a game like this starts to spin around and really kind of flip on its head, it's the losing team that gets an incredible injection of confidence, right? Like when you start to come back and you're like, oh my God, like
we can do this.
We are actually winning this game. Like we are actually in a good position. So Immortals have got to stay confident and recognize that even though they gave away their lead, they can still win from this spot.
So one thing I want to point out right now, Power of Evil, third item, Gargoyle Stoneplate. Power of Evil is known for strange builds.
Yeah, so this to me is saying everyone's going to dive me. This is going to keep me alive, and basically I don't need the extra pure damage, right? Yeah. It does have a lot of defensive stats. The shield is very powerful, has some CDR on there. I'm not going to say this is right or wrong because honestly I haven't thought about it enough to have a strong opinion. I would normally...
It's interesting.
It's very interesting. I would normally say just go like tanky AP would be my call, which would say
Embrace or something?
yeah, go Demonic Embrace, or even go like a Rylai's. You could go Azonia's if you're really worried about some particular burst. But to me, it would be Demonic Embrace or a Rylai's. Not this, but this is the more tanky version for sure, and we'll see if it works out. Because I mean, Cassio just needs the mana, and you can pump out an incredible amount of damage, and you have your 2 mana items. And if they dive with like J4 and Aurelia, and everyone dives the backline, try to kill him, and he pops Gargoyle and lives, like he's gonna kill you 2 AP items or 3 AP items.
Yeah, that's kind of what I'm gonna be tracking here on whether or not this was worthwhile. Is there a situation where Cassiopeia survives a ton of burst? And when we look at the TSM health bars, how often are people going to walk away with slivers of HP remaining?
And can you just ignore the Cassio and kill her teammates because the person with the lead built tank? Yeah. Right? That's always my concern as well, is like when I'm the person on my team that has a monster lead, like a huge advantage, I feel pressure to get a lot done, right? And this kind of tanky build can allow you to do that, similar with tanky Rise, right? Where it's like, oh, this keeps you safe, allows you to play aggressive. They're going to look for a dive here on Huni. We'll see if they can follow through on it.
They want to make sure that Power of Evil's not the one starting up tanking it. They want to allow him to maximize DPS, and he'll do just that. However, a 3-man play on bottom side from Immortals means a 4-man play on Baron from TSM. There's pings coming out. We'll see if they're able to do anything about this. Power of Evil is still down in the bottom lane, taking the tier 1 turret. And the Baron goes over to TSM. They'll take that one.
Absolutely. It will put Immortals, with more kind of gold in their pockets off that play. They get the shutdown, they get the tower, they get the dragon, so they're moving to Soul Point here. That is kind of the edge that they get. But a big injection of stats, a big injection of gold as well for TSM taking the Baron. So we're going to have to track how much can they get done during this Baron power play, because Immortals, in just under 5 minutes, they could potentially grab Soul, and then, I mean, it's going to be so hard to burst them down. Like, if you're talking about trying to nuke someone down already through Gargoyle Stoneplate and Locket Shield, if you give them the Mountain Soul Shield as well,
it's tough.
It's going to be really hard.
Very, very tough stuff. Power of Evil, 6-1-2. Only has missed a single kill participation in this game so far. Second item of the game completed for Revenge just now as he gets his Collector. So just trying to catch up, trying to be relevant, trying to make sure that he's ready to go here whenever one of these big fights does break out. 2 minutes of Baron. There are 2 minutes for TSM to take this Baron and get everything they possibly can before having to deal with that soul fight that you're talking about. That will be huge here 4 minutes from now. Shenyi's going to clear out a little bit of vision. Immortals are on the defensive. They know they have to weather this TSM Baron before anything else, and Tactical continues to build the gold. Immortals find plenty of damage onto Shenyi. They're going to force him back with that. and TSM has to back up.
I mean, Immortals just haven't been able to find any effective arrows, right? Like, Arrow is down 3 levels on Tactical now, plus the farm. That is so concerning how useless this Ashe may look. And he's hit a couple different arrows on Tactical, but it's never been in a position where someone's there to follow up. So Tactical doesn't even cleanse. Like, he just sits on it. They're going to look for Tactical now, though. Xerxes coming on the flank.
Tactical has already used his Gale Force. He's used his Flash. He's trying to get away, but Xerxes on top of it. Shen Yi falls. Tactical falls. TSM loses both bottom laners, and the Baron push stops here.
That's a big couple of picks there for Immortals, because TSM was starting to get a lot of gold in the side lanes on that play. Huni, though, on the hunt here. Will he spot Revenge? He will, but not going to be able to kind of chase further down as he doesn't have enough vision in the area. Expecting him probably just go like Death Dance third or something like that. We'll see where Huni exactly wants to go, but he's got to be a little bit careful against that red buff Graves, but in any sort of extended play, he's definitely going to win.
Yeah, you can see how easily confident Huni is here. Just going back into lane, instant heal back to full.
Oh, they're
minion wave, and they're ready to dive Revenge. He wants to get away from the 1v3. The arrow coming in to stun up Huni. Is it going to keep him alive? The volley over the wall can't do the damage.
Oh, here comes Xerxes. He could look for a potential kill. He doesn't have his ulti,
There's
though.
no Heartbreaker. There's no Heartbreaker for Viego, so Speak is trying to turn it around here with a Cataclysm. Destiny joins up, but now he's got to be careful. Takeover's very powerful. Power of Evil's on the other end of the map. They do not have their ace in the hole. This is the Cassiopeia. This is the one that determines the fights. And with him not there, TSM picks up the kill and picks up the tier 2. The push is not done. They're saying if Power of Evil wants to stay in the top lane,
end the game
we're going to stay here in the bottom lane. TSM, they're just going to break into the base. Immortals, what are we doing, my friends? Power of Evil's trying to deal with Tactical. The Everfrost isn't going to find him. Miasma, yeah, it'll do a little bit of damage. Power of Evil taking 3 or 4 turret shots. TSM just walked into the base and took the inhib.
And that's a flash off of Power of Evil. That's his big team fight tool there. He was trying to end the game through Split Push. He was saying, I'm going to catch Tactical, who had no cleanse, no flash. Good reaction there from Destiny, able to flash out of the way of that. But he looks for the flash ulti. Tactical just backsteps it, then he backsteps the Everfrost, then he backsteps on the Miasma. And then as soon as Power of Evil starts walking back through the tower, you step in the Miasma to make him pull tower aggro. So very well played there. They're now delaying the bases from TSM, seeing if they can get those split up. TSM has got to be careful here. A minute, though, until that dragon.
Okay, there's another arrow, but again,
it's got a lot
not enough coming out of it. Yeah, Shen Yi's also still got his ultimate, so Alistar ultimate forced out here. Nautilus ulti's going to chase him. Okay, flash over the wall from Shen Yi here. Yeah, huge. Huge to take that away from the Alistar before this Dragon Soul fight is going to happen.
And he won't have his ult back. It's a 94-second cooldown. He doesn't have a lot of CDR, so he's actually not going to have ult. So that's no flash, no ult, Alistar. So that means if you go in, it's a one-way trip.
WQ and you die.
Exactly.
That's it.
You got nothing. You are not tanky at that point. But TSM, I don't think that you're going to feel comfortable to just give this one up. Huni has his 3 items, plus he actually gets the Elixir of Iron there. I do think it's a smart call. The amount of lockdown that is on the other side, the tenacities can be very important because he went for tabbies. So having that additional tenacity on top of the legend tenacity that he has is going to make him really tough to pin down. But still, tenacity doesn't help you out with Miasma, and that's going to be the key ability. You got to watch how the Miasma is used. If PoE can get a really effective one, that can absolutely decide the fight, as they're trying to kind of pincer in here on TSM.
TSM, they're grouped up in bottom, and Immortals is ready to fight them. Huni is not grouped up with the rest of TSM. He'll be approaching from the other side, clearing out a ward on the bottom side of mid lane, making his way through the river now. Tier 2 turret is going to fall in the mid lane. Immortals lose that one to minions, so TSM not going to pick up any extra local gold from the take. Huni now positioned next to the blast cone and ready to go. However, the collapse is there. They found Shen Yi. He can't survive. An arrow's going to be jumped on, but it's not going to matter. Huni at least picks up one, but Xerxes goes on a killing spree.
He's going to get another.
Free fire.
They can't kill him.
Huni's still fighting. Double kill back over to Irelia. Will it be a triple kill over to Irelia? Yes, it will. TSM rips Immortals apart with a quadra kill for Huni.
They're going for the Windflowers. Huni is in the base here. Can they actually close it out? 20 seconds. I spoke too soon. I don't think they actually close it, but it's the quadra from the Aurelia. Absolute monster fight there from Huni. That was incredible from TSM.
Huni with the 2 lifesteal items, jumping into the melee and taking control. Tactical providing the DPS. and Immortals falling to pieces after what had to be one of the most one-sided starts we have seen in a long time. TSM are poised to take this game.
This is just incredible. What a comeback from TSM. They come into this weekend dead last, 2 wins. They beat C9. This game starts and you're like, all right, you know, they're turning back into a pumpkin. And this kind of a turnaround here is massive. They're spending so many spells here on the Alistar. They kill off the Alistar, but look at Spica into the backline. Huni on the backstep there on Power of Evil. The Zonios is popped really early, gets a multi-man ulti, and he's just in onto Arrow. Arrow goes down. Power of Evil is pushed out here by Takeover. I think he thought that they had Huni, but if you do not burst down that Aurelia, Conqueror fully stacked, lifesteal items abound, he is just gonna drain tank your team. It's a triple, it's a quadra. Huni DPs in, gets the inhib off the back of that, and then casually goes back, buys an entire GA.
Oh, man. Huni, 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 Huni.
Holo. It's been a while, man, but Huni is showing one of those incredible performances that he really made his name for. Being this aggressive player who can just take over a game. TSM needed him to do it. He was really the only one in the position to do so, and he has looked incredible, but they've got to be able to close this one out. They're pushing in 3 lanes. Mid lane inhibitor tower is down. 3rd inhibitor about to be cracked.
Now, we do need to remember that bottom lane inhib is just about to respawn. There's about 10 seconds left on that one, so if Immortals can shoo them away somehow, they will at least not have to deal with the double super minions for very long. However, TSM is looking to just keep this party going all night long. They're still in the enemy base. They still got the Baron here for the next minute and 15. Stun up onto Huni. This is very important. That's a valuable target, but they aren't going to be able to find the damage. Huni stays alive. TSM still looking to go for the kill, still looking to find the ability to save Huni's life to the Death Dance, but Guardian Angel is gonna bring him back anyway. Xerxes about to die, the Heartbreaker to try to get away, but Spica's gonna chase him down. Revenge for the very start of the game. The ace for nothing for TSM and a 2-0 weekend.
What a weekend for TSM. You can hear the chants almost. TSM fans have absolutely got to be popping off. And what a turnaround for this team in the midst of so many problems, so much controversy surrounding TSM. For them to come into this weekend, take down C9, have an incredible comeback against Immortals is truly amazing. And off the back of what was such an amazing performance from Huni, and even Spica deserves so much credit. Like, there was so many incredible engages from Spica against this Cassio where it's really tough to pull off, and it would be so easy and almost like forgivable for you to just tilt out of this planet off of the early game.
Oh, I would have.
Like how bad that early game went for Spica, it is incredible that he had any effect on the game. And then for him to go and pull off plays, like I hope at the desk they have time to go back and rewatch that top lane play where
The
he
top
actually
lane play was
delays
that was the game
flash,
changer. Yeah.
where he EQs through Xerxes and then redirects his flash onto PoE still to get double knock up there in a close fight, win them that fight, and then find so many great engages throughout the rest of the game, setting up for Huni, who was their strong member. I just am so impressed from TSM, and they really got to hold their heads high, even though they are still towards the bottom of the standings. This is something that you can build on for summer.
And I like the way you phrased it, towards the bottom of the standings, because TSM has now dragged Immortals into the pit with them. They're tied in the standings.
And they got the experience.
TSM is no longer in sole possession of last, and they have now eliminated Immortals from being eligible for playoffs. TSM has had an awesome weekend.
Game.
And while we ready up for our interview, we're heading over to the State Farm analyst desk to break down this game.
Don't do that.
Okay, thank you, Flowers and Azale. A 2-0 week for TSM. Wow. Going to 4-11, tying Immortals down there in the standings. We also have like an audience somehow with us here as we got people ready to get on Bud Light League Lounge afterwards. We got Blabber and Max Waldo getting mic'd up. And like a bunch of other Cloud9 people, by the way, just to our right.
Just imagine them. You can't see them on the camera. They're there.
They're wearing masks. It's all COVID safe. Don't worry about it. Anyway, this should have been a disaster. That's what it felt like.
Yeah.
The early game
It looks bad.
was ridiculous.
Yeah, so the Nautilus play that they go for here, obviously we've seen this a ton of times. If you have the Nautilus, you do want to try to make that level 1 play, especially with the Ashe. Like, as soon as she gets her slow, you're not going anywhere. And they snowball from this really well with Power of Evil just completely taking over the map.
How sad are you when you see the flickering vision of Cassiopeia slithering to your red buff when you have no flash, no smite? A game felt so doomed. But the problem here was that IMT didn't really do too much off of it. They didn't play much off of Cassiopeia. They didn't try to go up. There was a great timing. You were talking about it, Jad, about like a window they could have dove topside. They were trying to take Dragon off that one when, you know, Cassio didn't have push there. And also, TSM, presence of mind, we're waiting for it. They had vision on it.
I gotta say, everything gets better with practice, Raz. And
True.
TSM has a lot of practice of things going terribly wrong.
True.
So they've learned how to respond.
Fact.
But like literally, they did keep their calm. The gold stayed close before this fight, right? We could have seen it extend to a 6,000 gold lead, but the gold was only about 2,000 difference before this fight, where you see a really clutch EQ from Spica at the end here, where he's able to get the EQ knock up and then flash for it later. But really just, they kept their heads and they fought well.
And I think we have a really interesting game to compare this to, right? With TL getting a massive lead in their game and actually trying to push it as much as they possibly could against a better scaling composition. In this, I think IMT really did not do a great job of recognizing when they could use their advantages. And then TSM slowly started getting them out in team fights, especially with the massive amount of damage Tactical can do and Huni's ability to get onto and stick to target.
My shout out here, of course, this is a great quadra kill off of this fight. Huni was able to put in a lot of work. Same goes for Tactical, too. I thought that was just a great overall fight for TSM. Wanted to give a shout out there to Shenyi, actually. Not only was their vision game pretty damn strong, I'm specifically talking about Huni, the vision that he put in lane bush, catching out a lot of the times when Xerxes was trying to look for a lane gank, so that was one thing. But Shenyi was constantly moving with his Alistar, was looking topside, and so that fight that you ended up seeing that turned things on a dime and actually gave TSM an advantage. Shenyi was ready and there for that. That, of course, gave the early kills. So great job, because when you're that far behind, you need to be creative, and they were.
Well, and I think we're finally seeing Shenyi and Spica work together, right? Like you pointed out the vision game in here. In their first win that they had this week, that was a massive upgrade from previously where the two of them kind of looked like they would be on completely different pages.
Yep.
This week, the two, like the support jungle synergy was massively improved.
It really was.
You know
also,
what this means?
we're efforting an interview with TSM, but with the remote nature of everything, it is difficult. So hopefully we're going to be getting that. What does that mean, Russ?
That means that TSM is not the sole holder of last place anymore.
They're not the worst.
They're climbing.
Yeah.
Actually, we never got to hear who you thought was the worst at the time.
Yeah, you kept saying people were not the
My
worst.
guess.
I did say that TSM and Immortals were not the worst.
Yes.
They are currently tied for the worst.
Yes.
It was going to be CLG.
Yeah, I thought I was going to say
Sorry.
CLG at the time.
Yeah.
They've gotten better now.
It could happen. You never
Yes.
know. Like TSM, I don't believe they're mathematically eliminated from the playoffs, but it definitely feels that way. I think the types of wins they're trying to put together here will be building blocks for the future, but it has got to feel pretty good to have the 2 a week, right? If you're only going to win 4 games across 7 weeks, you might as well have 2 of them in one. I know I voted for Player of the Week already. We'll see. It's the way we do that is it's all casters and analysts, so it's going to be revealed later. I don't know what the results are going to be, but I voted Tactical. What do you think?
Especially when the noise is so loud, right?
Yeah.
When the noise is so loud, the media is constantly scrutinizing and like kind of fishing on your failures, right?
Oh yeah.
But being able to kind of usurp that, come out with the huge week 2-0s, as you mentioned. Of course, like you can see in front of you, player of the game
today
goes to Huni on that one. And yes, you said Tactical. I thought Tactical too. Both games, his Zeri game yesterday, today's game on Jinx, he really felt plugged in.
Yeah, we got the split long POG leaderboard as well. Still Summit up there at 6.
Yeah.
None of them today, though. Someday at 4 is actually one of them that surprises me up there, but I don't necessarily know if anyone's going to be able to catch Summit. It's possible for Santor and Danny or somebody to do it if they go 3 for 3 in Super Week, but
that's true.
It's going to be tough, yeah. It's going to be really tough to catch him, even with C9's kind of up and down week.
And it says a lot for 100 Thieves just poking at the fact that they have 2 of those players, Someday and Closer, who's basically at the top 5. Both of those players have just been the consistent force on that team that's been keeping them at 3rd place and making it really doable for them. And remember, in Super Week, they go up against Cloud9. So like that for me is immediately the game to watch.
Well, and I think the interesting thing about that is when we previously thought about 100 Thieves, it was always like, oh, play through bot, right?
Yeah.
Play for team fights.
It's changing
and
now.
This 100 Thieves has been actually like quite different in terms of where Closer is pathing to get early pressure. They're kind of, in my opinion, over-reliant on some days Tryndamere for side lane pressure, but also on the flip side, being able to rely on him for that while they fixed other internal issues and draft issues.
Yeah, coming back to this TSM versus Immortals game, though, for me, they played with like a lot more patience when they needed to.
Yeah.
And then Shenyi was the one who had the trigger pull when they needed to find a good fight. Like in theory, that's what the team was supposed to be.
Yeah.
But in past weeks, they just had so many deaths in between. So if we're trying to look at like the week as a whole, they had the win against Cloud9 and they had the win against Immortals. I think the win today, we could say that Immortals was, like, you were really frustrated that they weren't playing through mid.
Yeah.
Because they had a 5-0 mid laner and they didn't take a single mid lane plate. But if you try and think of the week as a whole, what was different to you, and Emily as well, about TSM from the 2-11 team that now turned into a 4-11 team?
I think for sure it's how, you mentioned the patience, it's how they played through Vision. I think yesterday's game, a lot of the times, okay, I'll talk about the poor games that they had in the past, right? When they went up against Golden Guardians, they had an early lead. A lot of the times it was like, okay, Shenyi just died randomly, right? Getting Vision. Spica died, randomly getting Vision. A lot of the times when they had Vision, it was difficult for them to maintain that or play off of it, right?
Yeah.
I didn't see that at all. And so it's good to be able to see them kind of be on the up and up.
I want to get Emily's opinion, but we are ready with that interview. Tigris and Huni for our Verizon post-game interview. Take it away.
Thank you, Jat. I've got Huni here. A 2-0 week for TSM. What was the difference maker?
Honestly, we kind of felt like going into this week, it was like really under pressure that we don't, I guess like we're gonna just try our best, but like still, like the main focus was like just not like just playing under not under like high pressure, and just focus on like what we need to do as individually, and that makes us like it was like less stressful like compared to other week. I think at least for me that was like pretty the main key, the main reason why we actually kind of performed better, and also as individually it was like I did perform better for sure compared to other weeks.
Yeah, I mean, bringing yourself into these games with that kind of pressure is really hard as a squad. Do you feel that additionally as one of the veterans here that people often look to pull a team by the bootstraps when needed?
Yeah, I mean, that's definitely like, it's like one of my jobs is actually like having responsibility as a team leader and like the, oldest player or like, veteran player that I need to be like, take the team like as a leader basically. And it was a kind of pressure, but like I think a little bit, it was like really little bit loose, I guess, because like I would say there was like a really, really high chance that we were gonna get eliminated from the playoff. So like the rest of like the 5 games are like probably I would say like matter less, and then just focus on what we're doing, and basically that's what happened.
It is always hard in these final weeks of the regular season when you are also thinking about the standings. In this game in particular, though, you popped off on the pick. You came through as player of the game, rather. And many have been looking to see, is Huni going to have a pop-off to try and bring TSM in it? How did you feel about your Aurelia play and just the idea of bringing such power from the top lane on this team?
Yeah, I mean, honestly, like for those kind of pick like Rumble and earlier, like I bring it up because it's like I know like those 2 champions are not meta. Like clearly, it's not like the high percentage of the pick. Like no one, like honestly, I would say like almost like no one's playing, and it was like sure I'll just play because it's like we're also just like we're like not as well. Like I didn't want to like just lose like because I'm just playing meta. Like I think it was like actually good for me that. Just trying like a lot of stuff, like in especially this week's stream. Like honestly, I thought my Rumble and really I was like, oh, that's not like I don't think it's a meta. So like I kind of didn't really try, but like as soon as I tried, oh, I guess even though it's like off meta, it's like really playable, and that's what happened this week. And dipping into banning Rumble, and I think really after.
Oh, yeah. I mean, Rumble's always great to see from you, Huni. We really got to see the taste of what makes you such a fun player to watch. Thank you for stopping by for this interview. Best of luck with your last week of the regular season.
Appreciate it.
Time for us to continue wrapping things up here on the LCS, everyone. Heading back on over to the desk.
Thank you very much for that interview. Great to hear from Huni. Unfortunate webcam mic.
Yeah.
We've all done it.
We've all been
We've
there.
all done it.
Yep.
Your
Yeah.
mic doesn't pick up, and you're talking into your webcam, or even worse, your native mic, like in your laptop. I've done that too.
Sometimes that happens. Also, we have our MasterCard Player of the Week. It is going to be Tactical.
Huge.
Yeah.
Massive.
It was very close Player of the Week vote this week. I think Huni got votes, Tactical got votes. Blaze All was really close. But I think with TSM's win over Cloud9 and then also their close game here against Immortals, plus the stats.
Huge.
The stats are huge.
And that's the thing, with Tactical being able to really step up. I know that we had the conversation of the 80 carry tier list, but we all knew what a player he has been in the past, an all-pro player in his time in Team Liquid, coming into this split, and how unfortunate it has been for the first few weeks, but it has been him stepping up when they have been winning. And this day, and just yesterday when they went up against Cloud9, he was a player that really took the advantage that he had and rolled over. His Zeri game was incredible. This game that he had was also just top-notch on his Jinx. So fun to see him get that Player of the Week.
Yeah, and if I try to compare his play from last week to this week, I'd say last week he was trying too hard to make things happen that weren't there, right? With his over-pushing the turret in the top lane when Biofrost got him with the bind, they lost the game off of it. This week, it felt like when he was flashing forward, it was because the play was there, not because he was trying to force the play. So, yeah, I think that was... I'm always happy when Tactical does well, so congrats on winning that
there we have
Player of the Week. Emily, do you have anything to add?
Oh, I was just going to say, I think previously when you talked about what else was going on the map in that TSM game, very quietly, he was getting actually a really good bot lane lead.
He was like 100 CS up on Arrow.
So I think that was another like pressure point that they knew they could rely on late. And that is also where the difference comes in with the rest of the team, especially Shenyi and Spica, who are typically going to be making your initiation for team fights a lot better because they know that he's in a great spot to just be able to follow up. And it's not like it's not like the hard funnel that we saw from the previous weeks, right? It's just like a lot steadier and a reliance that he'll be able to perform in team fights when it matters.
And it's a huge sigh of relief and a confidence builder that you have just being able to, of course, get a 2 a week, but I'm just talking about some of the basics, right? If it's something where you're just climbing up here and winning a few scrims, that's something that comes to... It felt like they were confident in each other's plays. Shenyi being able to find plays top lane alongside Huni, working alongside Spica, especially when they had such a disastrous level 1 in this game. That should just knock you out. But they remained confident, and they doubled down on fights that, you know, hurt them in the earlier weeks in the split. So great job overall, and it really is indicative of the team's strength right now.
Yeah, and we know that TSM has stated that they're not okay being in 10th place. So, like, having games like this are really important, even deciding the roster for next split. So, like, a lot of pressure for them to be able to pull it out.
And
before we move on.
technically, they're in 9th place because they have the head-to-head over Immortals. Immortals are the first team they beat. So.
There we go. All right, let's pull up our Samsung SSD Fast 5 for this week.
Who we got here?
Fastest 100 CS.
There we go.
Let's check these out.
There's a lot of 100 Thieves players up here, just across the board to mention
the
it.
524 level 6 is cracked.
Closer is pretty nuts.
That's an incredibly fast level 6.
Just a reminder, of course, 100 Thieves did pick up that 2 a week as well, and so it's nice to be able to see this team. Of course, some of their games really feels like back to fundamentals. They're not really picking fights that they don't need to, which is, for them, something they need to kind of climb up, knowing that they were a championship team last split. They want to be able to get to that point, and it's off the back of their bot lane and jungler, and it's nice to see both of those guys up there.
Yeah, congratulations to those of you earning bonus points on the LCS Sleeper Fantasy app for having this week's top performers in your lineup. Emily, you got something to add?
No, I'm good.
She's good. She was telling me that she had something spicy with the Samsung
I was
Fast
going
5.
to. It wasn't spicy, but it was really small. Shout out to Jose Deodo, who's early pathing. I've actually kind of been critical of sometimes, and one of the things he's been steadily improving this year, I think, is that, along with the mid lane pressure that Tukui generates there. So to see him up there is really nice.
Awesome. Let's pull up the standings. Cloud9 still in first place. It was
Let's see it.
spicy. It was close. They lost to TSM, but then Team Liquid dropped a game as well, so they're still in that first place. Way closer 1-2-3 than I would have expected 2 weeks ago, where it looked like Cloud9 and TL were going to run away with the whole league, but now 100 Thieves is sneakily on that win streak.
Yeah, and I think 100 Thieves, this was a really big week for them. Last week, it sounded like it was a big week for them too, just kind of reestablishing that confidence that they are and can contend near the top, right? Because previously, they were in the mixture where FlyQuest was moving up, where Dignitas was somewhere in there, Evil Geniuses was somewhere in there, and I feel like this past week definitively establishes them as the third place team, still behind C9 and TL,
Right. Yeah.
but up above the rest of the soup.
The soup. And for me, that makes this next week all the more fun.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
You know, up in the LCK, we had a tiebreaker already, and it feels like when you hear stuff like that, we get to the end of the split, and you have 7 teams that are technically right there in that 6th place spot because of those ties that we're currently seeing. And IMT, like those teams that are trying, TSM, of course, after that 2-0 week, they're trying to punch into that the playoff run. So there's not only the fight to get into the playoffs, but it's also the fight for the first 2 positions that give you the buys. So that one's going to be good to look at.
Huge fight for second. Unfortunately, TSM is eliminated from playoffs, I've heard. But we got 7 teams going for those 6 spots. So let's pull up the schedule for Friday, the first day of our Super Week, where every team is playing 3 games. TL, Golden Guardians. Golden Guardians won that the last time. Huge playoff game, FlyQuest Evil Geniuses, Cloud9 Dig, Immortal CLG, and 100 Thieves TSM to close out the day, with a couple winning streaks slamming into each other down there.
I was going to say, is 100 Thieves TSM now more interesting? After this week?
It's definitely a banana peel for 100 Thieves. So, like, that's something that they need to actually take very seriously.
Yeah.
And then you already mentioned it, the first game of the day, Golden Guardians versus Team Liquid. Team Liquid's starting to lose games. They lost to FlyQuest, and who did FlyQuest lose to? Golden Guardians. That's embedded in my mind and my tongue because of the spicy habanero.
No.
So that team, they're on a streak. They are a streaky team. And so that's something that Team Liquid, after their current day's loss, have to look forward to.
All right, I want to take a moment to invite everyone to join Raz, the Tigress, Max Waldo, and Blabber in Bloodlight Liege Lounge tonight. You can catch that on twitch.tv/Budlight right after the highlights, or you can wait for the raid. Also, I see like 5 other Cloud9
They're all there.
people who are going to be
be
a
there
peanut
cheering
gallery
on.
for all the games they play, so it's actually going to be really fun. And that is going to do it from us here. So on behalf of myself, the casters, and the entire live broadcast crew, thank you for watching, and we will see you Friday for LCS Super Week.
Boom!
Throwing a phone.
I throw that. That was terrible.
It's going to be a steal somehow. He does. I think he got it. He did. He spell booked Smite. And the Elder Dragon has been claimed by Abadaga. Danny's going to try. Goes in for closer. Jumps to the wrong side of the wall. It's a flash. Make it happen. Already not up his down. But Danny misses a couple of cues. Lands one there. The Flash auto. Some days Flash wins everything. There's no teleports. And it's Fior versus Trent. I've been waiting years for this metagame in pro play. I cannot wait. Pathwell's gonna come down. There's the ult trade. Gets the heal. Needs to stay alive. Needs to kite it out. Repose for a bit of time. Will Ignite do the rest of it. Oh, the last tick of Ignite kills him. Hecarim hits the backline. Fiora goes in for a bit more, and I've seen this one play out as well. It's a horror movie, and the entire team just dies. Fake God hides in the closet, looking through the slits. It's blood everywhere. It's Golden Guardian just hacking through. Probably gonna go down.
Whippo, you feeling pretty strong right now, huh? You've got that calling for Kumo, huh? Kansama right in the middle of that pit, throws down the ultimate, gets blasted on down. Whippo, you are in dangerous territory. That's what happens to an ADC. When you get caught out. You get the flash forward after the rocket jump reset.
No fair. Thank you very much. I'm coming up. Happy to be back here. It's me and my good buddy Azael. We're standing tall and we're ready for games 4 and 5 of the day. CLG coming in to make a play. Winsome immediately dead as the Gangplank ulti keeps raining down, supporting fire. Contracts keeps the chase alive as Blabber goes back into the melee, and Cloud9 turn it around. Pooney at least picks up one, but Xerxes goes on a killing spree.
He's gonna get another!
Free fire.
They can't kill him!
Pooney's still fighting. Double kill back over to Irelia. Will it be a triple kill over to Irelia? Yes, it will. TSM rips Immortals apart with a quad